Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Summit War. Pick up attributes to become an emperor. 1 Coup. Chapter 1. Traveling through pirates, God-level attribute picking system. 163rd. Chapter 1. Traveling through pirates, God-level attribute picking system. Chapter 1. Traveling through pirates, God-level attribute picking system. So, have I traveled through time? Li Mu stood on the rocks by the sea, looking at the endless sea in front of me. The sea breeze blew, blowing the bangs on his forehead. He muttered. Li Mu never thought of it. I actually died suddenly one day because I stayed up late playing games too much. Sudden death is all. He also traveled to this pirate world. As a world-famous big IP in his previous life. Li Mu admitted, I really like this anime, and I also like many of the characters drawn. But when I think about those strong men breaking through the world at every turn, shaking the world, crushing people's bones and scattering ashes with their hands, and the sky will split with just a touch. Li Mu felt uncomfortable all over. Who is he? As a contemporary young man with 3 nothings. Get used to home life, get used to happy water. Suddenly came to such a dangerous otherworld. Li Mu had to admit. System. You were really G capable. Think back to those movie plots. After the protagonists realized that they had traveled through time, their eyes suddenly brightened and radiated endless brilliance. Since God has chosen me to travel through time, then I must live a different life for you in this life. Holding the power of the world in his hand, he lies drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. What? You fell off a cliff and got the top secret treasure. What? Entering a dungeon and accidentally opening the cave heaven paradise. What? I stepped on a horse and breathed and became the strongest in the world. To this, Li Mu couldn't help but raise an international friendly middle finger. Get your mother's top secret treasure. Open your mother's paradise. Breathe. You are the strongest in the world. A person with no talent, no background, and even a fixed physique. He couldn't survive in his own world, but in the other world he was awesome. Normally no one wants it, but on Haki of Valentine's Day, they started charging for it. It's so outrageous that his mother opened the door to such an outrageous person. There is simply no way for heaven to stop people. As he travels through time, the system is also activated accordingly. The system is called God-level attribute picking system. As the name suggests, as long as there are people around who are practicing or using abilities, corresponding attribute points will be dropped according to the opponent's strength. Does picking up attributes make you stronger? Read the system introduction once. Li Mu roughly understood the meaning. Pirate world. The most indispensable thing is contradiction. And once there is a conflict, you will have the opportunity to pick up attributes. Think about yourself today. I don't even know the location coordinates and timeline. Li Mu decided to go to the nearest tavern on the island to inquire about information. In the tavern, bustling and noisy, in such a crowded environment, Li Mu has a rough understanding of the current situation. But it's okay not to know. After getting the information, everyone in Li Mu is feeling numb. FK. Is this the Sabayati archipelago? The 11 supernovae will gather soon. Li Mu was stunned when he heard such news. Never expected it. We have just crossed over to the island. This is such a bad news. As a senior Hami, how could he not know what this meant? Celestial Dragons event. That's because Luffy was dissatisfied that his friend Kami was abducted by human traffickers. As a result, he punched the Celestial Dragons in a rage, which triggered a series of subsequent major events. Celestial Dragons. The nobility of the world by Mariajoy. Descendants of the 20 kings who established world government more than 800 years ago. Claiming to be descendants of the Creator. With a bubble on his head, he disdains breathing the same air as people of other races. Because the status is too noble. Once offended, what will greet them will be the full protection of the Admiral and CP organizations dispatched by Naval Headquarters. Li Mu took a deep breath. I have just traveled through time. Such a big trouble came. Once Luffy beats up the Celestial Dragons, it undoubtedly plunged the entire Sabayati archipelago into a flames of war. Don't say anything else. Just the Supernova vs Marine scene. It affects the entire archipelago at every turn. Everyone is in panic all day long. Not to mention the subsequent famous scenes such as Marines pacifists bombarding and Admiral Kizaru personally besieging the Supernova. Once the fight starts, most people on the island are not immune. In everyone's eyes, in the end, it was Marine Admiral Kizaru who put an end to all trouble. But has anyone counted how many ordinary people died tragically in this major incident? Even Li Mu, who has just traveled through time, knows the plot well. I can't be 100% sure that I can survive a big event. Who knows if Supernova will punch you because he doesn't like you? Who knows if Marine's hail of bullets will be carpet bombing? Who knows if a laser cannon can accidentally hit a pacifist? There were too many changes. Too many to count. If only he had some strength, that would be all. The key is, I have just traveled through time. Li Mu's physique is not even as good as a resident living in the pirate world. The strength is adequate to fight against the five scum. The kind who would be cannon fodder among the crowd. How does this work? But, then I thought about it. Although no one is immune to this major event. But with the attribute picking system, this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reach the top in one step. Notice, be it a supernova or not, Marine Admiral, 2, or Pluton Rayleigh later, which of these is not the most popular item for dropping attributes? Li Mu was also lost in thought. Go forward, take one step further, survive the desperate situation, and reach the top in one step. In the future, if you miss a big event, your life or death will be uncertain. And the point is, once missed, will events like celestial dragons happen again in the future? The answer is self-evident. Li Mu took a deep breath. For him, you have already died once, so why should you be afraid? Change to normal, he might cherish his life. But now, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't give it a try, will you be worthy of your status as a time traveler? Li Mu slowly opened her eyes. He has made a decision. Chapter 2 successfully picked up attributes and suddenly encountered a supernova. 263rds. Chapter 2 successfully picked up attributes and suddenly encountered a supernova. Previous. Next. Chapter 2 successfully picked up attributes and suddenly encountered a supernova. There was a lot of noise in the tavern, and many pirates were changing glasses, but Li Mu was the only one who kept thinking about the problem. Although decided to participate in the Celestial Dragons event. But now there is a very thorny problem. That's how to operate this so-called attribute picking system. Since you are picking up attributes dropped by others, someone has to take action. Go out and look for anyone fighting. Li Mu thought calmly, just as he was about to leave the tavern. Boom! A wine glass was thrown out. It hit the table next to it, and a lot of food was damaged. Everyone at the table next to him looked at the person who threw the cup. Li Mu was also shocked by the movement. He did not choose to leave the tavern, but continued to sit down and observe the situation in front of him. Hey, I was too far away just now and I didn't even see it clearly. Isn't this the pirate group that attacked us at sea a while ago? A tall, fierce-looking man pointed at the people at another table and cursed. His behavior immediately attracted the attention of most people around him. Where it enters the eye. It was a scarred man with a look of hatred on his face. The wine glass was also thrown from his hand. After he stood up, a group of younger brothers behind him also stood up. Everyone has a weapon in their hand. But the people at the other table weren't nice either. Seeing the other side looking for trouble, he quickly stood up and took the weapon into his hands. What is a sneak attack? It's obvious that your skills are inferior to others. A sinister-looking man responded with a sneer. Both of them have a reward of around 3 million. Notorious near the Sabayati archipelago. A while ago, a battle broke out between the two sides on the sea, each with 4 enemies. Hatred of this level cannot be reconciled. After all, many brothers were killed and injured in the previous battles between the two sides. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Look at this scene. Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. Isn't it coming? He just stood up and sat down quickly, continuing to maintain his attitude of eating melon. Except for the captains of the pirate group, both sides are ordinary pirates who cannot be ordinary pirates. Attacks against each other are also carried out with weapons. The sound of swords and blunt weapons struck constantly. The originally intact tavern was soon smashed to pieces. Boom, boom. Both sides are fighting with brute force. No one with fruit abilities appears, and no Haki uses it. But Li Mu, who had just entered the world, looked on in shock. I saw that every time these pirates took action, some light balls would fall from under their bodies. He tried to get close to these light balls, and these light balls would actively enter his body when they were at a certain distance. Congratulations host, you picked up 100 points of strength attribute. Congratulations host, you picked up 50 points of agility attribute. Congratulations host, you picked up 50 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations host, you picked up 50 points of physical skills. Is this what the system calls attribute points? Li Mu continued to pick up while feeling the changes in her body. He could faintly notice that his body was getting stronger. It has been determined that these falling light balls are what the system calls attribute points. Li Mu kept walking along the perimeter of the tavern in order to pick up the dropped attribute light balls. He didn't want to disturb the battle between the two parties, but he also wanted to quietly pick up the attributes. After all, the feeling of growing silently like this is so tempting. HMPH, you despicable villain. Today is the day you die here. The scarred man said very angrily. I saw him wielding a long knife as tall as himself and charging towards the yin-yang man to kill him. He sneered, drew his sword, and fought with the opponent. These two are the strongest combatants of the two pirate groups, and their victory or defeat can directly determine the direction of the war. So now both of them are fighting hard. Congratulations host, you picked up 200 points of strength attribute. Congratulations host, you picked up 200 points of swordsmanship attributes. Li Mu picked up the attributes dropped by the two pirate captains. The attribute points dropped by these two people are obviously much higher than those of others. Sure enough, the stronger the person, the more attribute points they drop. He thought thoughtfully. Thinking of this, he also understood that if this system wanted to grow in a short time, it needed to pick up the attribute points dropped by the strong. Now that he is in the Sabayati archipelago, he cannot let go of the chaos caused by this supernova. In addition to Supernova, there are even strong men like Marine Admiral Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh who will take action. The more he thought about it, the more he looked forward to what would happen soon. The tavern owner who originally wanted to break up the fight turned red-eyed after seeing both parties. He hurriedly got under the bar and hid. Many guests were frightened by this scene. Taking advantage of the gap in the fighting between the two sides, he escaped from the tavern. And those who had no time to escape could only consider themselves unlucky and become the dead souls of these pirates. Except for Li Mu and a woman, everyone in the tavern avoided this battle. And this woman has been eating food on the side. After being hit by flying debris and smashing the food in front of him, he became completely angry. Get out of my way. Don't disturb me from eating. Believe it or not, I destroyed 2 of your pirate groups. The woman opened her mouth and yelled loudly. After hearing the woman's words, the restless scene calmed down in an instant. Li Mu also looked in the direction of the sound. Isn't this Jewelry Bonnie, one of the supernovas? Jewelry Bonnie, one of the 11 supernovas. Sakura red hair. The body is very hot. Compared to the two, Bonnie's bounty has reached 140 million belly. One of the worst times is when the combined bounties of the two pirate groups are even more unattainable. Seeing her appearance, the originally noisy tavern instantly became quiet. The pirates stopped fighting one after another and did not dare to make any move. Huh, what a bunch of trash. I'm not in the mood to eat anymore. Jewelry Bonnie was no longer looking at them, lowering his head and continuing to eat happily. Chapter 3 Auction House, The Cause of the Celestial Dragons Incident. 363rds. Chapter 3 Auction House, The Cause of the Celestial Dragons Incident. Previous. Next. Chapter 3 Auction House, The Cause of the Celestial Dragons Incident. Supernova. I didn't expect she would show up here. Li Mu frowned, because he had just picked up the attributes of the battle between the two, and he made a lot of money. But with Bonnie calling it a day, the attribute points came to an abrupt end. At this time, Li Mu knew that he did not have the strength to resist. If there is a conflict with this supernova, the consequences will be disastrous. Think about it. If you can't pick up attributes, you can't pick up attributes. 11 supernovae come together. Celestial Dragons event. The pacifists bombed. All supernovas are ready to go. And Marine Admiral, and Roger's Deputy Captain Rayleigh. These are all opportunities for you to reach the top in one step. Before that, no mistakes can be made no matter what. Lee Mu's eyes sparkled. Character. Lee Mu. God level pickup system. Chi and Blood. LV1 2910 tenths W. Power. LV1 3570 tenths W. Agility. LV1 1200 10W. Physical skills. LV1 1590 10W. Comprehensive evaluation. Miscellaneous soldiers. Note. The cap is LV 100. I just picked it up for a short while. Lee Mu clearly felt that his strength had improved a lot. This also made him decide to take a trip into the muddy waters of Supernova archipelago. He looked left and right and found that everyone in the tavern seemed to be standing still. Because of the appearance of Jewelry Bonnie, everyone who was originally fighting was frightened. But Jewelry Bonnie was still sitting on the table like nothing happened and kept stuffing food into her mouth. Lee Mu also understood that it was probably impossible to pick up attributes in the tavern. Let's get out of here first. Realized that this is not the place to stay for long. He decided to go outside and take a look. It is said that you may not be lucky, but you can still encounter pirates and fight. When a battle occurs, you can collect attribute points. Step back half a minute to hide from the crowd. Lee Mu quietly slipped away from the edge of the tavern. Outside the pub. Because supernovae gather, Supernova archipelago became lively because of this. There are a lot of pirates in every corner of the streets. Lee Mu walked along the pedestrian street of Supernova archipelago. I found that there were a lot of attribute points dropped along the way. Most of them come from battles between pirates. The strength of these pirates is slightly lacking, and the attributes dropped by the pirates in the tavern are still less. There are also some attribute points left behind by someone's practice. Hey, I was the first to take a fancy to this knife. What, does this knife have your name written on it? Two pirates got into a quarrel on the pedestrian street because of such a quarrel. And then they started fighting directly. Two pirates, one punch and one kick, soon both of them were covered in bruises. Lee Mu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. Congratulations host, you picked up 10 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations host, you picked up 10 points of strength attribute. Congratulations host, you have picked up 10 points of practice experience. Although there are attribute points dropped, there are not many. The people fighting here are not as powerful as the pirates in the tavern. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Everything is created from scratch. Lee Mu thought silently in her heart. As he walked, he observed the Supernova archipelago. It can be seen that this is a very beautiful island. Looking outside, there are all ocean fish swimming around. Almost the entire island is also covered by pedestrian streets. Suddenly he stopped in front of an auction house. This is a very large auction house. It is dozens of meters high and as big as 3 football fields. He frowned and looked at the auction house in front of him, lost in thought. I remember correctly that the Celestial Dragons incident in Supernova archipelago started at the auction house. He looked a little thoughtful. After all, the Celestial Dragons incident involves quite a lot. This incident almost wiped out the supernovas, who were known as the extremely evil era. There is also a fight between One Piece's Deputy Pluton Rayleigh and Marine Admiral Kizaru. At this time Lee Mu also understood the principle of the system. As long as someone takes action or practices, attribute points will drop. And the stronger the person who drops, the more attribute points will drop. And Marine Admiral Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh are definitely one of the strongest in this sea. He would definitely gain a lot of attribute points from such a fight. He looked expectantly at the door of the auction house. There were not many opportunities like this, so he decided to seize the opportunity in front of him. First, harvest enough attribute points from the melee in the auction house to become stronger. This is what must be done now. After all, the Supernova archipelago incident involves quite a lot. As long as he can make good use of this opportunity, Lee Mu will definitely achieve rapid growth in strength. He also understood the importance of this matter. Don't dare to be careless at all. After confirming that the auction house in front of me was the auction house where the Celestial Dragons incident was about to occur, he stopped directly in front of the auction house. He could roughly know that the Celestial Dragons incident was about to happen, because I met Jewelry Bonnie not long ago. Now that one of the supernovae occurred in the Sabayati archipelago, others must not be far away. Chapter 4. At the auction house, a big melee is about to break out. 463rds. Chapter 4. At the auction house, a big melee is about to break out. Previous. Next. Chapter 4. At the auction house, a big melee is about to break out. People were coming and going in front of the auction house. More and more people are coming here. Li Mu also found that there were far fewer people in the auction house than in other places. Hey, have you heard that there are fish men in the items being auctioned this time? How could something so precious be put up for auction? Two passers-by talked. Li Mu was shocked when she heard the conversation between the two passers-by. Speaking of Murlocs, he immediately thought of Murloc Kami. It was because of her that Luffy, the Straw Hat, later attacked the Celestial Dragons. And since there is a fish man auction in the auction house at this time, it is very likely that the auction of the fish man Kami will be next. The Celestial Dragons event is also about to happen. Thinking of this, Li Mu decided to go to the auction house to find out. There were a lot of people coming and going, and Li Mu was no different from ordinary people when he walked in there. Arriving at the auction house, Li Mu deliberately chose a seat near the inside. He only planned to quietly pick up the attributes, but had no intention of participating in the incident. After all, he is not very strong right now, and it would not be a good thing for him to get involved with the Celestial Dragons. Once inside, he began to look at the Sabayati archipelago's largest auction house. There is a huge difference between the seats in the front and the seats in the back. The seats in the front look very luxurious. The seats in the back are cramped and a bit worn. At the front of the auction house is an extremely wide front desk. It can be seen that great care was taken in the construction of the auction house. At this time, more and more people were pouring into the auction house, and many people were also sitting in the originally huge auction house. At this time, 3 people wearing hoods and heavy clothes walked in. These 3 are Celestial Dragons: Charles Saint, his father Roswald Saint, and his sister Princess Anne. There are guards in front of the 3 people who are constantly laying the carpet forward, and there are many guards behind them. The noble status of the 3 people was clearly revealed. It can only be said that it is indeed Celestial Dragons, and the show is packed to the brim. When the 3 people passed by, everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to look around, afraid of causing dissatisfaction among the Celestial Dragons. Look down. Don't look around. Be careful of setting yourself on fire. No one dared to offend Celestial Dragons at all. Surrounded by everyone, the 3 Celestial Dragons quickly came to the seats at the front of the auction house. At this time, except for the 3 Celestial Dragons in the first 3 rows of seats, no one dared to come forward and sit down. It can be seen that no one is willing to offend Celestial Dragons easily. And this mainly comes down to the ancestors of the Celestial Dragons. Their ancestors once saved this continent, so their descendants enjoy a very privileged status. Protected by the world government and can do whatever they want. They can ignore laws and morals. But once someone dares to take action against the Celestial Dragons, they will be wanted and hunted down by the world government. That's why there is no willingness to conflict with the Celestial Dragons. And everything in the past has proven that conflict with the Celestial Dragons will not end well. HMPH, such a big pomp. You're not going to get beaten up later. Li Mu complained in his heart. But these Celestial Dragons are very popular. As long as the Celestial Dragons are beaten, it will be the beginning of countless disputes. As the Celestial Dragons took their seats, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu continued to observe the people coming and going. A big snow-white bear caught Li Mu's attention. He naturally knew that this was Bebo, the pet of the Heart Pirates. Sure enough, after Bebo was the Supernova wearing a felt hat and holding a sword in his hand. Trafalgar. Lo, the other members of the Heart Pirates followed suit. It can be seen that the auction is still very attractive. Even the pirates were attracted. There are even supernovae among them. After Li Mu noticed the Heart Pirates, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. After all, the heart pirates will definitely be involved in subsequent disputes. This is a precious attribute point. But what Li Mu is most concerned about at this time is when the Straw Hat Pirates will come. After all, the dispute was caused by Straw Hat Luffy taking action against celestial dragons. A man with red hair stood out unusually, and behind him was a man wearing a mask. They are Kid and Kira from the Kid Pirates. Behind them were several others, also members of the Kid Pirates. When she saw a few people, Li Mu felt even more happy. The Kid Pirates are here too, now the only one left is the Straw Hat Pirates. He thought very excitedly. Although the dishes are almost ready, the main course has yet to arrive. Li Mu was still a little nervous waiting for the Straw Hat Pirates. He did not let anyone enter the auction house, and observed everyone who entered the auction house very carefully. Sure enough, eventually as more and more guests poured in, a straw hat caught his eye. Finally come. The big stone in his heart finally fell. At this time, Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat, took the lead. Taking very exaggerated steps. Kami, we will get you out. Luffy thought very firmly in his heart. Behind Straw Hat Luffy is a green algae head holding 3 swords. Green algae head yawned as he walked. As the only 3-sword style member of the Straw Hat Pirates, he is the pirate hunter Zoro. Behind Zoro was Sanji, who was holding a cigarette in his hand and his hair covered half of his curly eyebrows. At this point, the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates have also arrived. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Great, the 3 strongest combatants are here. Whenever a conflict breaks out now, attribute points will definitely be indispensable. He thought very happily. As the 3 powerful forces entered, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates also walked in. Nami, the little thieving cat, has bright eyes. After all, he is the steward of the Straw Hat Pirates' property. At this time, she has a full 200 million Baileys in hand, and she can definitely win Kami's choice. Then Kami can be saved without conflict. Although the thought was beautiful, Li Mu knew from God's perspective that it was not that simple to save the fishman Kami. Frankie, Chopper, Robin and Usopp followed closely behind. Among the Straw Hat Pirates there was also a man wearing a hat and a coat. Fishman Hachi. As Kami's best friend, Fishman Hachi is here as expected. This is also an integral part of the conflict with celestial dragons. Seeing that the Master Kakuzu was in place, Li Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone is here, the conflict is inevitable now. There's something good to watch next. He thought with great anticipation. The Kid Pirates and the Heart Pirates also found their seats and sat down. The Straw Hat Pirates were a little behind because they arrived a little late, but they still found a seat and sat down. The auction starts immediately. Chapter 5 The auction begins and Pluden Rayleigh appears. 563rds. Chapter 5 The auction begins and Pluden Rayleigh appears. Previous. Next. Chapter 5 The auction begins and Pluden Rayleigh appears. As more and more people flocked to the auction house, the auction finally began. At this time, the huge auction house was already crowded with people. People's eyes are full of hope and expectation. After all, this is the largest auction house in Sabayati Archipelago. The best and most precious things are auctioned there. Boom. As the fireworks sounded at the front desk of the auction house, a man wearing a magic hat walked up. This person is Dix, the host of this auction. Welcome everyone to this auction, the auction will officially begin. As Dix's words fell, everyone cheered. Amidst the cheers of everyone, a cart came up pushing an item. The object is covered by a piece of red cloth. Under the attention of everyone, Dix pulled away the red cloth. Below is a strange shaped fruit. Devil fruit. This is an unknown devil fruit. It is guaranteed by our auction house. It is absolutely authentic. The starting price is 5 million belly. Dix said. The whole place was boiling. Devil fruit is very rare. At this time, the auction house testified, and everyone followed the price. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. It is indeed the largest auction house in Sabayati Archipelago. The first item is so luxurious, he said with some surprise. Needless to say, the rarity of devil fruit is definitely worth more than 5 million belly. It can even be said that devil fruit has a price but no market. It is estimated that this is the only place where devil fruit can be auctioned. After all, Devil fruit represents more than just economic value. If you can get some devil fruit with special abilities, its value will be absolutely immeasurable. As soon as he came up with something so precious, he immediately raised everyone's expectations. The bidding for devil fruit was also very fierce. The price increased from 5 million belly to 300 million belly before it stopped. The winner is a middle-aged man with a huge stature. From the man's clothes, it was easy to tell that he was probably the president of a certain chamber of commerce. Then one after another precious items were launched for auction. There are rare and famous swords, strength-enhancing potions, and the like. And with the guarantee of the auction house, all these things will be sold out. It is indeed the largest auction house in Supernova archipelago, with a transaction volume of more than 1 billion in a short period of time. But auctions also need a transition period. The most unique feature of the Supernova archipelago auction is that the slave auction will be held halfway through the auction. Snap! Auction host Dix clapped his hands. Next is the slave auction that everyone is most looking forward to. The slaves auction today will definitely satisfy everyone, he said very passionately. It can be seen that Dix is very confident in the slaves in this auction. And all this comes down to the fact that a very rare fishman was obtained at this auction. Even the celestial dragons came to participate in this auction because they knew that there would be precious murlocs to be auctioned here. As Dix finished speaking, a huge cage was pushed out. There were several slaves sitting inside, and among them was an old man with gray hair. Pluton Rayleigh. Li Mu naturally recognized the second in command on the Pirate King's ship, Rayleigh, known as Pluton. Good guy, this guy is really in this auction. Is it better to say that this guy is included in every auction? He thought with an intriguing smile. He is obviously very powerful, but for some reason he always comes here as a slave to blackmail him. But the person who would choose an old man like you to be a slave must have a problem with his taste. He couldn't help but shudder. Doesn't this old man have any special hobbies? Otherwise, what was the reason that made him come to this auction? Li Mu was very puzzled, but could not think of a reasonable explanation. The vice captain of Roger's regiment also came out to trick and kidnap us. In the end, he couldn't help but complained in a low voice. You said you are the deputy on the Pirate King's ship, a person with the title of Pluton. He is also a master of swordsmanship in Conqueror's Haki. Is this necessary? Wouldn't it be 100 times better for you to go find a few ruthless guys to rob you than to pretend to be a slave? At this time, everyone was staring at these slaves closely, but they were a little disappointed when they found that there were no mermaids inside. Didn't we agree that there will be a fishman slave auction today? I didn't see this either. Why is there an old man? At this time, everyone was very puzzled. No Kami, Nami said with some surprise. After all, the main purpose of the Straw Hat Pirates participating in this auction is to rescue the fishman Kami. So I have been paying close attention to the situation on the court. Even Luffy couldn't help but frown. They chose to come here because they got the news that Kami would be auctioning here. He had even made plans to use force to take Kami away even if the money he brought was not enough. It was not just the Straw Hat crew who was anxious at the auction at this time. Celestial dragons also frowned. They also came here because of the fishman Kami. It would be hard for them if their efforts failed. Murloc slaves that not even the noble celestial dragons possess. Everyone was very puzzled and confused. But Dix wanted this effect. Amid everyone's expectant doubts and confusion, he clapped his hands. Then a small cart covered with red cloth was pushed up. The two guards very carefully pushed the cart, which was slightly taller than a person. From the outside, the items on this cart looked like a giant fish tank. The moment they saw the fish tank, the guests at the venue became excited. They all knew that this was definitely a fishman slave. After all, this news has already spread. If it is false, the reputation of the Supernova archipelago auction house will also be affected. Sure enough, everything is true. Here we go, this is definitely the fishman slave that has been advertised. Sure enough, the news is true. I didn't expect that the auction house would actually get this rare fishman slave. Everyone started talking. Father, he is a fishman slave. I'm going to buy it no matter what. I want to see who is stronger, the fish or the piranha in my tank. Charles Luo Sheng said innocently with his mouth watering. But his father, Saint Rosewater, just smiled. Apparently he agreed with Charles Lowe Saint's idea. After all, a mere Murloc slave is nothing to celestial dragons. As early as the beginning of this auction, there were rumors that there would be fishmen slaves auctioned at this auction. The moment they saw the fish tank, everyone knew that the highlight of this time was coming. And it was indeed the fishman Kami who was pushed up. Chapter 6 Fishman Kami, Charlos Saint shoots. 663rds. Chapter 6 Fishman Kami, Charlos Saint shoots. Previous. Next. Chapter 6 Fishman Kami, Charlos Saint shoots. In the auction house, people held their breath and looked at the fish tank pushed up in front of them with great anticipation. When auctioneer Dix saw that everyone's appetite had been aroused, he directly ordered his men to lift the red cloth. Wow! As the red cloth on the fish tank was lifted, the contents inside were officially revealed. None other than Kami the fishman. Her short green hair is very cute and cute. The upper body is only wearing a small vest with stars printed on it. Because she was in the water, her lower body had a red fish tail. At this time, being watched by everyone, she looked very flustered. His face was extremely pale with fright, his eyes were wide open, and he was extremely scared. With the appearance of the fish man Kami, the auction house also fell into a state of excitement. At this time, countless people in the venue were extremely excited. After all, they came to this auction just for this mermaid. Sure enough, the information is true. I didn't expect that the auction house actually got a mermaid. People said excitedly. Celestial Dragons Charles's mouth watered the moment he saw the fish man Kami. He really wanted a mermaid. The moment he saw Kami, Haki, the fish man who had been in the Straw Hat Pirates, couldn't sit still. Xiaoba looked sad and stared at Kami on the stage. Tears flashed in his eyes. Kami is Xiaoba's best friend. Now that she is being sold as a commodity, Xiaoba feels very uncomfortable. The reason why Xiaoba came to the auction house this time was because he wanted to save Kami. But he knew that his strength alone could not save Kami from being auctioned off. So Xiaoba told Luffy about this, and he hoped that Luffy could rescue Kami. Luffy was also very loyal and agreed without saying a word. So there was a scene of the entire Straw Hat Pirates entering the auction house. At this time, Nami also noticed something strange about Xiaoba. She also understood that Xiaoba was still worried about Kami. Nami is in charge of the Straw Hat Pirates' property. She knows that they now have a total of 200 million belly. According to previous Fishman auctions, it is completely enough to capture the mermaid Kami. So Nami looks confident. Fortunately, I got a lot of treasure on the weird 3-gallon boat not long ago. Absolutely enough to photograph Kami. So Xiaoba, there is no need for you to be nervous. Nami opened her mouth to comfort Xiaopachi. Sanji threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and pressed it on Xiaoba's shoulder. Since Nami said so, there will be no problem. At this time, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was comforting Hachi. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Xiaoba, I will rescue Kami no matter what. Luffy also patted his chest and promised. At this time Li Mu was in a hidden corner. He looked closely at Kami, the mermaid on the stage. This was also the first time he saw a mermaid, and he was a little surprised for a while. Is this a mermaid? He frowned and focused his gaze on the mermaid Kami. It has to be said that such a novel species is indeed rare, so it is no wonder that it attracts a lot of people. The guests at the venue were very satisfied with the mermaid Kami. Auctioneer Dix also hurriedly added fuel to the fire. Everyone must understand the value of mermaids. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Only our auction house can get it. So after unanimous discussion at our auction, we decided to put this mermaid up for auction. Everyone just asks for the price. Dix said calmly. It can be seen that he is very confident in the product in his hand. Following the auctioneer's words, everyone in the auction house began to talk, discussing how much price to pay for the mermaid. But after all, most of these people are ordinary people. If they want to capture the mermaid Kami, it is unlikely that they will have a chance. While these guys can't react, I'll just offer a high price. She thought happily in her heart. But just when Nami was very satisfied and thought that she would definitely win the mermaid Kami this time. 500 million Baileys. A voice came from the high-end seats at the front of the auction house. This person directly bid 500 million. This move made Nami, who was in charge of the property, turned pale. As soon as the high price came out, the venue suddenly fell into silence. Everyone was shocked by the high price. Dix on the court was also dazzled by the golden light. The amount had greatly exceeded his expectations, and this was only the first time he bid. Nami looked very ugly. The mermaid Kami, who was originally thought to be a sure win, now has a price of 500 million belly. And this is just the starting price. This. Nami was very anxious, but she really couldn't think of any good solution. She naturally knows what the starting price is. Since the auctioneer said it will be auctioned by oneself, then the price called out for the first time is the starting price. She also fully understands Luffy's desire to rescue her friend. I fully agree, but she never imagined that the price of mermaids would be raised so high. At this time, I noticed that Nami's face looked very strange. Luffy and Zoro were also vaguely aware of the seriousness of the problem. Sanji, Zoro, Robin and others fell into silence one after another. I noticed the change in everyone's expressions and the silence. Xiaoba suddenly felt a bad feeling. He also realized that rescuing Kami was not that simple. No matter what, we must not let Kami fall into the wrong hands. I will save Kami even if I risk my life, he thought with great determination in his heart. Thinking of this, Xiaoba also walked directly towards the auction table in silence. After all, Kami is his most important partner, and he won't give up on Kami even if he dies here. I saw Xiaoba, the fish man, with firm eyes and heavy steps, walking leisurely. At this time Luffy also noticed Xiaoba's behavior. Xiaoba, he's not planning to rush onto the stage directly, is he? Luffy thought anxiously. Even Luffy, a guy who is not very bright. I also know that Kami cannot be saved by force. And Xiaoba's behavior is undoubtedly sending death. Luffy thought of this and planned to grab Xiaoba. As soon as we got started, the price reached a high price of 500 million belly. This is too rich. At this time, everyone in the auction house was talking a lot. After all, such a starting price is too high. Even all the Straw Hat Pirates' possessions since their adventures wouldn't be enough. Not to mention these ordinary people. Boom. The sound of a gunshot is very special. At this time, the venue immediately became quiet. After all, guns should not be allowed inside the venue. And this person not only carried it, but also shot it directly in the auction house. Everyone was also very puzzled. The shooter was none other than Celestial Dragon's Charles Saint. Chapter 7. 5,000 Attributes, the Strength of a Supernova. 763rds. Chapter 7. 5,000 Attributes, the Strength of a Supernova. Previous. Next. Chapter 7. 5,000 Attributes, the Strength of a Supernova. The eyes of people in the auction house were directed towards the place where the gunshots were fired. Everyone wants to know who dares to act so recklessly directly in the auction house. But when people's eyes kept following the direction of the gunshot, it is discovered that the shooters were celestial dragons. At this time, Charles Luo San's gun was still raised. There was still a trace of smoke coming out of the muzzle. The moment I saw the celestial dragons, the auction hall fell silent. Because the status of celestial dragons is too special. And these people are also extremely afraid of celestial dragons. The ancestors of the celestial dragons saved this continent 800 years ago. A world government was established to manage the continent. And as a descendant of such a hero, celestial dragons are also known as the descendants of gods and enjoy the highest level of treatment. Protected by the world government. No matter what celestial dragons does, they will not be punished by the law. But if anyone dares to disobey the celestial dragons, then what will be incurred is the punishment of the world government. And for hundreds of years, few people dared to take action against the celestial dragons. Because offending the celestial dragons will lead to the pursuit of the CP organization. If the circumstances are serious, it may even attract the full force of the Marine Admiral. In other words, offending the celestial dragons means offending the world government. No one wants to offend the world government, and naturally they don't want to be associated with the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are always under the care of the world government. He has long developed an arrogant and domineering temper. They regard themselves as world aristocrats and believe that everyone in the world is inferior to them. All of these have also led to the very conceited character of celestial dragons. He doesn't care at all about ordinary people and ordinary people. Kill if you want. Even a random person seen on the roadside may be captured by the celestial dragons and treated as a slave. At this time, since the celestial dragons had already fired, they would not stop casually. I saw Charles Luo Sheng turning his gun and pointing it at the people in the auction house. Drool kept dripping from his mouth. If it weren't for the aura blessing of celestial dragons, this guy would probably be just a fool. He had a dull look on his face and looked very unintelligent. And Charles Luo San did not care about his own image at all. Just fired a few shots at random. It doesn't matter who these shots will hit. No matter what the consequences this will bring. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots, several unlucky guys in the auction fell to the ground. Unfortunately, Xiaoba, who was about to go to the auction stage, was also shot. And it hit Xiaoba directly near the vital heart. Xiaoba's face changed drastically. Blood began to flow out of his body. It hit a vital point, and even the fishmen with strong vitality couldn't bear it. Xiaoba fell directly to the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. The sound of Charles Luo San's random shooting sounded. The auction house suddenly became chaotic. And the instigator of all this, Charles Luo Sheng, was waving his hands and looking very happy. "Get out of here, you bunch of untouchables," he said with a laugh. As each unlucky person fell down, he became more and more happy. At this time Li Mu was hiding in the corner. It wasn't really hiding, since he wasn't afraid of the celestial dragons after all. He just didn't want to come forward and wanted to pick up the attribute points behind his back. At this time, he had been watching what was happening on the field. Yes, they are celestial dragons with pure blood. If a conflict occurs now, the world government's forces will definitely be called in. He thought with some joy. After all, only celestial dragons with absolute blood can do such nonsense. Because he is protected by the world government, even if he acts like this. Charles Saint-Germain is not in any danger either. Luffy, who was chasing Xiaoba out at this time, also saw the scene where Xiaoba was shot. Looking at Xiaoba lying in a pool of blood, Luffy's expression changed. He looked pale at first and was very worried about Xiaoba's condition. Luffy came to Xiaoba's side and gently helped Xiaoba up. "Are you okay, Xiaoba?" he asked very anxiously. "I'm fine, but we must rescue Kami," Xiaoba said unwillingly, after confirming that Xiaoba's life is not in danger for the time being. Luffy's face darkened as he approached the celestial dragons step by step. At this time, Charles Luo Sheng also noticed the man who went to help Xiaoba. He frowned, looking displeased. Just when he was about to shoot the guy in front of him. He was surprised to find that this guy was not only not afraid of celestial dragons, but also walked towards him. He, who was already very unhappy, became even more furious. "Untouchable, get out of here. Are you going to resist the celestial dragons too? You were really looking for death," Charles Luo Sheng said angrily. At this point he has a gun pointed at Luffy. "Because I feel that the status of celestial dragons is very noble." Charles Luo Sheng was certain that Luffy did not dare to hurt himself. So at this time, even if he saw Luffy approaching, he was very calm. Even insulting Luffy, but Luffy doesn't care so much. "Since you injured my partner, you have to pay the corresponding price." Luffy's face was gloomy, step by step towards Charles Luo Saint. His fists were clenched tighter than ever. All the anger was concentrated on this punch. At this time, Charles Luo Sheng was also a little panicked. "Untouchable, you are looking for death," he yelled, planning to shoot Luffy. But by now it was too late. Luffy's fist had already been punched out. A punch landed on Celestial Dragon's head. The fist sank directly into Charles Luo Sheng's head. A huge fist mark was left on his face. Charles Luo Sheng was beaten so hard that he flew out. Tables, chairs and benches along the way were knocked down. It finally stopped after knocking down all the walls. The scene was very tragic. At this time, Charles Luo Sheng's body was covered in blood, dyeing the entire wall red. Saint Roswalder and Princess Anne were shocked when they saw this. They have never seen anyone dare to take action against the Celestial Dragons. Also wants to pull out a gun and attack Luffy. A cold light flashed in Luffy's eyes and he knocked the whole family away. The celestial dragons paid a heavy price for their pride. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of strength attribute. A sound came from the system. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. There was some surprise in my heart. After all, Li Mu has never encountered so many attribute points before. Even when the two sides fought against pirates before, they only produced a few dozen attribute points. Now he actually hit a full 5,000 attribute points with one punch. The surprise in Li Mu's heart was simply overwhelming. Good guy, he is indeed a supernova. Chapter 8 Celestial Dragons are attacked, Sabayati is boiling. 863rds. Chapter 8 Celestial Dragons are attacked, Sabayati is boiling. Previous. Next. Chapter 8 Celestial Dragons are attacked, Sabayati is boiling. The originally chaotic auction house calmed down after Luffy's punch. People looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief and were speechless. People were shocked. These are celestial dragons. He actually dared to beat up celestial dragons. This guy is too bold. People looked to Luffy. Who is this guy? Is he so arrogant? You dare to beat up celestial dragons, how arrogant. People at the scene were really shocked. But none of these people recognized Luffy's identity at the first time. Although Luffy has become a supernova. But he was not very famous at this time, so people here did not recognize him immediately. At this time, many customers in the auction house left because of the previous chaos. But there were still many customers who had not gone out. After seeing Charles Luo Sheng being beaten, everyone felt very uneasy. Everyone realizes that Sabayati Archipelago is going to change. So these people who originally planned to leave Sabayati Archipelago quickly ran faster. After all, these are celestial dragons. Even a simple relationship is extremely troublesome. Now that I've been beaten, is that okay? Xiaoba, who was lying on the ground at this time, stood up with great difficulty. As soon as he came, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The high-flying celestial dragons were actually beaten away. At this time, he was also a little panicked. He didn't expect that this guy Luffy would actually do it for real. Luffy. Xiaoba whispered Luffy's name, extremely worried. Those are celestial dragons. Once the celestial dragons are touched, it will be endless trouble. As long as the news of celestial dragons being beaten spreads, Marine will definitely be surrounded and attacked with all their strength. Although Xiaoba is just an ordinary fishman. But he is naturally very clear about these things that everyone knows. He didn't dare to think about the consequences of the celestial dragons being beaten away in front of him. But Luffy took action because of him after all. He was very worried about how Luffy would be treated next. This caused Xiaoba to be very entangled in his heart at this time. At this time, it was an inconspicuous corner of the auction house. There were a few guys sitting there who didn't look like ordinary people. There's even a talking polar bear. The Heart Pirates. One of the men, wearing a felt hat and holding a long sword, looked at the scene in front of him very calmly. This person is the leader of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law. His eyes were extremely calm. He glanced at Luffy, and the corners of his mouth curled up. How arrogant, he said with a smile. As one of the supernovas, Trafalgar Law didn't seem to take the celestial dragons seriously. But Straw Hat Luffy dared to take action against celestial dragons, which shocked him severely. He also doesn't have a good impression of celestial dragons, it can even be said that he hates them. But he also didn't dare to take direct action against celestial dragons. On the other side, there were many strangely dressed people sitting next to a red-haired man. These people were not anxious because the celestial dragons were beaten. And this red-haired man is Kid, the captain of the Kid Pirates. They are indeed the craziest group of supernovas. He commented very calmly, as the pirate with the highest bounty among the 11 supernovas currently. He had no feelings for the celestial dragons. But Kid also understood that this was trouble. Although he is not afraid of celestial dragons can really cause a lot of trouble. As Luffy took action, everyone was shocked. Many people even ran out of the auction house directly. And such heavy news spread extremely quickly. The marine branch of Sabayati Archipelago soon received the news that celestial dragons had been beaten at the auction house. Upon hearing the news, the commander of the Sabayati Archipelago marine branch became angry. This news really shocked him greatly. It was completely unexpected that someone would actually dare to attack the world's noble celestial dragons. Although he had long known that these supernovas were arrogant and domineering, he never thought that they would actually dare to take action against the celestial dragons. I never expected that these supernovas would be so arrogant, the commander said, very annoyed. After all, he is the marine person in charge of Sabayati Archipelago. If such an accident happens to celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago, he cannot escape the blame. At this time, he hated these supernovas who attacked the celestial dragons. Even the celestial dragons dared to move, and the commander couldn't care less. He hurriedly contacted Marine Headquarters Marineford and conveyed the news. After all, it was about the celestial dragons, and it was not something he could afford. After conveying the news, he also hurriedly summoned the Marines of Sabayati Archipelago. Rush to the scene. Be sure to fight to save the lives of the celestial dragons. Otherwise, no one can bear the consequences. As the commander of the marine branch of the Sabayati Archipelago, there is a high possibility that he will lose his life because of this. Word spread quickly. After all, it was such a big news, no one dared to delay it. Word soon reached Marineford. At this time, a marine messenger soldier in the marshal's room was reporting to Sengoku about the Sabayati Archipelago. What? Straw Hat Luffy beat up the celestial dragons? Sengoku asked in confusion. The moment he heard the news, Sengoku even doubted the authenticity of the matter. Who are celestial dragons? They are world nobles and enjoy the highest level of protection from the world government. Even he, the marine marshal, couldn't hold his head high in front of the celestial dragons. Not even he dared offend the celestial dragons. And Straw Hat Luffy, a mere supernova, dared to beat celestial dragons. Isn't this courting death? Sengoku's expression ranged from confusion to shock to anxiety. He couldn't help but pace back and forth in the marine marshal's room. The matter was so big that he didn't know what to do for a while. At this time, in addition to Sengoku, Garp was also in the marshal's room. Different from Sengoku's anxious reaction, Garp on the side laughed. As expected of my grandson. You just dare to do things that no one else dares to do. Garp said very excitedly. Sengoku glanced at Garp and sighed again. Thank you for being able to laugh. If something like this happens, Straw Hat Luffy probably won't be able to leave. Sengoku said in horror. After all, Celestial Dragons has a distinguished status. If he is beaten by pirates, he, the Marine Marshal, will probably not be able to escape the blame. Don't worry, don't worry. At this time, the phone in the Marshal's room rang. Sengoku frowned and answered worriedly. As the news on the phone continued to come out, Sengoku's face became increasingly ugly. It turns out that the news of the Celestial Dragons being beaten has reached the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The Celestial Dragons were furious. World government directly ordered Sengoku to take immediate action. It is extremely necessary to capture these supernovae. Maintain the dignity of the Celestial Dragons. Chapter 9. I'm off the mark and picked up Conqueror's Haki. 963rds. Chapter 9. I'm off the mark and picked up Conqueror's Haki. Previous. Next. Chapter 9 is off the mark and I picked up Conqueror's Haki. Marine Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku never dared to take a break. While actively communicating with the world government, he also issued orders to the Marine branch of Sabayati Archipelago. Let the Marine branch of Sabayati Archipelago not let Celestial Dragons slip up at all costs. Just when the Marines from the Marine branch were surrounding Luffy and his gang, Sengoku also made an important decision. After moving Celestial Dragons, Marine will definitely use Admiral's rhythm. At this time, neither Akainu nor Aokiji were at Marine headquarters. Then this task naturally fell on the head of Admiral Kizaru, the only salted fish at Marine headquarters. Just when Sengoku was in a state of panic, Kizaru actually walked in. I don't know if he came after getting the news or because he couldn't help himself. Sengoku saw that Kizaru's irritability was lessened. Although this guy Kizaru usually likes fishing. But the strength is still online after all. He is enough to deal with the Sabayati Archipelago. Sengoku stopped talking and directly informed Kizaru about the Sabayati Archipelago. Oh hey, it looks like I'm the only one who went there in person. Kizaru said intriguingly, but he usually doesn't pay attention to these things at all. Perhaps he knew that he was the only admiral left at the Marine headquarters, and it was impossible to fish. That's why I took the initiative to take on the task. But now that Kizaru is willing to take over this task, Sengoku's anxiety is indeed reduced a lot. At this time, the auction scene was already extremely chaotic. People rushed out. At this time, the white-haired old man who had been locked in the cage shook his head. "It seems I can't get any money out of blackmail today," he said, a little depressed. This old man is none other than Rayleigh. Because Luffy beat up the celestial dragons, everyone was anxious to escape. As a result, the auction had to be stopped. Knowing that he could no longer pretend, Rayleigh descended and shook off the shackles on his hands. Buzz! A powerful momentum flashed through the auction room. Everyone was frightened by this amazing momentum. Because under this momentum, everyone just felt out of breath. At this time, on the auction stage, Cammy's handcuffs were also shaken open by the momentum. Congratulations to host, for picking up Conqueror's Haki from Rayleigh. Lee Mew raised his eyebrows when he heard the system's message. What? Conqueror's Haki? I actually picked up Conqueror's Haki. He thought in shock. He even didn't quite believe the news he heard. Conqueror's Haki is a super Haki that only one person in a million can awaken. Anyone who can awaken Conqueror's Haki is the chosen one. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki is also a necessary condition for becoming a strong person. And the most important one is Conqueror's Haki. The top experts in the New World are all domineering grandmasters. Conqueror's Haki entanglement is not only extremely powerful, but also very restrained against ability users. In the top games of the New World, the party that knows Conqueror's Haki is innately suppressed by the party that cannot use Conqueror's Haki. It can be said that Conqueror's Haki is the entry requirement for becoming a king. As for the 4 emperors of the New World, which one is not the owner of Conqueror's Haki? Such a powerful ability, but now I can get it so easily. Lee Mew was overjoyed. At this time, all the pirates in the auction house also felt the power of Conqueror's Haki. They were all stunned at first, and then showed horrified expressions. Obviously the shock just now still lingers in their hearts. What is this? Nami said with some fear. The shocking feeling just now made him breathless for a long time. And that's just because Rayleigh didn't target them. Just slightly exposed some Conqueror's Haki to use to unlock the shackles. This alone has such a deterrent effect, which is enough to illustrate the power of Conqueror's Haki. Luo and Kid's eyes were filled with shock. Conqueror's Haki. At this time, Kami, the mermaid who was unshackled on the auction stage, was finally free. Uncle, thank you very much. She knew that the gray-haired old man in front of her had saved her, and she hurriedly thanked him. Luffy, who had just beaten the celestial dragons away, also discovered Rayleigh who had rescued Kami on the auction stage. Uncle, who are you? Luffy asked, very confused. Kid Luo, who had been in the dark at this time, had tremors in his pupils. The two recognized Rayleigh, the deputy on the Pirate King's ship, Rayleigh with the title of Pluton. There's a problem if you can't recognize him as a pirate. Kid and Luo shook their heads at the same time. Have you never heard of this guy, Pluton Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates? The two of them were very puzzled. After all, Rayleigh is not a small person. This is one of the superpowers of the old era. As the deputy of the Pirate King Roger, his name has already spread throughout the Evil Sea. You have made such a big fuss, have you figured out how to deal with the aftermath? First guess Marine has already surrounded the auction house. I'm waiting at the door for you to go out. Rayleigh looked at the pirates with a smile and said. He knew very well what the world government would do if the celestial dragons were beaten. It is estimated that it will be difficult for these pirates to leave this island now. Rayleigh felt a little regretful. These are all supernovas among pirates. If Marine were to end it like this, the losses to the pirates would inevitably be too great. Remember to come to the tavern to find me after you come out of here. Rayleigh said calmly. In the end, he wanted to help the Straw Hat Pirates, who were making a huge fuss. He didn't want the pirates' new star power to be wiped out by Marine. Rayleigh then left the place in a few flashes. At this time, Marine was already surrounded outside the auction house because Luffy beat up the celestial dragons. These Marines are Marine soldiers from the Marine branch of the Sabayati archipelago. They were ready. After all, the opponents are the supernovas who have the title of the most evil era among pirates. Don't dare to be careless at all. After Luffy beat up the celestial dragons, he found that everyone in the auction house was gone. By this time Kami had also been saved. Luffy was about to leave the auction house with the Straw Hat Pirates and his crew. But he had just walked out of the auction house. The group was surrounded by a large number of Marines. Why so many Marines? Nami said worriedly. Is it finally here? Luffy fought the celestial dragons after all. Robin said with some relief. She knew the history of celestial dragons very well, so she wasn't too puzzled by Marine's actions. Are we going to fight again? Zoro pulled out the sword on his body and said eagerly. Nami-chan, Robin-chan, I will protect you. When Sanji saw this, he knew his chance had come. Chapter 10. The Big Melee Begins, Crazy Attributes. 1063. Chapter 10. The Big Melee Begins, Crazy Attributes. Previous. Next. Chapter 10. The Big Melee Begins, Go Crazy and Pick Up Attributes. Outside the auction, the eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates were very determined. After all, there is no way to leave unless these Marines are dealt with. Luffy Zoro Sanji always looks eager to try. And Marine is also very nervous here. Facing Supernova, they were not sure of victory. While Luffy's group was confronting Marine, the other two groups also came out. The first to come out were the Heart Pirates led by Luo, who was wearing a felt hat. The crew members were all very confident and excited. It was obvious that they wanted to fight Marine. Bebo, the group favorite, even punched a few times on the spot, as if to warm up. Followed closely by the Kid Pirates. Kid walked out with a look of disdain. He didn't pay any attention to what Marine was seeing in front of him. Saw two other supernovas coming out. Luffy immediately noticed the different auras between the two of them. Kid also saw Luffy, the Straw Hat who started all this. The two people's eyes immediately met. Kid looked at Straw Hat Luffy with great disdain, his eyes full of mockery. Luffy raised an eyebrow. He felt the unfriendly aura from Kid. The two of them locked eyes with each other for a long time. Hey, that red guy over there, you're not allowed to do anything to these Marines without my permission. These Marines aren't enough for me to fight alone, Luffy said very arrogantly. Kid suddenly became furious after hearing what Luffy said. Straw Hat, don't be too arrogant. If I were to come, these Marines would only be a matter of one move. It's time for you Straw Hat Pirates to stop taking action. Let us, the Kid Pirates, clean up your mess. Kid's tone was very mocking. Luffy couldn't stand it after hearing it. Sparks and lightning seemed to emerge from the exchange of eyes between the two. Nami covered her forehead. Two childish ghosts. She shook her head and said in confusion. Hey, you two, who are you looking down on? It's better to leave these Marines to our Heart Pirates. Luo stood up and said, seeing another person competing for the opportunity to take action against Marine. Luffy and Kid looked over at the same time. At this time, the three Supernova captains also began to compete with each other. I am the leader of Supernova, you two should stay behind and help me carry my shoes. Kid directly used his Supernova ranking to overwhelm the two. We are all Supernovas, why are you pretending like this? When Luo arrived, Yi was not used to it and directly fought back. Whether it's the first or not, everything depends on strength. Luffy said directly back to Kid. Then the three of them saw that no one could speak to anyone, so they didn't say much. Just take Marine for comparison. In that case, let's see who defeats more Marines. Kid said with a laugh. Then Kid activates his ability directly. Magnetic Demon, Robot Arm. As Kid's ability was activated, all the metal on the field converged on his arm. At this time, Zoro also noticed that his three knives were not in control. He was also mobilized. What kind of ability is this? It even affects my sword. He thought with some confusion. But Zoro is a great swordsman after all, and he quickly suppressed the movements of the three swords with his own momentum. But Marine was not so lucky. There are nearly 10,000 Marine soldiers here. Their swords were drawn out by Kid's ability. At the same time, some pistols and cannons were also absorbed by Kid's ability. Marine didn't react until now and hurriedly protected the remaining weapons. But at this time, Kid's arm has been surrounded by these metal objects, turning into a very huge metal arm. Then he controlled the metal arm and punched the densely packed Marine in front of him. Suddenly hundreds of Marines were sent flying. Seeing Kid take action, Luffy and Luo were not idle either. Second gear. I saw pink steam coming out of Luffy's body. Entering the second gear mode, the speed is greatly increased. He used rubber fruit's elasticity to jump directly into the air. Rubber, machine gun. His fists rained down on the Marines. In an instant, hundreds of Marines were beaten to the ground. Room. Suddenly Luo activated his ability. A huge blue hood covered his surroundings. Slaughterhouse. I saw him waving the long knife in his hand. Suddenly, Marine's head and hands were separated for tens of meters, but nothing happened. He can even speak without his head leaving his body. At this time, a blow was struck, and the three captains were very satisfied with their performance. But at the same time, they also know that the other party does have some strength. With the action of the three captains, the three pirate groups also became more energetic. The war is about to break out. The crew members of various pirate groups did not rest and took action one after another. It can be seen that everyone is anxious to leave here. At this time, a handsome man slowly walked out of the auction house. I saw three pirate groups leaving the auction site one after another. Li Mu also followed quietly. At this time, he stayed aside and quietly picked up the attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of agility. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Li Mu hid aside and secretly picked up attributes. Watching the three supernovas keep taking action, attribute points kept falling. His eyes lit up. As expected of a supernova, the amount of attributes dropped is so cool. He was overjoyed. He had never encountered so many attribute drops before. At this time, the three supernovas took action, each time with 5,000 attribute points, which made him extremely happy. Before, there were only dozens and dozens of attribute points obtained in the tavern. As soon as these supernovas took action, they could match the attribute points he had picked up dozens of times. He was very happy. I wish I could get more Marines to keep adding attribute points to him. Congratulations to host, you picked up 500 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations host, you picked up 200 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100 points of vitality and blood attributes. As the war began, Marine also launched an offensive against the pirates. So in addition to the three supernova Marines, some attributes also dropped. But in comparison, Marine dropped less. But Li Mu is not discouraged. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He didn't dislike these attribute points with smaller values either, so he didn't let them go and picked them all up. And although the attribute points dropped by Marine are relatively small, but there are so many people who can't stand Marine. The information about attribute point drops is constantly refreshed in the system. Chapter 11 Picking up armament Haki, making too much money. 11/63. Chapter 11 Picking up armament Haki, making too much money. Previous. Next. Chapter 11 picked up armament Haki and made too much money. Although there are many Marines, Supernova is too powerful. At this time, Marine, who had nearly 10,000 people, was beaten back by 3 people. And Li Mu picked up the attributes at the side and he picked them up very quickly. Room. Slaughterhouse. Trafalgar. Luo activated his ability again and slashed out with one sword. Suddenly the screams of the Marines rang out. Congratulations host, you picked up armament Haki from Trafalgar. Luo. Li Mu quickly noticed this system message. What? Armament Haki? It's actually armament Haki. He was completely shocked. Armament Haki was obtained so easily. Armament Haki, one of the Conqueror's Haki, has the ability to harden. Although it is not the rarest among Conqueror's Haki, it is definitely the most practical Haki. It is also the nemesis of the Logia fruit. By overlaying it on the attack can hit Logia's Esper. At the same time, it can also greatly improve the body's defense when used to strengthen the body. The main thing is that armament Haki is not as rare as Conqueror's Haki. As long as you are willing to train hard, you will have a chance to achieve it. Because it is very common, it will be easier to pick up attribute points when the time comes. At this time, Li Mu's heart was filled with indescribable joy. After all, this is one of Conqueror's Haki. With the blessing of armament Haki, his strength will also be qualitatively improved. But then again, can these supernovas use Haki? Because we haven't reached New World yet. There are only a handful of people who can use Haki. Supernova's gang also didn't get a chance to come into contact with Conqueror's Haki. So Li Mu didn't understand why he could pick up Haki from the supernova. But think about it, he quickly realized that he was a supernova after all, and his strength was beyond words. Although the use of Haki at this time is estimated to be far from as proficient as it will be used in the future. But a little bit of fur can still be used. After thinking about these issues, Li Mu also showed an excited look. From the first time he started picking up attributes in the tavern to now, he has obtained 2 types of Conqueror's Haki. Now the only thing Haki has not obtained is observation. He was still very satisfied with the progress. After all, Haki is the most indispensable thing to become a top powerhouse. The absence of devil fruit does not prevent a person from becoming a strong person. After all, Roger, the Pirate King, was once a person without fruit abilities. The red-haired Shanks of New World's 4 emperors is also a guy without fruit abilities. And these people are all top-notch experts. So the importance of Haki can be imagined. But Li Mu also understands that now he has obtained 2-color Haki. But the level is low, and he only knows a little bit about it. So it is also very important to upgrade this 2-color Haki now. Conquerors is hard to come by, but the weapon color is still very promising. Li Mu thought very excitedly. He has even thought of himself as a top armament Haki owner. Once the weapon color was turned on, his whole body turned black, and Zai Chang's attacks were useless against him. He can even resist the attacks of fruit power users with this powerful armament Haki. Both Logia and Paramesh's unstoppable attacks are ineffective in the face of powerful weapons. The current battle is still going on. Rubber, giant pistol. Luffy bit his finger until it became huge. Then he punched out, and the powerful fist left a ravine on the ground. Countless Marines fell to the ground because of this monster. The Marines were even more frightened when they saw such a powerful move. At this time, the eyes of the 3 supernovas showed a fierce light. They were all a little bit red-eyed. On the one hand, it is because the 3 of them are constantly competing with each other. On the other hand, all 3 of them knew that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Although Luffy may not have thought of this, Kid and Luo knew exactly what celestial dragons represented. At the moment, these Marines are probably only here to intercept them. Marines' true combat power may well be on the way. After a short period of excitement, Li Mu continued to pick up attributes quietly. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of armament Haki attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of agility. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 200 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations host, you picked up 100 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100 points of physical skills. Those with attribute points reaching 5,000 are definitely from the 3 supernovas. And some attribute points worth hundreds or tens of thousands are estimated to come from Marines. Great, these supernovas have indeed been able to use armament Haki initially. Li Mu thought with some excitement. It turned out that when he picked up the attributes, he found that armament Haki was included in the account. At this time, he was extremely excited. With so many attribute points in his account, he could even feel that his strength was getting stronger. He clenched his fists and felt that his body was full of strength. This trip is really worth it. I can only say that Supernova is indeed a supernova, and ordinary pirates cannot compare with it. Li Mu thought with great excitement. Thinking of the pirates fighting in the Lenovo Tavern, every hit of the supernovas at Lenovo now has 5,000 attribute points. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The battle was nearing its end at this point. The crew members of the 3 pirate groups who originally planned to take action did not take action in the end. Because these nearly 10,000 Marines are not enough for 3 supernovas to take care of them. At this time, the 3 supernovas were fighting harder and harder, as if they were fighting for these Marines. Everyone is unwilling to lower their attack. Soon these Marines were wiped out by 3 supernovae. Everyone at the scene was stunned, and Luffy Kid, Luo and the other three walked away. Only the Marines were left lying on the ground wailing. These Marines are dead and injured. Even with a team of nearly 10,000 people, it was still a bit underwhelming in the face of Supernova's super strength. And Li Mu, who has been quietly picking up attributes from behind, is also making a lot of money. As the battle ended, Li Mu also understood that there would probably be no attribute points recorded in the next short period of time. So he opened the properties panel and checked it out. Character: Lin Yan. God level pickup system: Qi and Blood. LV10 86W 100W. Power: LV8 20W 80W. Agility: LV7 35W 70W. Physical skills: LV10 49W 100W. Armament Haki: LV3 5W 30W. Comprehensive evaluation: Marine Lieutenant Junior grade. Looking at the constantly improving panel, Li Mu couldn't help but grin. In just a short period of time, his panel attributes have been greatly improved. He also obtained Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Has my strength actually reached Lieutenant Junior grade level? Although the strength of Lieutenant Junior grade is still not good enough, he is very satisfied with being able to achieve such strength in a short period of time. Chapter 12 It's All Chaos. Successfully infiltrated Marine. 1263rds. Chapter 12 It's All Chaos. Successfully infiltrated Marine. Previous. Next. Chapter 12 It's All Chaos. Successfully infiltrated Marine. Outside the Sabayati Archipelago auction. After a great battle, only a broken scene remained. The originally magnificent auction house also had several big holes at this time. Outside the auction house there are huge craters created by the three supernovae. It can be seen that the destructive power of the three supernovas is still very strong. Meanwhile the ground was filled with unconscious Marines. These Marines were injured and unconscious. Marine has suffered so much loss in a short period of time. It can only be said that Supernova is still very strong. There are so many of these ordinary Marines that they are not worth mentioning. It is estimated that a Marine of Vice Admiral level can even come into contact with these supernovas. At this time, Li Mu had picked up the attributes and was extremely conspicuous among the many Marines. He was lost in thought. Suddenly looking at these unconscious Marines, he raised the corner of his mouth. A very bold idea came to his mind. Now the Celestial Dragons incident breaks out. The whole world is in shock. The world government is very angry and naturally wants to take action. At that time, world government will most likely exclude CP0 or Marine Admiral from coming to Sabayati Archipelago. This is not a safe place. But there is a force in the Sabayati Archipelago that everyone is in danger of, but it is not so dangerous. That's Marine. Marine is not the safest side, but it is also in an invincible position. After all, Marine belongs to one of the forces of the world government. Even if the world government wanted to wipe out everything on the Sabayati Archipelago, it would not be able to threaten Marine. And the best thing to do right now is to join Marine. This will avoid a lot of trouble. Otherwise, with Li Mu's current strength, it would be extremely troublesome for Marine to deal with him as a pirate. After all, Li Mu just wants to quietly pick up attributes, grow, and finally shock everyone. But now is not the time for him to show off. He needs to calm down and use the system to develop first. At this time, Li Mu looked at Marines all over the floor, and he decided to fish in troubled waters and blend into Marines. Then he can fish in troubled waters as a Marine soldier. While on the edge, I happily picked up attribute points. Thinking of this, Li Mu couldn't help but think of Ichiraku. There was also a smile on his lips. After all, there will be a huge melee soon. At that time, even strong men like Kizaru Rayleigh will have to leave the battle. What good things can I pick up then? The last observation Haki in Conqueror's Haki. Or the sparkling fruit with super speed. Even if you can't pick up these good things, a large number of attribute points are definitely indispensable. And it's very possible that Conqueror's Haki will get an upgrade. Needless to say, Armament Haki. Upgrading is a sure thing. When the melee breaks out, there are quite a few strong Haki warriors on Marine's side. Li Mu didn't hesitate when he thought about this. Straight away a Marine soldier was stripped naked. Then he put the Marine soldier's clothes on himself. Li Mu picked a Marine soldier who was about the same size as him. So the clothes fit me very well after putting them on. In addition, Li Mu does not have the murderous aura of a pirate. If he was Marine, no one would doubt him. Boom. Just when Li Mu was getting dressed, the sound of fighting came from the distance. He raised an eyebrow, knowing that there must be another fight. Is there another fight so soon? Li Mu thought with some confusion. Obviously the three supernovas just finished fighting here. Could it be that the troops sent by Marine headquarters have arrived? He was a little shocked that the troops from Marine headquarters arrived so quickly. All I can say is that Celestial Dragons is worthy of being Celestial Dragons. This level of importance. How long has it been since Luffy attacked Charles Saint-Germain? The troops sent by Marine headquarters have actually arrived. Since there is a battle happening, it is naturally impossible for Li Mu to miss it. There was excitement in his eyes. He hurried towards the place where the sound came from. He was very excited as he rushed all the way there. Great, there are attribute points to pick up again. This trip to Sabayati Archipelago was really worth it. Li Mu stars are full of contentment. Not to mention that Conqueror's Haki has already received Conquerors and weapon colors. Its own numerical values have also been greatly improved. And the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago has not yet reached its climax. Once Kizaru arrives, more melee will begin. Li Mu couldn't help but get excited when she thought about this. I'm really looking forward to it. As he spoke, he rushed towards the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. After arriving at the battlefield, Li Mu also saw the current situation clearly. He gasped. There are 6 supernovas here. Bonnie, Beige, Rouge, Hawkins, Drake, Apu. At this time, Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but have a golden light. These supernovae are extremely powerful. Once a battle occurs, a large amount of attribute points will be recorded. Benefits from supernovae have been reaped before. Li Mu understands that the attribute points that supernova can contribute are all 5,500 drops. At this time, the 6 supernovas were tightly surrounded by Marine. But there was confusion on their faces. But he didn't show any timid expression at all. Obviously they didn't know why so many Marines suddenly appeared and surrounded them. But they are not afraid of these Marines at all. These are extremely evil times. Representatives of the new era of pirates, Supernova. Hey, Marine, why did you suddenly attack us? Bonnie stepped forward and asked loudly. Although she is a supernova, Marine has 10,000 reasons to arrest her. But before, Marine didn't move at all. But suddenly he was so interested in the supernovas. Bonnie was very puzzled and stepped forward to ask. At this time Marine is led by a Commodore. With Commodore's leadership, these Marines won't be as easy to deal with as before. The Marshal has an order to capture Supernova. Marine Commodore didn't waste any time and directly issued the verdict. The 6 supernovas frowned when they heard this. There's nothing lying about this Marine Commodore. It seemed like Marine was really determined to deal with these supernovas. At this time, Marine followed Commodore's words and fell into a state of alert. The supernovas were also fully prepared and entered a fighting state. When the two sides were at war with each other, a handsome young man wearing a Marine soldier uniform sneaked into the Marine camp. This person is Li Mu. Sure enough, no one could recognize him wearing a Marine soldier's uniform. In addition, Sabayati Archipelago has already become a mess. No one cares about a Marine's true identity. Li Mu felt happy, saying that he might not be able to use his identity as a Marine soldier for a long time. And he will be able to pick up attribute points from Supernova's battle with Marine right away. The battle between Marine and the 6 supernovas is about to begin. Chapter 13 6 Supernovas vs Marine. 1363. Chapter 13 6 Supernovas vs Marine. Previous. Next. Chapter 13 6 Supernovas vs Marine. A pedestrian street in Sabayati Archipelago. On the wide area, 6 supernovas were tightly surrounded by Marines. The two sides fell into a confrontation for a while. Marine Commodore saw the supernovas looking fearless. I couldn't help but feel angry. Did you take our Marine as an explanation? There must be a price to pay for such contempt for Marine. Load and aim. Marine Commodore gave orders to the Marines. Marine in the front row quickly squatted down and aimed the gun in his hand at the 6 supernovas. Marine in the back row also took a step forward and aimed his gun at the supernovas. All Marines move in unison. He is indeed a well-trained elite Marine soldier. At this time, all Marines drew their guns and locked onto the 6 supernovas. Li Mu was stunned when he saw this picture. Because he is also one of the Marines at this time. The Marines around me all made the same move. But he was the only one who stayed where he was. This makes him look a bit naive. In order to perfectly play his identity as Marine, Li Mu hurriedly took down the weapon behind him. He followed the example of the Marines around him. Finally, the gun was pointed at 6 supernovas. He was speechless. Originally, I just planned to simply play the role of a Marine soldier. I never thought I would encounter something like this again. Fortunately, he moved quickly enough, so the secret was probably not exposed. It seems that every walk of life has its own difficulties. A simple Marine soldier is not as simple as he seems. This kind of consistent action cannot be achieved even after several years of training. I'll shoot them and kill them, Marine Commodore said in a serious tone. Supernova has always put on an indifferent face, and he can't stand it anymore. Choo-choo-choo. As the Marine Commodore gave the order, bullets were fired like a hail of bullets. When Li Mu saw the Marine soldiers around him making new moves, he hurriedly imitated them. He straightened the weapon's posture and immediately pulled the trigger. Although Li Mu had never used a gun, she wondered how difficult it could be. Isn't it just a matter of holding it in your hand, aiming and pulling the trigger? Isn't this just a matter of having hands? He thought that guns generally have recoil, and he had to hold them steady. Otherwise, when the time comes to make a joke, your identity will most likely be exposed. Oh, it seems that disguise is also an art form. Li Mu complained in his heart. As the Marines continued to fire bullets, he also knew that he had to take action immediately. He held the gun steady and imitated other Marines in pulling the trigger. But the moment he pulled the trigger, the gun fell apart because he held it too tightly. Oops, you used too much force. Li Mu was shocked. His expression was very strange at this time. After all, it would be uncomfortable for anyone to have such an embarrassing thing happen to them. He was extremely depressed. Walk you forgot to improve your strength. His strength improved too quickly, and he hadn't had time to adapt. That's why this situation occurs. Because he picked up a lot of attributes before, Li Mu's power is no longer comparable to what it was before. At this time, his power had already surpassed that of ordinary people. He subconsciously used force and the gun fell apart. Junk weapons, inferior weapons. What a piece of shit. Li Mu kept complaining. The supernovas didn't just stare blankly, they watched the Marines attack and they also came forward to meet them. Facing the bullets like raindrops, the supernovas each began to show their strength. Bonnie used his flexible body to dodge these bullets. Drake frowned as he looked at the large number of bullets and turned into a stegosaurus. Zone ancient species. Marine Commodore recognized it quickly. The bullet hit Drake's solid skin without leaving even a trace. Barouge just smiled faintly when he saw the bullet coming. Then his body began to swell. Those plump muscles seemed to explode. Karma. The bullets hitting his body had no effect at all. Instead, many Marines fell down inexplicably. Hawkins directly turned into a scarecrow monster. The bullets passed through his body but did not cause any harm to him. Apu took out 2 musical instruments. The sound from the instrument formed sound waves that directly intercepted the bullets attacking him in midair. Bej hung his cigar and his eyes turned cold. Then let's see who has more troops. He said coldly. Let the countless bullets hit his body. Those bullets were like hitting rocks. It was impossible to cause any harm to him. I saw several doors suddenly opened in Bej's body. You can faintly see a villain setting up a cannon at the door. Boom, boom. The cannonball, which was originally about the same size as a grain of rice, quickly grew in size after leaving Bej's body. It became the size of a normal cannonball. Then it landed where Marine was. Suddenly countless Marines were blasted away. After just one confrontation, Marine was already at a disadvantage. At this time, Marine Commodore, who was originally confident, was also a little worried. Even bullets can't work on some supernovae, so what can we do? Bring the cannon up, Marine Commodore said hurriedly. While these supernovae remain in place now, Marine Commodore decided to give them a big one. But not before the cannon was installed. The monster-like scarecrow has entered Marine's camp. The scarecrow monster is naturally the guy Hawkins. He waved his arm, and dozens of Marines were immediately sent flying. Wow wow wow. Apu didn't know what he was chanting. But explosions kept ringing out in the Marine. It's this guy Apu who uses sound waves to create explosions. Marine was made miserable by what he did. After Derek has transformed, he will not take action unless a Marine takes the initiative to attack him. Bonnie raised his eyebrows and jumped directly into Marine. She was seen touching Marine along the way. Suddenly, countless Marines turned into crying children. Many Marines have turned into gray-haired old men. After Arouge laughed, he charged towards Marine with a bison-like attitude. Suddenly, countless Marines were knocked away by him. The scene was very tragic at this time. Marine's side is completely at a disadvantage. Just 6 supernovas made Marine very uncomfortable. But there are as many as 20,000 Marines here. Relying on the huge advantage in numbers, Marine was inextricably tied up with the supernovas. But if this continues, it will only be a matter of time before Marine loses. Chapter 14 Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is ready. 1463. Chapter 14 Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is ready. Previous. Next. Chapter 14 Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is ready. The battle between the 6 supernovas and Marine was very chaotic. But in general, the supernovas are still suppressing the Marines with extremely powerful strength. Congratulations to host, you picked up 3,500 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 3,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 4,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 250 points of physical skills. The sound of message refreshing is heard in the system again. Looking at the attribute points played by these supernovas, almost all of them are above 3,000. Although there is a lot of difference between Luffy, Luo and Kid. But those 3 people are the top ones among the supernovas after all. The bounty is also far ahead. Moreover, although it is not as good as the 3 of them, it is not far behind. What's more, there are a lot of people taking action here at this time, and the news of attribute point drops is even overwhelming. Although Bonnie and his group of 6 are not as strong as Luffy and others, they are still not something that these Marines can touch. The 6 of them and their sheer strength crushed Marine. Li Mu is not stupid and has no intention of taking action. He has been wandering on the outermost edge, with no intention of attracting hatred. Bonnie takes action, changing Marine's age quite a bit each time. Either he becomes a baby with no fighting ability or he becomes a gray-haired old man. Seeing Bonnie's strange ability, Li Mu couldn't help but frown. Because his current strength is not enough to resist such a strange fruit ability. There's no telling what he would become if Bonnie really touched him. Thinking of this, Li Mu became even more fearful. He had no intention of joining the fight. Isn't it nice of him to quietly pick up attributes? He didn't want to become a baby or an old man. It would be easier if there was a strong enough armament Haki. But at this time, his armament Haki's training has obviously not reached the point where he can offset the fruit's ability. At this time, Hawkins also transformed into a terrifying scarecrow monster, killing everyone in the Marine camp. Countless crows ruthlessly harvest the lives of Marines. Only Drake was still defending, with no intention of taking action. Bej even summoned a cavalry team directly from his body. These little cavalry figures turned into life-size figures the moment they landed. With the sound of fighting, he rushed towards Marine's camp. Marine was stunned for a moment. These cavalry were 1 against 100, and for a while they were somewhat invincible. The rest of the supernovas were pretty much the same, crushing Marine with their extreme strength. The sonic offensive here at Apu is getting stronger and stronger, and countless Marines are blown away by the sonic bombardment. Not to mention getting close to Apu, even Marine who was dozens of meters away was attacked mercilessly by him. Arouge's body is getting bigger and bigger, and every time he punches, he sends Marines flying dozens of meters away. But there are simply too many Marines. For a while, he was fighting back and forth with 6 supernovas. However, this numerical advantage is short-lived after all. As the number of people continued to decrease, it was only a matter of time before Marine was defeated. At this time, Countless Marines were seen on the battlefield rushing towards the supernovas. I was beaten to pieces every time. Congratulations to host, you picked up observation Haki from Bonnie. The message from the system immediately caught Lee Mu's attention. What? I actually saw Haki. Did I hear correctly? Lee Mu was deeply shocked. Observation Haki, one of Conqueror's Haki, is currently the last piece of Lee Mu's Conqueror's Haki puzzle. Not as rare as Conqueror's, and not as necessary as armor colors. But it is an ability that is completely indispensable. Grandmaster Observation Haki can make people's 5 senses very sharp, able to predict dangers in advance and avoid them. Even if you are stronger, you can predict the enemy's offensive. Of course, there are also people who have cultivated their knowledge to a very powerful level and can predict the future. A golden light flashed in Lee Mu's eyes. He couldn't be more happy now. Conqueror's Haki gathers together and it's only a matter of time before they become strong. He recalled getting the Conqueror's Haki in the auction house. He was so excited at that time that he even got the rarest Conqueror's Haki. At that time he thought his luck was extremely good. Haki obtained the Conquerors so easily. Originally, he thought that the weapon color and observation Haki would not be so easy to obtain. But he didn't expect that not long after, armament Haki and observation Haki were also acquired by him. Now he couldn't contain the joy in his heart. Although he was very excited, he had more thoughts at this time. Conqueror's Haki is assembled, but when can I pick up the devil fruit? He thought with some anticipation in his heart. Although it is said that as long as you practice Conqueror's Haki to the highest level, you can become the strongest. But having one more devil fruit ability is also a great thing. I really want a devil fruit. It's better to have something of the level of Nika, Magma, Junjun, and Nen. This time it has to be something like shining and freezing. Lee Mu fantasized in her heart. But all he thought about were the top fruit abilities in the pirate world. It's not easy to get. At this time, the battle was still going on. Although Marine's side had a large number of people, they still could not stop this group of supernovas. Lee Mu pretended to be an ordinary Marine soldier and stayed at the outermost edge. Because there were so many Marines, no one noticed his situation. So at this moment, he is ruthlessly harvesting the attribute points generated from the battle between Supernova and Marine. Congratulations to host, you picked up 4,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 3,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 200 points of energy and blood attributes. ... Well, that's great, but as the battle continues, Marine's decline is inevitable. Especially Bonnie, Bej and others. The powerful fruit ability can crush Marine's offensive. Lord Commodore, we can hardly resist it. The Marine soldiers were miserable. They all reported to Commodore. At this time, only about half of the nearly 20,000 Marine soldiers remained. Due to the decrease in the number of Marines, the pressure on Marines is also increasing. Marine Commodore also found that its own advantage was getting smaller and smaller. Many Marines have even become somewhat demoralized. He hurriedly stepped forward to stabilize the morale of the army. Don't panic, everyone, Master Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma will be here soon. Marine Commodore said loudly, wanting to awaken everyone's fighting spirit in this way. Chapter 15 Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. 1563. Chapter 15 Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. Previous. Next. Chapter 15 Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. The supernovas fought more and more fiercely. With the decline in the number of people, Marine has found it difficult to support itself. And how could the supernovas be willing to let go of such a good opportunity? I saw 6 supernovas pressing forward step by step, while Marine was also losing ground. Oops, these supernovas are getting stronger and stronger. Marine Commodore said very worriedly. As the commander on the field, he was always paying attention to the situation at hand. Previously, Marine had a large number of people and could barely fight the 6 supernovas back and forth. However, after several battles, when the number of Marines was reduced to half, the battle was already very difficult. Now the battle is still going on, and the number of Marines is still decreasing. Damn Supernova, why haven't Marines supports come yet? Marine Commodore, who was originally very calm, now became a little anxious. After all, Once these Marine soldiers are dealt with, it will be his turn. He just has some strength in command, and he can't really make a few moves against Supernova. Even the Marine Commodore was somewhat repelled, let alone these Marine soldiers. At this time, the morale of the Marines dropped greatly. Many Marines have even lost the energy to fight. So strong. There is absolutely no chance of defeat. Haha, that's it. There is no hope if we continue fighting. The Marines said, extremely depressed. As the Supernovas launched powerful attacks again and again, these Marines knew that they could not be their opponents. Seeing that Marine was about to retreat, suddenly a laser shot from a distance. Deep ravines were created wherever the laser passed. And this laser is heading towards 6 supernovae. So it didn't hurt the Marine soldiers. The supernovas who were originally concentrating on fighting also hurriedly avoided after noticing this powerful laser. At this time, all the 6 supernovas looked nervous. Frowning, he searched for the source of the laser. The power caused by the previous laser shocked them enough. What's going on? What is this powerful laser? Is it some new weapon from Marine? Bonnie thought with some confusion. After all, this was her first time seeing such a powerful laser. Wow, 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 what a powerful laser, Apu said while singing, but the nervous expression in his eyes could not be concealed. At this time, Bej frowned even more. Such power is difficult for even his fortress fruit to resist. The other supernovae also showed horrified expressions. Only Drake looked thoughtfully at the traces left by the laser. At this moment, a tall man suddenly walked out on the horizon. Exactly what Bartholomew Kuma looks like. Seeing the person coming, Marine immediately became excited. This is Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. What Shichibukai is really here? It's good now, we are saved. The Marine soldiers shouted excitedly. They know the power of Shichibukai. Although Supernova is very powerful, it is still far inferior to Shichibukai. And it's not even bad at all. Shichibukai's strength is definitely between Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Admiral. And these supernovas are just newly rising pirates after all. It is estimated that it is enough to face Marine Vice Admiral, let alone Shichibukai. At this time, the Marines knew that Shichibukai had come to support them, and they had already determined that the Marine side would win. Great, we really have Shichibukai to support us. These supernovae are going to suffer a lot now. We will definitely win, the Marines said excitedly, but Marine Commodore was hesitant to speak. Forget it, let's not damage everyone's morale. Hopefully there will be a good ending. He said, a little depressed. It seems that he is still not very optimistic about the battle situation in front of him. Seeing the arrival of Shichibukai, the expressions of the Supernova gang also changed. At this time Bonnie, Bej, Apu and others looked very ugly. Although they are called supernovae, only they know how much they weigh. This is the Shichibukai that resounds throughout the Grand Line. Absolutely powerful player. Not to mention there's 6 supernovae here, even 11 supernovae are estimated to be here. But now that the battle with Shichibukai is inevitable, the 6 people had no choice but to muster up their courage and prepare to take action. Although there is a high probability that he cannot defeat Shichibukai, he cannot lose in terms of momentum. Shichibukai, this is going to be a bit difficult, Apu said timidly. It was the first time for Apu to face Shichibukai, and it was obvious that he was still very nervous. HMPH, what Shichibukai, they're just Marines lackeys. Bonnie said with great disdain. I agree too. Bej Karma is Kaido. Aruj looked at Bartholomew Kuma with piercing eyes. It can be seen that his desire to fight is very strong. At this time, Hawkins took out a deck of cards. The divination says that I will not die today, he said in a calm tone. Only Drake said nothing. He even wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is this a supernova? You really look like you have never seen the world, he complained in his mind. It turns out that Drake saw that the Bartholomew Kuma in front of him was not his true form at all. It is a marine weapon developed by Vegapunk, a pacifist. And because he had stayed at Marine headquarters in his early years, he had seen research on pacifists with his own eyes. As a super undercover agent dispatched by Marine, Drake still has a very high vision. He knows a lot about Marine very well, although just a clone of Bartholomew Kuma, a pacifist. But it's also very powerful. Because they could not recognize each other, the several supernovas all used their strongest strength to face Bartholomew Kuma in front of them. Hey, everyone, please show your momentum and strength. Otherwise we will most likely end up here. Bonnie could see that Supernova was a little unsure and hurriedly encouraged him. That's right. Since there is no way to escape, then we will use all our strength. Beige also said with great agreement. Wow wow wow, ah poo poo poo. Who has not experienced life and death many times, will I be afraid? Apu sang a verse first and then said. At this time, the Supernovas all looked at Bartholomew Kuma in front of them with serious expressions. In the tense atmosphere of everyone, Bartholomew Kuma fired a powerful laser cannon directly from his mouth. The laser is very terrifying, turning everything it passes into ashes. Then the laser cannon locked onto the Supernovas like a blanket. At this time, the Supernovas suddenly felt the pressure doubled. After all, if you were caught by this laser, your life would probably be at risk. Even the Supernovas, who were called the Evil Era, were tired of dealing with Bartholomew Kuma in front of them. Because fear still affected them. Chapter 16 The Pacifist takes action, all because of his attributes. 1663. Chapter 16 The Pacifist takes action, all because of his attributes. Previous. Next. Chapter 16 The Pacifist takes action, it's all attributes. Just when the Supernovas faced off against Bartholomew Kuma, Li Mu was still on the outer edge of Marine's team. After picking up the dropped attributes, he finally came to his senses and noticed Bartholomew Kuma. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at Bartholomew Kuma, who was shooting lasers from his mouth. What the hell is this Shichibukai? Isn't this Marine's war weapon, a pacifist? Li Mu said, very disappointed. Seeing the reactions of Marine and the Supernovas, he originally thought that Shichibukai was really coming. In the end, he turned out to be a pacifist. He couldn't help but cover his forehead. As a longtime pirate fan, the moment Bartholomew Kuma shot a laser in the air, he recognized the identity of the pacifist. Of course he knew about this so-called pacifist. Designed by genius scientist Vegapunk. Modified according to Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma's body, giving it a powerful body. And this is also the big killer weapon that Marine has been studying with great concentration in recent years. It can be called Marine's secret weapon. As a humanoid weapon developed by Marine for many years, the pacifist is quite destructive. Although this is the first time that Marine has been photographed fighting, Li Mu knows the terror of pacifists. Congratulations to host, you picked up 7,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. With the pacifist laser attack, the system also sent messages. The attribute points dropped are higher than those of Supernova. But let me tell you something, the attributes that are revealed are much stronger than those of Supernovas. Li Mu said with golden eyes. Who cares if he is a real Shichibukai? As long as it provides enough attribute points, it's good. He was very excited, even though Shichibukai himself did not come. But this Harpingist turns out to be able to provide attribute points. It would be better to say that if Shichibukai really comes and kills all these Supernovas instantly, he may not be able to get many attribute points. I saw the super destructive power of pacifists. A bad feeling flashed in the eyes of the 6 Supernovas. They started looking at each other. Finally, they all silently came to a conclusion in their hearts. That means they must join forces. Otherwise, it is very likely that the entire army will be annihilated. Everything is explained here. The 6 Supernovas nodded and began to join forces to fight against the enemy. Although Drake doesn't really want to take action, he is also afraid that his identity will be exposed. So he also followed several other Supernovas to attack the enemy. Rouge, the most powerful one, took the lead in attacking the pacifists. He roared and rushed towards the pacifists, driving them back a few steps. At this time, the pacifist detected that someone was attacking him and also turned on the protection mode. A flash of light suddenly appeared on the palm of my hand. The Supernovas were a little surprised to see this. It turns out this guy can also shoot lasers from his hands. Seeing that Rouge was in danger, Apu quickly used his ability to trigger a sonic explosion in the hands of the pacifist. Boom! There was an explosion, but the laser shot out anyway. But fortunately it was shot crookedly. Rouge was very nervous before, and there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. Beige saw that the pacifist offensive was falling, and there seemed to be some space between them. He hurriedly summoned the villain in his body and launched a bombardment at the pacifists. Rouge also hurriedly cooperated when he saw this. Pushing the pacifists to the place where the shelling was, he quickly evaded it. Boom! As the shelling sounded, the ground was filled with smoke and dust. As the smoke cleared, the pacifist's body was gradually revealed. "How's it going? Was it successful?" Bonnie said anxiously. At this time, the pacifist's clothes had been damaged a lot by the successive attacks. But the pacifist's body was not seriously damaged. Seeing that the pacifist was completely unharmed, he stood up. Bonnie hurriedly stepped forward and clamped his head between his legs. Bonnie uses the ability directly, but it has no effect on pacifist. It doesn't work. How can this be? The fruit's ability, which usually never works once it's exposed to it, actually doesn't work now. This surprised Bonnie. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. The pacifist also noticed the little girl riding on his head. Turn around and prepare to shoot the laser upward. Everyone was shocked to see the pacifists preparing to launch a laser attack on Bonnie again. Fortunately, Drake will take action. His power is astonishing when he transforms into a dinosaur. Knock the pacifists away. The laser shot was deflected as a result. Bonnie also hurriedly distanced himself from the pacifists. After a brief battle, although Supernova used all its strength, but it also caused considerable damage to pacifists. At this time, the Supernovas were no longer as afraid of the Shichibukai in front of them as before. Of course, Drake was shot in Supernova, and no one knew that the Shichibukai in front of them was actually Marine's humanoid weapon pacifist. At this time, the Marines watching the battle looked a little confused. What's going on? These Supernovas are actually fighting Shichibukai back and forth. Isn't this possible? Logically speaking, Shichibukai is much stronger than Supernova. This is a completely equal situation. The Marines were very puzzled. Although these Supernovae are known as extremely evil times, but he's not strong enough to fight Shichibukai back and forth. Are they really that strong? We are facing Shichibukai. Congratulations to host. You picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 2,500 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 3,500 points of energy and blood attributes. At this time, it was seen that the battle between the pacifist and the Supernova dropped a large number of attributes. He picked it up hurriedly and silently. Is this pacifist so awesome? If there were a few more planes, wouldn't I take off? Li Mu thought very excitedly. Because pacifists contribute too many attribute points. Twice as much as dropped by a supernova. But at this moment Li Mu suddenly had a change of thought. He realized a problem. That means the pacifists are here. Where is Mr. Kizaru? After all, he has always been looking forward to Kizaru. As one of Marine's 3 admirals, Kizaru's strength is undeniable. Even a mere pacifist can explode with such high attributes in a fight with a supernova. Then Marine Admiral will take action personally to repay it. Won't you be able to pick up more attributes by then? And it would be even better if sparkling fruit could be dropped. And the drop of attribute points must be at least 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. After all, that is Marine's peak combat power. Chapter 17 Marine Admiral Kizaru appears. 1763. Chapter 17 Marine Admiral Kizaru appears. Previous. Next. Chapter 17 Marine Admiral Kizaru appears. On a small island in the Sabayati archipelago. Marine's huge warship just arrived. Kizaru stepped on the cannonballs from the warship to land. Oh hey, can I ask for directions? Kizaru, who was still above the cannonball, suddenly appeared next to a passerby pirate. At this time, the passerby pirate was almost frightened. Who asked for directions? It's Marine Admiral Kizaru. At this time, the battle between the Supernovas and the pacifists continued on the pedestrian street. After knowing that the Shichibukai in front of me was not as scary as imagined, the Supernovas also began to attack boldly. Rouge relies on powerful force to restrain the actions of the pacifists. Beige and Apu relied on long-range attacks to attack. Drake, Bonnie, Hawkins, etc. are constantly trying to contain the surroundings, attracting the attention of pacifists. Reduce the pressure on those fighting at the front. Apu. With another sonic attack from Apu, the pacifist finally couldn't hold on and fell down. Seeing this, the supernovas who had been restraining them rushed forward and dealt a fierce blow to the pacifists. Although Bonnie's abilities don't work, as a supernova she doesn't just rely on her abilities to make a living. Her physical attacks are still very powerful. I saw her fists and feet attacking continuously. Bang bang bang. It all fell on the pacifists. Although Drake is Marines undercover, the defeat of the pacifists is inevitable at this time. He is no longer sparing any effort. A fierce offensive was launched directly towards the pacifists. His ability to grow fruits in ancient times was fully utilized by him. The claws of the transformed dinosaur kept attacking the pacifist. Great harm was done to the pacifists. The originally extremely solid skin was also sliced open by the sharp blade. Urouge even punched with all his strength. Bang bang. Every punch is like hitting the iron body. After these close combat supernova attacks fell, the pacifists were also knocked away. At this time, Bej, AP, Hawkins and the other three saw this and activated their abilities directly. Suddenly, the sound waves of artillery shells and crow attacks fell on the pacifists. The Marines who had been watching the battle gasped. They always have a bad feeling. Under such a series of attacks, can Shichibukai still be able to withstand it? Although the pacifist defense is very strong. But he couldn't stand the supernova's successive attacks. With a creaking sound, the pacifist finally lost consciousness. The pacifist's originally shining eyes were completely gone now. Under the sunglasses is a pair of eyes without light. At this time, several supernovae were also breathing heavily. It seems that destroying the pacifists in front of them still consumes a lot of their energy. Finally, kill him. There are no surprises now, right? If you can still get up like this, then there's really nothing you can do about it. Bonnie gasped. Under this continuous attack, most of her physical strength had been used up. And she felt that the attacks were all on Bartholomew Kuma. Marine, who had been watching the battle, widened his eyes when he saw this scene. I feel numb. Why is Shichibukai so powerful? Did they really take care of the Shichibukai? That's Lord Bartholomew, the Marines said in disbelief. Although the Marines were very reluctant to believe it, the fact was that the pacifists were really defeated. At this time, the pacifist lying on the ground had not moved for a long time. Shichibukai's strength. Is that all? Bonnie whispered in confusion. He, that's all. I don't know what those people have to say about this Marine lackey. Urouge said calmly. It seemed that defeating the Shichibukai in front of him was a simple matter for him. That's right. Apu also agrees with everyone's views. It was obvious that after defeating the Shichibukai in front of them, no one took Shichibukai seriously. Although Shichibukai's strength is recognized in this sea. But after all, we are working under the world government. He is obviously a pirate but loyal to the world government, which makes everyone who is also a pirate very dissatisfied. But due to the Shichibukai's strength, most pirates can't do anything to them. Drake broke into an embarrassed sweat. Haven't these guys seen it yet? He couldn't help it anymore and complained in his mind. As Marine's undercover agent, he already knew that what was in front of him was just a fake Shichibukai. It is Marine's humanoid weapon pacifist. And there is more than one humanoid weapon Marine like this. That is to say, there happened to be only one here, otherwise it would not be that simple for them to solve it. Bej, who had been thinking at this time, came to the fallen pacifist and looked at it carefully. Glancing at the pile of parts popping out of the pacifist's body, he couldn't help but take a breath. He realized that the Shichibukai couldn't possibly have parts on it. Combined with how easily they defeated Bartholomew Kuma as a Shichibukai, he came to his final conclusion. You don't really think that this guy is Shichibukai? Bej said very deeply. At this moment, Bej felt very upset. Sure enough, Shichibukai isn't that easy to defeat, isn't it? After hearing Bej's words, everyone was attracted by his words. Only then did all the supernovas come to their senses. After seeing the parts and arcs on the pacifist's body, they also understood. The Shichibukai in front of me is just a reformed person. It wasn't the real Shichibukai they defeated. Everyone had different expressions, feeling that their previous happiness was not worth it. So it turns out that what they went through so much effort to defeat was just a fake Shichibukai. Bonnie was the first to recover from his depression. No matter what happens, let's kill these Marines first. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she said immediately. By this time, the Marines had already lost their fighting spirit. The courage he had finally gained from Shichibukai was all gone at this moment. Seeing the supernovas pressing closer and closer, the Marines even lost the desire to fight. Li Mu, who had been watching in the Marine camp, was stunned for a moment. Damn it, I'm not going to be killed by these supernovas too, he thought a little worriedly. After all, he was wearing a Marine uniform at this time. He can also be considered a member of Marine. And despite obtaining Conqueror's Haki, various attributes have also been greatly improved. But his current strength is not very strong. At least in the face of supernova knowledge is completely insufficient. If he continues like this at this time, he will probably be dealt with by supernova. Oh hey, even the pacifists were killed. You supernovas are really scary. Just then, Kizaru arrived. Chapter 18 Marines Top Combat Power, Admiral Kizaru. 1863. Chapter 18 Marines Top Combat Power, Admiral Kizaru. Previous. Next. Chapter 18 Marines Top Combat Power, Admiral Kizaru. Hearing this very strange sound, Marine and the supernovas all looked over in wonder. What caught his eye was a very wretched-looking uncle. At this time, the man wearing Marine Admiral robes was standing not far away. The moment she saw this man, Marine, who was originally demoralized, immediately cheered up. Admiral, it's Admiral. The Admiral is coming. The Marines were so excited that they kept shouting Admiral. Marine Admiral is extremely important to Marine. As the highest combat power of Marine, countless Marines regard Admiral as Marine's flagship. If Sengoku is Marine's marshal, then the Admirals are Marine's weapons. The strength of Marine Admiral is also comparable to New World's 4 Emperors. It is the real core of Marine's combat power. Now that Admiral is here, it makes sense that no matter how big the trouble is, it will be solved. In the minds of Marine soldiers, Admiral is the person who can solve all problems. Since Marine was founded 800 years ago, Marine Admiral has been the core position of Marine. Even the Marine Vice Admiral is just a preparation for training. In this era where the strong is king, the importance of Admiral is really great. Because pirates cannot be solved by Marine's numerical suppression. On the contrary, some extremely powerful pirates must rely on top personal combat power to completely solve them. Therefore, Marine's resources will also be tilted towards those with talent. As one of the 3 Marine Admirals of this era, Kizaru's talent is beyond doubt. He showed extraordinary talent during his earliest Marine training. Although he is lazy, he always gets praise from the Marine seniors. He even later obtained the right to use sparkling fruit with his talent recognized by countless people. In other words, Kizaru is not powerful because of the sparkling fruit. But it was because of the powerful Kizaru that sparkling fruit was born. But Kizaru is a natural fisherman. There is always a sense of mismatch between sparkling fruit, a fruit that provides ultimate speed, and Kizaru. The supernovae also noticed this strange sound. Looking at it, his pupils suddenly contracted. Oops, why is Admiral here? The shock in the hearts of the supernovas could not be greater. This is Marine Admiral, why come to a place like Sabayati Archipelago? Logically speaking, the Marine Admiral will only appear in the New World in addition to guarding the Marine headquarters. Now it actually appears in a small place like Sabayati Archipelago. At this time, the supernovas thought of Marine's anomaly today. After all, Sabayati Archipelago doesn't usually have so many Marines. There will be no humanoid weapons like pacifists. Now even Marine Admiral is here. Why is Marine acting like this? Even Admiral came forward. What happened? The supernovas thought in confusion. They are the supernovas of an era called extreme evil. But even so, their sins were not serious enough to require the Marine Admiral to be dispatched. And they also came to Sabayati Archipelago to go to the New World. Not long after they landed on the island, the supernovas at this time were completely unaware of what was going on. Although I don't know what happened on this island, that would make Marine launch such a large-scale operation. But now Supernova understands that their biggest difficulty is coming. This is Marine Admiral, not to mention fighting. They probably even had trouble escaping. The supernovas still know their own weight very well. If Shichibukai and the others could survive, then Marine Admiral and the others didn't even have a chance to make a move. After all, this is a powerful person they have never come into contact with since they went to sea. After all, this is only the first half of the Grand Line. Meeting a Marine Vice Admiral is enough for these supernovas to drink a bottle. Seeing Marine Dispatch Admiral at this time, the supernovas can be said to be very worried about their future. It is very likely that I really have to explain it here. Bonnie looked at Kizaru in front of him and was speechless. His face was already covered with sweat from nervousness. She felt like her limbs were aroused by Kizaru's presence. No matter how hard she tried to move, it was to no avail. And all this was caused by her being nervous because she was afraid of Kizaru. Although Bonnie's situation is not optimistic, but other supernovae look pretty much the same. Apu was shocked and wanted to use his ability to escape, but he didn't dare. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he offended Marine Admiral. And he wasn't very confident in his ability to go faster than Kizaru, who was known for his speed. Bej was so shocked that he couldn't even put his cigar steady. The cigar fell unconsciously from his mouth. It's actually Marine Admiral, he said in great surprise. As the oldest among the supernovas, Bej fully understands the strength represented by Marine Admiral. This is a strength that these supernovas cannot currently match. Hawkins quickly took out his divination tools and began to divine. But his movements are no longer as skillful as before. Because of his nervousness, he even kept making mistakes during the divination process. Fortunately, the divination process was finally completed. The divination shows that I will not die today. Hawkins let out a long sigh of relief and let go of the heavy pressure. The least stressful among the supernovas is Drake. As Marine's undercover agent, all he had to do was reveal his identity if Kizaru really wanted to kill him. Besides, as a senior executive of Marine, Kizaru is likely to know his identity. So even facing Marine Admiral Drake at this moment is not as anxious as the others. At this time, Li Mu, who had been hiding behind to pick up attributes, was overjoyed. Good guy, Mr. Kizaru is finally here, he thought very excitedly. You must know that he has been waiting for this opportunity for too long. From the moment he entered the tavern, he was thinking about Sabayati Archipelago's trip. The most important thing was to see Admiral Kizaru take action. Then get Conqueror's Haki, but even so, he was still eager to see Kizaru take action. In this way, his various attribute points will definitely experience a skyrocketing increase. Because a strong man of Kizaru's level can definitely gain more attribute points than before. Very rare items such as Conquerors and Devil Fruit are no longer luxury attribute points. He waited too long, so much so that Li Mu was very excited at this moment. After all, his plan at Sabayati Archipelago was to see Kizaru take action. Picked up attribute points from Kizaru. I saw golden light shining in his eyes. Let him see what kind of strength Marine Admiral has. Chapter 19 Kizaru takes action, Apu suffers. 1963. Chapter 19 Kizaru takes action, Apu suffers. Previous. Next. Chapter 19 Kizaru takes action, Apu suffers. After confirming that the person coming was Marine Admiral Kizaru, the shock in the hearts of everyone present could not be recovered for a long time. After all, the supernovas are pirates of the new era. His personality is also very bad. Although I was already very worried in my heart, I would not give in no matter what. Anyway, even if the sky falls, there is still a mouth to hold on to, and no one can compare to them in terms of being tough-tongued. And the personalities of supernovas are like this. Although the enemy in front of them is a formidable enemy that they cannot resist, the supernovas still want to be tough at this time. At this point Bonnie finally recovered from the previous state of being unable to breathe. Her heart was pounding. But it's better than what it was like before when I couldn't move or speak. What's so great about Admiral? Bonnie suddenly said very confidently. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that she is just being tough. Her tone was breathless and unconvincing at all. After all, he was facing Marine Admiral. Even though he was talking about it, he was still very uneasy in his heart. After hearing Bonnie's words, all the supernovas also woke up from their shock. None of them wanted to admit that they seemed to be afraid of Kizaru earlier. After all, this is Marine Admiral, so I'll just have to show some strength. Bej said arrogantly, but he didn't notice that his voice was trembling when he spoke. He clearly didn't want to fight with Admiral in his heart, but he said he was unwilling to suffer any loss. Ha ha ha, I've really tried my best to find nowhere. I finally had the honor to play against Admiral today, Uruge said with a laugh. This guy is probably the only one among the Supernovas who really dares to fight Kizaru. After all, he is just a fool. Seeing that the Supernovas were unwilling to admit defeat, Apu took action directly. He uses devil fruit. Apu poo poo. As he beat his chest, he sang a strange song on his lips. A sound wave suddenly exploded on Kizaru's body. Kizaru's body was directly blasted into two halves under the attack of this sound wave. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. HMPH, did you succeed? Apu thought so in his heart. But only he knew it, and he didn't have much hope for this blow. Now it actually blew Kizaru into two halves, which was beyond his expectation. But he still made two plans. No matter what the outcome of the sneak attack, he had to run away immediately. Marine, who was originally very excited, almost dropped his eyes to the ground. After all, in everyone's eyes, it was probably impossible for him to survive if his body was broken into two pieces. The Supernovas were overjoyed when they saw this. Is this Marine Admiral? That's all. Congratulations to host, you picked up 4,500 points of strength attribute. At the same time, sound also came from the system. Apu's attacks are not much different from usual. At most, a sneak attack element can be added to it. How could Kizaru be defeated by an attack that even the pacifists couldn't defeat? Li Mu knew very well that Mr. Kizaru was probably going to be naughty again. When everyone is amazed, Kizaru's upper body fell to the ground. But his eyes were actually looking at the lower half of his body. Oh, it's really scary. Kizaru's meaningful voice came. The Supernovas were all shocked. How can this be? He has obviously been cut in half. Can you even survive such a situation? What the hell is going on with this guy? Marine was surprised and happy when he noticed Kizaru's opening. What's going on? Why can you still speak even though your body has been cut into two pieces? Great, Admiral doesn't really seem to be defeated. The Marines said excitedly. After all, if even Admiral really loses to Supernova, then they will really have to answer here. Immediately, the disconnected part of Kizaru's body was surrounded by golden light. His upper body began to turn into traces of golden light. The body actually started to be reshaped bit by bit. This process didn't take much time. In just a few seconds, Kizaru's body was successfully reshaped. At this time, Kizaru's body had completely recovered, and he looked at Apu who had attacked him. In that case, let's start with you first, Kizaru said calmly. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Upton was shocked. Oops, Marine Admiral can't even solve this problem, he said in a depressed mood. Then Apu saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. You deal with Admiral, I'm leaving first, he said in great horror. But how could Kizaru let him leave so easily? I saw Apu activate his ability. He ran away at an extremely fast speed, even approaching the speed of sound. While escaping, Apu didn't forget to look back and laugh at the Supernovas. Only a fool would fight an admiral. My previous attack was just for a better escape. He looked back with a smile on his face. But he suddenly turned pale. Kizaru actually disappeared. When Apu turned around, he realized that Kizaru was already in front of him. Kizaru only teleported to catch up with Apu who was running away. At this time, he stood in front of Apu's face and raised his right foot high. I saw him showing a playful expression. Then he kicked out and hit Apu directly in the face. His feet were firmly attached to Apu's face. There was even a deep mark on Apu's face. I'm coming. Li Mu, who had been hiding in the dark, was overjoyed to see Kizaru finally taking action. He was obviously worried just now whether he would be killed by the Supernovas. But suddenly Kizaru's appearance changed everything. Now that Kizaru starts taking action, he has a chance to pick up attributes. I wonder how many attribute points the Marine Admiral's attack can drop. He thought with great anticipation in his heart. Marine Admiral is, after all, Marine's highest combat power. There was no way he could fall to such a simple attack. Apu also knew this very well, so he chose to escape quickly after the sneak attack failed. Originally, he was very confident in his speed. But I can only say that there is nothing wrong with Kizaru but speed. Do you think you are a red-haired Shanks? One of the strongest points of sparkling fruit is its speed that is close to teleportation. So this guy Apu is really tragic. After hearing a bang, Apu flew backwards. His face was distorted in an exaggerated way by the kick, and his body even knocked down buildings one after another. Finally, several hundred meters of trenches were wiped out on the ground before they reluctantly stopped. Just one kick caused such terrifying destructive power. All the supernovas in the audience were extremely shocked. Is this Marine Admiral? This power is too powerful. They stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. They all looked dumbfounded. Chapter 20 Marine Admiral Who Likes to Fish. 2063. Chapter 20 Marine Admiral Who Likes to Fish. Previous. Next. Chapter 20 The Marine Admiral Who Likes to Fish. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1000 points of strength attribute. After Kizaru kicked out, Li Mu immediately paid attention to his system. Sure enough, Kizaru's shot dropped attribute points. Li Mu was naturally overjoyed when he saw this. Good guy, he is indeed a Marine Admiral. Marine's top combat power has directly exploded to 10,000 attribute points. Ha ha ha, it's so cool. Li Mu was really excited at this moment. This was the first time he felt the loss of 10,000 attribute points. He was happy while staring at the messages still in the system in front of him. But after he finished speaking, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. He somewhat realized something was wrong. Then carefully confirmed the value of the attribute points dropped. It's not right. Why? How come you only have 1,000 attribute points? Li Mu was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. Isn't it obviously the one with 10,000 attribute points? Why did it suddenly decrease so much? You know, Kizaru is one of the 3 admirals with the highest combat power in Marine. No matter what, it is impossible to explode only 1,000 attribute points. There must be something wrong with this. At this time, Li Mu once wondered if there was a problem with the system for picking up attributes. It was clearly Marine's strongest combat power, and the previous attacks didn't look like a bluff. But why are the attribute points that exploded only 1,000 points? You know, this is Marine Admiral. It's Marine's top-notch combat power, which is enough to rival the existence of the 4 emperors. He is also a person sought after by countless people in Marine. The position that ordinary Marine Chongqi wants to achieve in his life is also what countless Marines want to be. After all, Marine Admiral is powerful enough to protect a country by just one person. And all the pirates were frightened when they heard about Marine Admiral's reputation. This is not because Marine Admiral is too powerful. Even a single Marine Admiral can still destroy a powerful pirate group. Of course, except for pirate groups like the 4 Emperors' pirates. At this time, Li Mu couldn't bear it anymore. Why on earth? Obviously I've been looking forward to it for so long. He was very puzzled as to why Marine Admiral Kizaru exploded with so few attribute points. Could it be that Kizaru is so powerful that he can use minimal force to carry out powerful attacks? Obviously the supernovas can hit thousands of attribute points with just one punch and one kick. You are a Marine Admiral after all. Why can you only get 1,000 attribute points? Li Mu even went crazy thinking of this. This result is obviously not very acceptable to him. Even a slightly stronger Marine can hit more than 2,000 attribute points. You are a Marine Admiral. Aren't you ashamed that you revealed just such a few attribute points? What the hell is going on? Why do you only have so few attribute points? No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. At this time, Li Mu could not believe what he was seeing. The identity of Marine Admiral can be said to be very special among Marines. It is almost used purely as a combat power. As for Marines' requirements for selecting Marine Admiral, the first priority is to consider the level of strength first. Logically speaking, Admiral Kizaru, who was selected under these conditions, could not have such low strength. There is definitely something wrong with that link. Either there is a problem with the system, or there is a problem with Kizaru itself. But logically speaking, Kizaru is a Marine Admiral. His stance is definitely on Marine's side, and it is impossible for him to act in favor of pirates. At this time, Li Mu had already fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking. He was paranoid that Kizaru would never show mercy. But Kizaru is indeed merciless. Because this is how he usually attacks. He is just used to fishing, so he rarely uses powerful force. After all, As long as you achieve the results you want, that's all. Why do we have to use powerful force? And it was Kizaru's coquettish moves that completely confused Li Mu. Li Mu couldn't figure out why the powerful Marine Admiral suddenly exploded with 1,000 attribute points. You must know that he has been looking forward to Marine Admiral Kizaru's actions since the Tavern of Sabayati Archipelago. After learning that the system for picking up attributes is determined based on the attack strength of the person who dropped the attributes, he is increasingly looking forward to the strong man taking action. And Sabayati Archipelago has two top players. That is Pluton Rayleigh and Marine Admiral Kizaru. Pluton Rayleigh never sees the end. Li Mu did not have high expectations for him. At this time, when he infiltrated Marine, the other top strongman he thought about was Kizaru. And Kizaru will defeat the Supernovas of Sabayati Archipelago one by one. Li Mu knew that this was a great opportunity for him to pick up attribute points. He couldn't let go of such an opportunity. So he has been looking forward to and planning. But now, the attribute points dropped by Kizaru are actually not as many as those dropped by Supernova. This makes Li Mu extremely depressed. This time he no longer plans to rely on the system to pick up attributes from a distance. He planned to pick up the attribute points himself. Because at this time, he extremely suspected that there was a problem with the system, which caused the number of attribute points picked up to decrease. In order to avoid the recurrence of the previous situation, he quietly approached the place where Kizaru took action. "Oh hey, what are you doing?" Kizaru walked up to Hawkins and asked. At this time, Kizaru bent down slightly and looked at the prop in Hawkins' hand very curiously. And Hawkins began to divine for himself the moment he saw Kizaru take action. The winning rate is 0.1%, the arrest rate is 90%, and the survival rate is 80%. Seeing that the results of the divination were not satisfactory, Hawkins frowned. But fortunately, the survival rate was not low, which made him feel more at ease. After all, he was facing Marine's most powerful admiral. Even he dared not say that he would survive. But the current survival rate is very high, which makes him feel relieved. But just as Hawkins was divining, a flash of yellow flashed past, followed by a yellow figure falling in front of him. The person who came was none other than Kizaru. Hawkins was completely panicked the moment he knew Admiral was targeting him. He relies on divination for everything on weekdays and arranges things very well. He no longer has the tranquility of the past. At this time, he frowned. There were beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, and his face was extremely pale. He was still unable to recover from his fear. But Kizaru wouldn't give him a chance to recover. Kizaru showed no mercy and kicked the stunned Hawkins with the same kick. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1,000 points of strength attribute. Ah, why is it still a 1,000-point attribute? Li Mu can be said to be very puzzled. Chapter 21 Kizaru takes action, all are instant kills. 21/63. Chapter 21 Kizaru takes action, all are instant kills. Previous. Next. Chapter 21 Kizaru takes action, all are instant kills. Although Kizaru's simple kick did not contribute too many attribute points to Li Mu. But the visual impact is not small. When he sensed Kizaru's attack coming, Hawkins hurriedly untied his restraints. The whole person transformed into a terrifying scarecrow monster. But even this couldn't stop Kizaru's flying kick. Kizaru's feet were seen landing on Hawkins at an extremely fast speed. Hawkins was kicked away like a ball. It even crashed into many buildings along the way. After Hawkins was dealt with, the other supernovas were also gripped by fear. Marine's admiral certainly deserves its reputation. The supernova was not enough to look at in front of him. The other supernovas realized at this time that being tough was useless. If the Marine admiral in front of him wanted to, he could kill them instantly with one move. After finishing dealing with Hawkins, Kizaru patted the dust on his clothes slowly. Continue to target other supernovae. I saw Kizaru coming to Arouge. Arouge, who had always been very calm before, was now a little panicked. He could directly feel the power of the uncle in front of him. Just when Arouge was still immersed in fear. Kizaru doesn't care about that, he just kicks at the speed of light. Arouge's huge body couldn't withstand Kizaru's flying kick. He was kicked out directly. Congratulations host, you picked up 1,000 points of strength attribute. Li Mu moved the corners of his mouth awkwardly. I'm already complaining about Kizaru in my heart. Why is it still 1000 attribute points? Is there something wrong with you? At this time, 3 of the 6 supernovae have been eliminated. The remaining 3 were also trembling. But Kizaru doesn't care about that. Woman. Sorry. I hit a woman. He came to Bonnie and also kicked him. With the blessing of Sparkling Fruit's light speed, Kizaru's kicks are quite powerful. Bonnie was kicked away directly. Even when facing women, Admiral Kizaru shows no mercy at all. But I wonder if there can be more attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1000 points of strength attribute. As the sound of the system came, Lee Mew was no longer as angry as before. He's used to it, right? Just got used to it. Can you do this if you're not used to it? Kizaru, this old guy, is making Lee Mew very uncomfortable. You said you have a Marine's super combat power. Are you embarrassed that the person with the highest combat power in the Marines is attacking these supernovas like he is just passing by? Can't we have an 8-foot Magatama directly blast a wave of attribute points? Lee Mew's heart is full of flaws, but she has nowhere to vent. I had to pick it up silently. After all, 1000 attribute points are still meat. When Bej saw the other supernovas being kicked away one after another, he wanted to run away. But even Apu couldn't escape with his sonic escape, let alone Bej's short legs. At this time, Bej was running in a panic. His face was already covered with sweat from nervousness. But even so, Kizaru had no intention of letting him go. Another kick, and Bej was also kicked out. At this time, Kizaru did not forget to hold his hands to block the dazzling sunlight and looked in the direction where Bej was kicked. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1000 points of strength attribute. Mrs. Lee was already numb. Well, 1000 attribute points is pretty good. I have to be content. He comforted himself very helplessly. At this time, only Drake is left in Supernova. But he didn't run away, nor did he plan to take action. This puzzled Kizaru. Logically speaking, Kizaru should know Marine's undercover agent in the pirate camp. But this guy Kizaru can be said to be very lazy. I have long forgotten what Marine's undercover agent looks like. So in the end even Drake, the undercover leader, got kicked. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1000 attribute points. Until this moment, Lee Mew finally couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, everyone else is numb. Why don't you, a Marine Admiral, play like this? As for saving energy, you said that if you were more anxious and asked me to pick up more attributes, I would accept it. Good guy, I don't want to use any extra strength at all. I'll pick you up. Lee Mew couldn't help but use foul language. Kizaru kicks and kills instantly. The system only pops up information once each time. The attribute points you picked up are only about 1000. No wonder Lee Mew is so resentful. Anyone else would have to give Kizaru a thumbs up. A Marine Admiral took action smoothly, still retaining his strength. I have to say that Kizaru's ability to fish is quite strong. And Lee Mew has never found Marine Admiral so annoying as he does today. No. After Kizaru dealt with the supernova, the phone in his pocket rang. It turned out to be Kizaru's deputy Sen Momomaru calling. Hey, uncle, I found the Straw Hat crew. Zon Taomaru's excited voice came. Kizaru's frowning eyebrows opened after hearing this. It seems that Straw Hat Luffy is the most important person today. Oh hey, I just finished it here, I'll be here right away. Kizaru said calmly. It seems that it is not difficult for him to solve a few supernovae. After hearing about Straw Hat Luffy, Kizaru's originally very relaxed eyes became a little focused. This Straw Hat Luffy is not easy to deal with. On the one hand, he has to take care of the orders of Marine Marshal Sengoku, and on the other hand, he must give enough respect to the Marine hero Garp. Kizaru felt a little confused, but there was still a way for him to solve it. If it were Aokiji or Akainu who would solve this matter. It is estimated that Straw Hat Luffy's life is at risk. At this time Lee Mew is in Marine. Dressed like a Marine, no one noticed him even though he was busy collecting attribute points. But because he kept leaning forward. At this time, he was not too far away from Kizaru. Therefore, he also heard the conversation between Senmomaru and Kizaru. Luffy and Zon Momomaru fought. Lee Mew thought with some regret. After all, this is also the loss of attribute points. But he didn't have time to regret it for too long. Because if Momomaru fights Luffy, Kizaru will be able to get there quickly. At that time, the Straw Hat Pirates will be severely beaten by Kizaru, an old guy. That guy Rayleigh will probably show up at this time too. Li Mu thought clearly about the development of the matter, and the fire that had been extinguished in his heart ignited again. Damn it, you can't use the same fishy tricks like before when facing Pluten Rayleigh, right? Be careful, Rayleigh pokes some transparent holes in your body. Li Mu thought very angrily. He plans to get back these attribute points from Kizaru because of Kizaru's unwillingness to contribute. After all, it is unreasonable that Marine Admiral only drops 1,000 attribute points. Chapter 22 Turmoil in Sabayati Land, the Straw Hat Pirates are in danger. 2263. Chapter 22 Turmoil in Sabayati Land, the Straw Hat Pirates are in danger. Previous. Next. Chapter 22 Turmoil in Sabayati Land, the Straw Hat Pirates are in danger. Come to the other side of the Sabayati archipelago. The Straw Hat crew, who had just left the auction here, met Zon Momomaru, who came to capture Supernova. The two sides soon fought together. At this time, it was also a pedestrian street, and a very strong man was seen, carrying a huge axe. And this person is Kizaru's nephew, Zon Momomaru. Zon Taowen was wearing a bellyband, and those who didn't know it thought he was an ant. And the strength of this man with the most severe words should not be underestimated. Although he is said to have the most severe words, he is actually just a big grievance for others. An ordinary Supernova would not gain any benefit in his hands. Even when fighting Momomaru in Marine, his strength is considered to be close to that of Marine Vice Admiral. And he is also the captain of the Marine Science Corps. He leads a large number of pacifists. By this time, a long time had passed since the encounter between the two sides. A lot of fighting broke out. At this time, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was injured. And the damage done is not small. Because Marine's pacifist is too strong for the current Straw Hat Pirates. It's simply not something they can solve. At this time, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were really being chased by a pacifist. Straw Hat Luffy was engaged in a bloody battle with Zon Momomaru. Zon Taomaru held a giant axe in his hand and kept slashing. Sometimes he would find that the axe was too heavy and he would stick it in the ground and fight Straw Hat Luffy at close quarters. At this time, Luffy has not yet learned Conqueror's Haki. Zon Momomaru has already mastered Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Luffy's attack was completely anticipated by him. And his attacks carry armed colors. Even a mediocre punch can hurt, making Luffy grimace. Luffy Rubber Fruit's unusual resistance to beatings cannot be used at all at this time. He could only let Zon Momoan gain the upper hand. But Luffy is not an ordinary person, and he knows that the man in front of him is full of weirdness. He also directly used the rubber machine gun and relied on a large-scale offensive to widen the distance between the two. But not long after the distance opened, Zon Momomaru was really ready to take action against Straw Hat Luffy in front of him again. Unexpectedly, a laser suddenly shot over, interrupting the battle between the two. The laser passed by Senmomaru before hitting Straw Hat Luffy directly. The speed of the laser was so fast that even Luffy, one of the Supernovas, had no time to avoid it. Watching Straw Hat Luffy in front of him being hit by a laser, Zon Taowen also quickly realized who did this. So powerful and so fast, there was no one else but that man. Zon Momomaru knew Kizaru had arrived without looking back. Uncle Kizaru, I don't need your help. Zon Taomaru said, very unhappy. After all, Straw Hat Luffy was already almost defeated. In doing so, Kizaru not only took away his credit, and it made him very unhappy. After all, he was supposed to be able to defeat Straw Hat Luffy without any outside help. And what will other people think if Kizaru takes action like this? Do you think he can't beat this Straw Hat Luffy against Momomaru? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After all, there are quite a few Marines here besides the pacifists and him at this time. After Luffy was knocked out by the laser, Kizaru also appeared. Uncle Kizaru, you shouldn't have taken action. Zon Taomaru said, very unhappy. Oh, Zon Momomaru, don't worry about this. The most important thing for us right now is to deal with the Straw Hat crew. Kizaru said casually. The Straw Hat crew, who were still dealing with the pacifists, were shocked when they saw Luffy being knocked away. He actually knocked Luffy away with one blow. Who is this uncle? Nami thought anxiously. But soon she remembered. Combining the conversation between Senmomomaru and Kizaru, the reactions of the marine soldiers were revealed. In the end, the Straw Hat crew also figured out that the wretched-looking guy in front of them was Marine Admiral Kizaru. After Kizaru appeared, the faces of everyone in the Straw Hat crew changed. It's Admiral. This is bad. Nami used the weather stick to support her body with difficulty and said very worriedly. At this time Zoro was seriously injured by the pacifist. He couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is he the Admiral? He said with some worry. Because he was already seriously injured at this time. He knew that he had no more energy left to fight. And Marine Admiral's strength is so powerful. An inexplicable worry lingered in his heart for a long time. Sanji stood up with difficulty and looked up at Kizaru. Damn it, Onzon Momomaru is so strong, and now Admiral is here too. Sanji said, also very worried. It can be seen that Sanji is also very worried about Admiral's arrival. Admiral was originally very terrifying, but now everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has suffered heavy casualties. Under such circumstances, Sanji's concerns are not unreasonable. Admiral, is it Marine Admiral? Why is Admiral here? At this time, Chopper was also severely affected by the use of his abilities, and he was weak even when he spoke. He's actually here, Marine Admiral. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is very worried. After all, Admiral is not an ordinary Marine. They are very likely to be defeated here. Big Admiral. Luffy lay on the ground and spoke with difficulty. At this moment, Luffy became very weak after eating one of Kizaru's laser beams from the front. Not to mention standing up, even simply speaking is very difficult. But Luffy knew that he was the captain, and at this time he had to encourage his crew. But he really had no strength left. The Straw Hat Pirates have already experienced the horror of Admiral before. They have met Aokiji, and they feel like they are nothing in front of Aokiji. What a supernova, what a bounty of over 100 million, is just an ant that can be crushed to death in front of Marine Admiral. If that guy Aokiji hadn't been looking out for Garp's face, they would have been given away by the Marine Admiral long ago. After all, Aokiji's strength goes without saying. It's not any worse than Kizaru. Now they have met another Admiral Kizaru. To be honest, Straw Hat crew has no confidence to collide with him. After all, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. How dare the Straw Hat Pirates clash with Admiral at this moment? It was really hard for them to get through this time. Oh hey, it seems you know my identity. But is it too late to regret it now? Kizaru said calmly. Then he raised his hand and there was a laser beam. Chapter 23 Admiral Kizaru takes action and the Straw Hat Pirates are crushed. 23/63. Chapter 23 Admiral Kizaru takes action and the Straw Hat Pirates are crushed. Previous. Next. Chapter 23 Admiral Kizaru takes action and the Straw Hat Pirates are crushed. Seeing that everyone was overwhelmed by Kizaru's momentum, Luffy finally stood up with strong perseverance. Don't be afraid, everyone, it's just Marine's Admiral. Just let me stop it. Everyone, go ahead, we'll meet up later. He stood up with difficulty and said. Then he directly overdrawn his life force and opened the second gear. Oh, hey, I'm so scared. Kizaru said jokingly. In Kizaru's opinion, the Straw Hat Pirates were not worth mentioning in the first place, let alone that they were basically injured now. But Luffy doesn't care about that. As the captain, he has the responsibility to protect the crew. Listen to me, everyone, run, Luffy said very anxiously. Then he rushed towards Kizaru. Rubber pistol. Luffy punched, but his attack penetrated Kizaru's body directly, but there was no real damage. Luffy was a little surprised to see this. He obviously hit it. Seeing Luffy take action, Zoro and Sanji looked at each other and decided to take action. If you don't take action, you will be dead, but if you take action, you may not have a chance to survive. Three-sword style. 300 troubles wind. Zoro directly used the three-sword style move and slashed towards Kizaru one after another. But it has no effect at all. Mutton flying kick. Sanji also kicked Kizaru, but also missed. What? The two of them were shocked. It was also the first time that they encountered such a situation. And this is also the horror of the Logia fruit. Unless mastering armament Haki or Conqueror's Haki. Otherwise, it would be impossible to substantively attack the Logia fruit user. And Kizaru's fruit is a very special sparkling fruit in Logia. To put it bluntly, his body is made of light. And the attack wants to have an effect on light. It's out of the question. Unless you can master armament Haki or Conqueror's Haki, you can pose a threat to Kizaru. Kizaru allowed the three of them to attack him, while he smiled playfully. But even so, the attacks of the three people did not have much effect at all. Kizaru was able to fight them off with just a simple flying kick. He was not in a hurry, just like playing with a few people. He didn't use all his strength, just simple kicks, knocking the three people back. At this time, a marine also rushed here. After Kizaru took care of all the supernovae, he also chased after Kizaru. But Kizaru was too fast, and it took him some time to catch up successfully. And this marine is none other than this guy Li Mu. He was greedy for the attribute points dropped from Kizaru, so he rushed over secretly. He didn't believe that Kizaru would keep dropping 1,000 attribute points. Fortunately, he didn't come very late and was in time before Kizaru took action. Li Mu, who had worked so hard to come here, was a little happy when he saw so many attribute points falling on the ground. But when he used the system to pick it up, his face turned green. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1,000 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations host, you picked up 4,000 points of strength attribute. There are 1,000 attribute points all over the ground. I have experienced previous battles and seen the famous scene where Kizaru kicks a supernova. Li Mu also realized that the 1,000 attribute points all over the floor must have fallen from Kizaru. A few of them exceeding 1,000 are estimated to have been dropped by the Straw Hat crew. Okay, you're playing like this, right? He thought very helplessly. But it's useless to have no choice, Kizaru is really a serious paddling guy. But Li Mu was not late, and the battle between Kizaru and Straw Hat crew continued. Perhaps it is because Kizaru has never shown his true strength that the Straw Hat crew is still fighting hard. If Kizaru wanted to, he could kill Straw Hat crew instantly. But Luffy and his gang were already injured, so how could they be Marine Admiral's opponents? Luffy quickly understood this truth. After all, the effortful attacks obviously had no substantial effect. Instead, Kizaru seemed to be playing tricks on them. After another attack failed, Luffy directly hugged Kizaru's thigh. He understood that Marine Admiral was really not just a casual talk. There's no way they can beat it. He was worried about his crew. As the captain of the pirate group, he didn't want his crew to be blamed here. Everyone, run away. I'm begging you, run away. Luffy shouted heartbreakingly. For the first time, he blamed himself for not being strong enough. Seeing Luffy in such a posture, the hearts of all the crew members seemed to be bleeding. They couldn't help but look back, their eyes already full of tears. Luffy is willing to sacrifice his own life for the Straw Hat Pirates' hope of escape. Although the crew was very reluctant to give up, they did not want to go against Luffy's ideas. One by one, they made up their minds and wanted to escape with tears in their eyes. Since this is Luffy's decision, they must implement it to the end. But Kizaru doesn't live up to their wishes. He was saying that he didn't intend to actually kill Straw Hat Luffy. At most, Marineford was taken back and handed over to Sengoku. He deeply understands the ways of the world. If he offends Marine Hero Garp, he will not be able to benefit from him in Marine in the future. He still wants to fish. Now you have him kill Garp's loved ones. Please, Kizaru, I'm just a little lazy, not stupid. Then there was a flash of golden light, and Kizaru escaped from Luffy's restraints. He came directly in front of Zoro and kicked Zoro down. At the same time, he crushed his foot directly on Zoro's face. I can't take action against Straw Hat Luffy, but I can do the same thing if I take action against the other members. At this moment, other Straw Hat Pirates members who escaped also encountered other resistance. Marine Soldier, Pacifist, Sen Momomaru. It can be seen that it will be difficult for the Straw Hat Pirates to escape this time. Luffy was shocked when he saw Kizaru disappearing on the spot. Zoro! He shouted very worriedly. Kizaru stepped on Zoro's feet and then crushed him twice with his feet. This is not Garp's grandson. It doesn't matter what he wants. Oh hey, it looks like you are the first member of the Straw Hat Pirates to die at my feet. Kizaru said very calmly. I saw a golden light emerging from his finger. This is a sign that he's about to fire off a laser. At this time, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates noticed this very dangerous scene. But at this difficult moment, there was wind in my ears, and a voice was coming at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 24. At the critical moment, Rayleigh takes action. 24/63. Chapter 24. At the critical moment, Rayleigh takes action. Previous. Next. Chapter 24. Marine Admiral Kizaru's Pluton Rayleigh. A pedestrian street in Sabayati Archipelago. Everyone's eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. At this time, Kizaru firmly stepped on Zoro, the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates. The laser in his hand kept flashing, and it was obvious that it might fall at any time. Seeing that no one came to rescue, Kizaru understood that the Straw Hat Pirates were no longer able to fight. His movements changed, and the foot that was originally crushing Zoro lifted up. Then a flash of light appeared on his feet, and he planned to use this shining foot to end Zoro's life. At this critical moment, a figure quickly approached. The person coming was none other than Pluton Rayleigh. There was wind in Rayleigh's ears and she moved very fast. He came in front of Kizaru and kicked out directly, interrupting Kizaru's initial movement. Kizaru showed off his cool moves for a few minutes before Rayleigh ended him like this. At this time, Kizaru's legs were helplessly pushed back, and he kept raising his legs. The Straw Hat Pirates, who were originally despairing at seeing Kizaru again, recovered from their anxiety after their actions were interrupted. Luffy's desperate face couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. But everyone was also very confused. Who was this uncle who suddenly appeared and interrupted Kizaru's attack? Everyone looked at the gray-haired uncle very carefully. After all, it couldn't be an unknown person who dared to take action against Marine Admiral. Uncle, are you the old man in the auction house? Luffy asked very curiously. He remembered that he had seen the uncle in front of him in the auction house. It's you, Sanji also said as if he had woken up. The man who saved Kami with his powerful aura at the auction house. Luffy is a forgetful guy, but he hasn't forgotten that powerful and overwhelming momentum. By the way, that guy told Luffy to remember to look for him after he asked us to go out. Sanji suddenly thought about this thing that everyone had long forgotten. I really didn't expect that he actually saved me. Zoro thought in disbelief. Rayleigh was right in front of him at this moment. This feeling of walking away from the gate of hell is not very pleasant. But Zoro breathed a sigh of relief after surviving. The Marines here don't quite understand why everyone is so surprised. Obviously they have never seen the old man in front of them. No, he's actually here. As the captain of the Marine Science Unit, Zon Momomaru is quite knowledgeable. In a short time, he recognized Rayleigh's identity. After all, a few years ago, Rayleigh's reputation would have spread throughout the sea. Woohoo! Coming. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. Lee Mew said very excitedly. You must know that he has been waiting for this moment for an unknown amount of time. I originally thought that this guy Kizaru could explode a lot of attribute points. But this old guy Deng actually played this trick with him. Taking action is entirely a matter of saving effort. As a result, the attribute points Lee Mew can obtain are greatly reduced. There's no way you can hold back when facing Pluton Rayleigh, he said very annoyed, but he understood that the next step was a great opportunity to pick up attributes. Pluton Rayleigh is the second in command on the Pirate King's ship. As the vice captain of the Pirate King, his strength is naturally beyond words. Although Kizaru is one of Marine's highest combat powers, it is impossible to directly ignore the power of Pluton Rayleigh. Keep fighting with such ease. Oh hey, I just said Straw Hat Crew is not that simple. I didn't expect you to be their backer, Kizaru said solemnly. The moment he saw Rayleigh take action, Kizaru knew that it might not be that easy to win Straw Hat Crew today. After all, Rayleigh is a strong man from the old days. Even after many years, his strength is still very strong. Kizaru naturally did not dare to be careless at all. My majestic Marine Admiral, It would be inappropriate to risk your own life to bully a newcomer who has just gone to sea in front of everyone in the Supernova archipelago. Rayleigh is also directly Kaido. After seeing Kizaru take action against the Straw Hat Pirates, he couldn't sit still. It's indeed inappropriate, but this is an order from above, and I'm just following orders. Kizaru said, changing his tone to a more relaxed tone. Although he pretended to be very surprised before, Kizaru was actually not at all shaken by Rayleigh's appearance. Although I have to admit that Rayleigh is very strong. But Marine had actually expected Rayleigh to appear. After all, for a strong person like Rayleigh, even if he lives in seclusion, Marine's top management is always paying attention to his movements. How could you not know where the soul of the Roger Pirates is? It's just that Rayleigh Marine has always turned a blind eye. But at this moment Kizaru was still a little annoyed. His character is very lazy. Fishing at work has become the norm. If it weren't for Marine's stable salary, he wouldn't want to take such a big risk and come to Supernova archipelago. This is a tiring job. And he himself is a profit-oriented person. The salary given above is just enough to deal with Supernova. His consistent style is to do as much work as he pays. But there is one more Pluton Rayleigh at the moment. Well, you have to pay more. After all, Pluton Rayleigh is not comparable to a Supernova. Even Kizaru is not confident that he can win Rayleigh. He didn't even have the absolute confidence to defeat Rayleigh. Although after so many years, Rayleigh is very old. The strength is definitely not as good as before. But his previous reputation was so loud that even Marine Admiral Kizaru had to be afraid of him. Oh, hey, I'm a Supernova, and I actually took the initiative to come forward. This is not your secluded style. Rayleigh, do you want to protect them? Kizaru asked. But his main purpose is to find out what Rayleigh's purpose is. And Rayleigh's attitude, how far he is willing to go for the Straw Hat crew. After all, if the two of them really went to war with all their strength, the outcome would be hard to predict. Luffy is my junior, and there is no way I would let him fall into the hands of you Marine, either emotionally or rationally. Rayleigh said very firmly. The moment he met Luffy, Rayleigh quickly remembered an old acquaintance of his. At that time, he often wore a straw hat. If you look closely, you can even find that the straw hat on Luffy's head is very similar to the straw hat Shanks wore on Roger's ship. Rayleigh immediately deduced that there must be some connection between the pirate in front of him and Shanks. Finally, Rayleigh stepped forward. He slowly pulled out the long sword in his hand and confronted Kizaru. He showed his attitude directly. Kizaru also understood that this battle was inevitable. Chapter 25 Marine Admiral Kizaru's Pluton Rayleigh. 2563. Chapter 25 Marine Admiral Kizaru's Pluton Rayleigh. Previous. Next. Chapter 25 Marine Admiral Kizaru's Pluton Rayleigh. A pedestrian street in Supernova archipelago. Two powerful momentums were confronting each other. You can tell just by feeling that these two auras are not something ordinary people can emit. At this time, Kizaru and Rayleigh had sharp eyes and kept looking at each other. Both of them are the top experts in the New World, and this battle between the strongest is about to break out. Although Rayleigh is very strong, she and Roger once reached the final island, Raftel. But Rayleigh also understands that as he gets older, his strength is far inferior to what it used to be. Facing Marine Admiral, he must not be careless. Otherwise he is likely to suffer a big loss. Thinking of this, Rayleigh became more cautious and unconsciously clenched the sword in his hand. Although Kizaru usually looks out of place. But now he has to face the long-established Pluton Rayleigh after all. I have been working hard in Marine for many years. He had heard of Rayleigh's reputation, but at that time he was still an ordinary Marine. He didn't expect that one day he would have to fight against such an opponent. Looking at Rayleigh, whose eyes were shining brightly, Kizaru's expression gradually became serious. The two men looked at each other firmly. This battle was inevitable. I saw Kizaru using the fruit ability to turn the laser into a long sword and holding it in his hand. At this time Rayleigh took the lead in attacking. He teleported to Kizaru. Even Kizaru had to take it seriously when slashed with a sword. Kizaru quickly took out the lightsaber in his hand to fight back. During a confrontation between the two swords collided. Suddenly a powerful impact spread out from where the two swords met. Rayleigh's long hair also floated up under the aftermath. At this time, Many low-strength Marines here were knocked down by this powerful impact. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was originally injured. It was difficult to hold on at this time, otherwise I would have been knocked down by the aftermath. A scene like this breaks out in one move. It has to be said that a master is a master. At this time Li Mu is hiding among ordinary Marines. Congratulations host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. This message came from the system. This time he didn't rush to be happy immediately. Rather, it is necessary to repeatedly confirm the authenticity of the message. After all, I was happy for a long time last time, but in the end I was just happy for nothing. After confirming the authenticity of the news, he was very happy. FK. 30,000, he said with great joy. Li Mu was really excited at this moment. This is the first time he has picked up such a high attribute point since he awakened to this attribute point pickup system. At this time, Kizaru looked like he was in heaven compared to his previous lazy appearance. He looked very relaxed before. The shot was extremely stingy, only giving out 1,000 attribute points. At this time, when meeting a strong person like Rayleigh, I don't dare to fish anymore. And the master's moves are not just that, it can be said that the moves are fatal. Congratulations host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 31,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 32,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 33,000 armament Haki points. The confrontation between strong men cannot be measured with an ordinary mind. In just a few breaths, the two of them had fought for dozens of rounds. The collision of swords was like an afterimage. And every time they fight, the momentum of the two people is also rising. It was obvious that neither of them had reached their limit yet. They are constantly testing each other's strength. Therefore, attribute points are dropped very quickly, and the values are still rising. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned. They never thought that the uncle in the auction house would be so strong. Originally I just thought that the uncle had some strength. But he was able to fight Marine and Admiral in a back and forth manner. This is no ordinary strength. This uncle is so strong, Luffy said with some surprise. After a brief battle with Kizaru, he couldn't see any hope of victory in Kizaru. At this time, the solemn expression on Kizaru's face made Luffy sure that the white-haired uncle was inseparable from Kizaru. What a fast swordsmanship, Sanji exclaimed. At this time, the two people's shots were all afterimages, and it was impossible to see clearly how many swords they had fired. Sanji observed carefully, but even so he still failed to observe the trajectory of the two swords. He became more and more shocked. Damn it, this Rayleigh has obviously retired, but he actually showed up today for the Straw Hat crew. Zon Taowen said angrily. Originally, his mission was almost completed. Once Kizaru defeats everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, he can escort them to naval headquarters. Unexpectedly, a Pluton Rayleigh suddenly appeared. It disrupted his plan. At this time, there are pirates escaping in other parts of the Sabayati archipelago. The original plan was to catch all these guys. But the Straw Hat crew has been delayed for too long. In addition, Rayleigh's appearance will bring an end to this battle. I don't know how long it will take. Why is he still so strong despite being so old? This is unscientific, Zon Taowen said somewhat unwillingly. But he didn't know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Rayleigh's strength. At his peak, he was much stronger than he is now. Plus, I had a partner like Roger by my side at that time. He never thought about it when he took action, and even the Marine Admiral did not dare to fight him at that time. Just when everyone is thinking. Li Mu was already crazy with joy. Too much, really too much. And the speed and number of refreshes are still increasing. Can we only say that they are Marines Admiral and Pluton Rayleigh? He thought very happily. Sure enough, only this kind of evenly matched battle is the best time to pick up attributes. There are too few attribute points that can be exploded in a one-shot kill battle. At this time, Li Mu was like a man having fun, wishing for the chaos to be as chaotic as possible. It would be great if the battle between the two of them could continue forever. After all, it was none of his business how fierce the battle was. At this time, the system is already refreshing like crazy. Just the refresh speed is even more terrifying than the previous melee. I have to say that the battle between strong men is really terrifying. At this moment, he wished that the battle between Kizaru and Rayleigh would knock his brains out. After all, there are not many opportunities like this, and he also understands that this is his happiest moment. If they can keep fighting like this, within a day, he will be able to reach the level of protecting himself in the pirate world. After all, the attribute points revealed by these two people are not like before. There's armament Haki, observation Haki, and even Conqueror's Haki from time to time. If things go on like this, reaching the top is not a dream. Chapter 26. Attack by Pacifists, Identity Exposed. 2663. Chapter 26. Attack by Pacifists, Identity Exposed. Previous. Next. Chapter 26. Attack by Pacifists, Identity Exposed. The battle between Marine Admiral Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh continues. The two of them fought more and more crazily, and the number of collisions continued to increase. The flash of swords and shadows looks very enjoyable. But Li Mu was stunned. Didn't you say that the two of them are using health swordsmanship? Why are they fighting so fiercely now? He muttered secretly in his mind. Kizaru, this old guy, bullies the weak and fears the strong, right? When you play Supernova, you have to reserve your strength and look down on them. You start to get serious when you meet a strong person like Rayleigh. But actually Kizaru has his own ideas. Although he is a bit of a loser, his ability to become an admiral-level figure ultimately relies on a strong heart. But now that he rarely meets Rayleigh, he is also interested. He also wanted to test the strength of this man who had once set foot on the top of the mountain. The wear and tear brought by the years has brought much weakening to this strong man of the old era. Thinking that Kizaru was fighting Rayleigh here, his fighting spirit was even more aroused. The lightsaber kept waving, colliding with the sword in Rayleigh's hand. There were more and more afterimages, and everyone watching the battle was shocked by this scene. They had never seen such a fierce battle. This battle is completely out of their reach. At this time, even Li Mu couldn't take his eyes away. But the system continues to pick attribute points. After all, there are not many opportunities like this, and he is reluctant to part with these attribute points that are falling quickly. Just when Li Mu was still immersed in this pleasing battle, a message from the system immediately drew his attention back. Congratulations, host, for picking up sparkling fruit from Marine Admiral Kizaru. What? Sparkling fruit? Li Mu was stunned because the news was so shocking. Sparkling fruit. This is the ceiling of Logia Devil Fruit. At this time, his eyes were shining. After all, no one could bear such a surprise. And he wanted a Devil Fruit's abilities a long time ago. Although he is also very familiar with the powerful Devil Fruit in the pirate world. But he never expected that he would actually obtain a powerful and rare Devil Fruit. After all, even an ordinary Devil Fruit is rare in the world of pirates. And the time when he wants a Devil Fruit the most is when Conqueror's Haki gathers. Originally, he did not have such great expectations for this system of picking up attributes. After all, just getting stronger by picking up attributes is enough pervert. But what he didn't expect was that the system actually dropped Conqueror's Haki. Now it has the ability to directly drop Devil Fruit. After owning Conqueror's Haki, Li Mu has already embarked on the road to becoming a strong player. At that time, he really wanted to try Devil Fruit's ability. Unexpectedly, I actually got a powerful Devil Fruit now. And it is the fruit owned by Marine Admiral. There is no doubt about the power of sparkling fruit. The first is the basic ability of the Logia fruit, elementalization. Elementalize your body. Depending on the ability of the fruit, the elements that can be elementalized are also different. But for sparkling fruit, the elementalization that can be performed is light elementalization. And light elementalization is definitely the strongest form among elementalizations. After becoming elemental, the whole person can travel freely like light. The speed of the whole person is comparable to the speed of light. The development directions of sparkling fruit are also very diverse. Take the flash in your hand and use it as a weapon. You can also shoot out the flash to form a laser-like attack mode. In terms of speed, it can easily reach the level of teleportation. Li Mu also understands that he is going to reach the sky in one step. He has actually been coveting Kizaru's sparkling fruit for a long time. In other words, He felt that such a popular fruit ability was not suitable for Kizaru, a guy who likes to fish. Kizaru, this old guy should give him Zone Devil Fruit, turtle form. Sparkling Fruit's extremely fast speed doesn't match his slow temper at all. Li Mu was thinking about this, and he was even thinking about how to develop Sparkling Fruit in the future. He does not approve of Kizaru's development and use of Sparkling Fruit. He feels that Sparkling Fruit has a more powerful development model, and all this will be changed by him. After all, Conqueror's Haki has joined him, and now he has obtained the extremely powerful Sparkling Fruit. With such blessing, he will become a strong man just around the corner. All he has to do is to develop slowly first and wait for the upgrade and growth of attributes. And this is not difficult for him who understands the world of pirates. Because he knew that the Sabayati Archipelago incident was nothing compared to the subsequent Summit War. And with this pickup attribute system, Summit War was a battle he couldn't give up. Li Mu was really excited at this time. This is the first time he has shown such a posture. His hands couldn't stop shaking, and his eyes were full of vitality and ambition. There is light in his eyes and strength in his heart to describe him at this time. He was even fantasizing about becoming a super powerful person in the pirate world. But he knew that next, these would be more than just fantasies. A system with pickup attributes, plus Conqueror's Haki and Sparkling Fruit already obtained. All he has to do is to patiently develop these abilities. He couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. To put it simply, my heart is excited and my hands are shaking. After all, there are very few people in the pirate world who can own Conqueror's Haki. And he has successfully mastered Conqueror's Haki at this time. Although because the level is still relatively low, the level of mastery may only be entry level. But this has surpassed many people. You must know that even Luffy, one of the Supernovas, has not mastered any of Conqueror's Haki at this time. And he already owns Conqueror's. Coupled with the strength of physical skills, chi and blood, these are also constantly getting stronger. After having Sparkling Fruit, his strength also experienced a qualitative leap. As long as he develops Sparkling Fruit in the future, he will definitely hope to compete for the top spot. He was already imagining the scene of him holding a lightsaber in his hand, freely shuttled across the battlefield. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki was being used, and no one with abilities or others could stand a single move in front of him. At this time, Li Mu was already excited and in fantasy. It looked like he was in a daze. While Li Mu was in a daze due to excitement, the idle pacifist on the side began to scan the enemy on his own. Since there were not many Marines present at this time, the pacifists quickly changed their target to Li Mu. Pacifist has the ability to scan. He could tell Marine apart from the others. As the scan fell on Li Mu, the pacifist alarm sounded. Discover the enemy, discover the enemy. Chapter 27. Identity exposed, pacifists surrounded and killed. 2763. Chapter 27. Identity exposed, pacifists surrounded and killed. Previous. Next. Chapter 27. Identity exposed, pacifists surrounded and killed. As the pacifist sirens sounded, the pacifists began the deportation of Li Mu. After all, at this time, except for Marines, civilians are the targets of pacifists' attacks. Although I don't know what this scan relies on, but it was indeed successfully identified that Li Mu was not Marine. Li Mu saw the pacifists and raised the alarm. I was shocked. Was it exposed? While he was still doubting, a laser shot directly from the pacifist's mouth. Fortunately, he had observation Haki, and he had a vague premonition of danger. He hurriedly avoided it. Fortunately, he had picked up a lot of attributes before, and his knowledge and appearance had also made some achievements. He also immediately sensed the crisis from the pacifists. At this time, Li Mu also successfully used observation Haki to foresee danger for the first time. For the first time, he felt that seeing and hearing color was so important. If it weren't for the observation Haki he picked up, he would probably be seriously injured even if he wasn't dead at this moment. Thankfully there's observation Haki, Li Mu thought after taking a long breath. Straw Hat Crew, who had been paying attention to the scene at this time, was a little puzzled when the pacifists suddenly changed direction. The pacifists who had been dealing with them suddenly fired lasers at Marine. This made everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates realize that things were not that simple. But they couldn't tell specifically. Why do pacifists attack their own families? Nami said with some confusion. Phew, but this is definitely a good thing. Now I can finally take a break. This strange machine is so annoying. Sanji said after taking a long breath. He had been dealing with this pacifist before, so that we can help Nami and others gain space. But just when he could no longer hold on, the pacifist actually changed his target. The other Straw Hat Pirates members also breathed a sigh of relief. They, who were originally in a fighting state, were proud to take a break. Previously, because of this pacifist, they had been in fighting mode. At this time, Zon Taowen stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. As the captain of the Marine Science Corps, he has some control over the pacifists. But even though he knew the pacifists very well, he didn't immediately think of the reason why the pacifists took action against Marine. Why would pacifists attack Marine? He thought very doubtfully, because he was very sure that the pacifists' instructions clearly included the option of not accidentally injuring Marine. Otherwise, with the strength of the pacifists, if they wantonly destroy, they will injure the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 to themselves. Therefore, the pacifist setting is to be able to identify Marine and other people. Only those who are not Marine or world government people with some power will be attacked by pacifists. At this time, Li Mu escaped the pacifist attack and fell to the edge of the battlefield. But the pacifist in front of him looked like he had no intention of giving up. Also targeted him. Why was I attacked? And it seems like he doesn't want to give up yet. Li Mu thought with some confusion. I don't understand his current identity, but he is a little Marine soldier of Marine. No matter what, a pacifist who is a Marine humanoid weapon should not attack him. But after thinking about it, he understood. Since a pacifist wouldn't attack a Marine, he must have decided that he wasn't a Marine. Even Kizaru and Rayleigh were attracted by this sudden scene. The two people who were fighting fiercely stopped their fighting. The two distanced themselves from each other, no longer fighting. But in fact, after the two played against each other many times, they found it difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Simply take this opportunity to stop. After all, Kizaru is Marine's admiral and belongs to Marine's upper echelons. Although he didn't know much about pacifists, he still knew something about them. That is, the pacifist setting will not attack Marine. But that's not the case right now. Kizaru frowned. It would be troublesome if there was a problem with the pacifists. It will be up to him to solve it then. Moreover, the cost of building a pacifist is not cheap, so it would not be a good idea to destroy it like this. But then Li Mu thought about it and thought that he was indeed not the real Marine, just a disguised Marine. Pacifists probably have some special means to see through their disguises. It's probably the genius scientist Vegapunk's fault. It must have been entered into Marine's database for pacifists. And as soon as a new Marine joins, they will be logged in immediately. Otherwise, no matter how you look at him at this time, he looks like an ordinary Marine. It's impossible for a pacifist to see through this. Shortly after Li Mu's reaction, Zon Taowen's original expression of bewilderment also changed. He became enlightened. Since pacifists have a database, the possibility of errors is eliminated. Then the Marine in front of me is pretending. You're not Marine, Zon Taomaru said with a dark face. He had just thought of many ways that could go wrong. But the only thing he didn't expect was that Li Mu was not Marine. Therefore, Zon Taowen looked a little angry at this time. How could he, a captain of the scientific force, make such a stupid mistake? This is a complete failure of his job. Besides, why would someone pretend to be Marine? Is it for the escaping pirates? This kind of courage is a bit too bold. Zon Momomaru was immediately confused by the guy pretending to be Marine. He shook his head and stared at Li Mu with fierce eyes. At this time Li Mu also realized that his identity was probably completely exposed. But thinking about the Sabayati archipelago incident, it is almost over. He's not denying his identity either. As for what his identity is, let Zon Taomaru and others figure it out. He had no intention of fighting with them. After all, Kizaru is here, and if he accidentally plays into it, he will lose more than he gains. Seeing that Li Mu didn't express anything for a long time, Zon Taowen also completely reacted. This guy really isn't a Marine. And he's not pretending anymore. Zon Taowen was so angry. He directly ordered the pacifists to launch an attack on Li Mu. As one of the conductors of the peace movement, he has some authority to order pacifists. And his rights are only under Vegapunk and 5 elders. The Wutai and Pinists who were randomly present all changed their attack targets. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and he aimed at Li Mu, who was on the edge of the battlefield. Suddenly a series of lasers shot out towards Li Mu. Lasers are flying all over the sky. Li Mu, on the other hand, kept dodging among the lasers in the sky. Chapter 28. Hey, something unexpected happened. 2863. Chapter 28. Hey, something unexpected happened. Previous. Next. Chapter 28. Hey, something unexpected happened. Seeing the changes in front of them, Kizaru and Rayleigh also distanced themselves. The two of them looked at the place where the accident occurred. Something unexpected happened. Kizaru said meaningfully. He didn't quite understand why a pacifist would suddenly attack a marine. But from Zon Momomaru's reaction, he judged that there must be something wrong with this marine. At this time, he was watching with great interest. Just 2 plates of melon seeds for him. What a skill, Rayleigh said with some admiration as he watched Li Mu continuously dodge attacks from pacifists. Although he couldn't determine the identity of the marine soldier in front of him. But he saw that Li Mu was not very old, and with such speed, he was considered a beauty among his peers. That's why he admired it from the bottom of his heart. Hey, why did Marine get into a fight with Marine? Luffy said, very puzzled. He still didn't understand the situation before him until now. He didn't even realize that the Marine being attacked was fake. He still stubbornly believed that there was internal strife between Marines. Can't you see it, idiot? Then Marine is pretending to be someone else. Nami scolded loudly. She was also very helpless towards Luffy's silly look. Is that what it's like? Luffy scratched his head and said, although others watched the scene happening in front of them like a play. But Zon Taomaru doesn't seem to be able to accept the current situation. People pretending to be our Marines are fishing in troubled waters here, watch me take you. He said very angrily. In his opinion, such behavior is undoubtedly provoking Marine. Immediately, Zon Momomaru also planned to join the battlefield. At this time all the pacifists were besieging Li Mu. Lasers shot at Li Mu one after another. Li Mu had no choice but to use his knowledge and dodge constantly. But these lasers are intricately intertwined. It became increasingly difficult for him to avoid it. Finally, the laser forced him into a blind corner, and he couldn't escape. Oops. He secretly thought that something was wrong, and then he began to think of a way. Although Li Mu has been picking up attributes, his strength has also improved to a certain extent. But after all, he had never experienced a battle, so he was a little uncomfortable being suddenly besieged at this moment. The laser is about to fall on him. The only form of defense he could think of at the moment was armament Haki. Fortunately, Kizaru picked up a lot of armament Haki in the previous battle with Rayleigh. So the armament Haki level in his panel is not too low at the moment. By using armament color, the area about to be attacked instantly turns black. Boom. Although the laser hit her body, Li Mu didn't feel too much pain. Instead, they took advantage of the explosive impact produced by the laser and quickly withdrew from the siege of the pacifists. As this armament Haki, the blessing for the physical body is very strong. He thought a little happily. He had not experienced combat before and this was his first time using armament Haki. To be able to defend against the pacifist attack so easily was something he didn't expect. He clenched his fists, feeling a little excited. He vaguely felt that he had some power to protect himself. But he didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, there was Marine Admiral present at this moment, and it would be more than he could bear if Kizaru came to save him. Although he has distanced himself from the pacifists, this is ultimately temporary. The pacifists soon targeted him again. At this time, Li Mu was seen walking out from the pacifist surrounds. Zon Taomaru also seized this opportunity and attacked Li Mu directly. Go to hell. Zon Taowen jumped up high and struck Li Mu with the giant axe in his hand. Li Mu also sensed that this move was not something he could take. He had to avoid it. Fortunately, Li Mu's agility attribute was high enough. He hurriedly distanced himself from Zon Momomaru at the moment he saw the danger. Zon Taomaru's attack also landed on the ground. Suddenly a big hole was made in the ground. Hiss. Li Mu took a breath. If this attack fell on him, he couldn't imagine what he would become. Zon Taomaru missed a single hit and didn't rush to pursue him. He knew Li Mu couldn't escape. At this time, the 5 pacifists had caught up again. Some spit out lasers from their mouths, and some used their hands to emit lasers. But without exception, these pacifists are really difficult to deal with. In desperation, Li Mu had to escape again. But now he has learned to use observation Haki to predict danger. Also learned to use armament Haki to defend against attacks. So avoiding pacifist attacks is no longer as difficult as before. It can even be said to be somewhat at ease. Congratulations to host, you picked up 7,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 7,000 points of strength attribute. Li Mu has been avoiding the attacks of the pacifist, but Li Mu has not forgotten to pick up the dropped attributes. After all, mosquitoes are still flesh no matter how small they are, and pacifists drop quite a few attributes. Get used to the use of observation Haki and armament Haki. Li Mu also began to resist attacks from some pacifists head-on. After all, it would be tiring to keep running away. The pacifists' attacks became more and more fierce, slowly changing from ordinary lasers to laser lasers. It even started to use a movement mechanism similar to teleportation. The palm in the hand is exhaled, bringing powerful power. Fortunately, Li Mu has observation Haki and can predict the attack in advance. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape from such a pincer attack. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Li Mu took a look at the picked attributes. He was surprised to find that more and more attributes were picked up. But it also proves that the pacifist offensive is getting stronger. Knowing that the dropped attribute points were always at 8,000 and it was difficult to move up, he understood that the pacifist had reached his limit. But he was still getting used to the strength of his body. After all, the previous fight between Kizaru and Rayleigh was too terrifying. A large number of attribute points were dropped in a short period of time. These attribute points cannot be adapted to at once. Finally, after evading, a pacifist caught up with him through teleportation. The pacifist teleported over and slapped Li Mu. The terrifying energy impact instantly tilted towards Li Mu. Li Mu's hair was also blown by the impact. But he didn't panic at all. He opened armament Haki at full range and punched out. His fist met the pacifist's slap. Suddenly a violent vibration occurred. But Li Mu remained motionless. The pacifist was pushed back a few steps. Chapter 29. Tear the pacifists to pieces. 29/63. Chapter 29. Tear the pacifists to pieces. Previous. Next. Chapter 29. Haki's Li Mu, tearing apart pacifists with his hands. After repelling the pacifists, everyone on the field was stunned. Is this guy pretending to be Marine so powerful? The other pacifists were also stunned. Perhaps they had never suffered a counterattack before, so the instructions began to change. Take back your fist. Li Mu had something in mind. He had already accumulated enough strength when Supernova made a big fuss about Sabayati Archipelago. But he never had the chance to use it. So he happily continued to pretend to be his Marine soldier. Happy picking up attribute points. Later, he experienced a battle between Kizaru and Rayleigh, and a large number of attributes were absorbed into his body. After that, his strength skyrocketed. At this time he looked at his panel. Character. Lin Yan. God-level pickup system. Qi and Blood. LV50, 186W, 500W. Power. LV45, 220 with 450W. Agility. LV40, 335W, 400W. Physical skills. LV61, 459W, 610W. Swordsmanship. LV20, 139W, 200W. Observation Haki. LV41, 265W, 410W. Armament Haki. LV43, 415W, 430W. Conqueror's Haki. LV1 0/10 W. Sparkling Fruit. LV1 0/10 W. Comprehensive Evaluation. Marine Substitutes Admiral. Yes, at this time, Li Mu already has the ability to serve as a substitute for Marine Admiral. This is also the result of his picking up attributes in Sabayati Archipelago this time. It started with a conflict among pirates in a tavern, and then ended with Supernova Straw Hat Luffy making a scene at the auction house. After Marine clashed with the Supernovas, he began to pick up attributes. Finally, during the battle between Kizaru and Rayleigh, a large number of attributes were picked up. This is also why his panel ability becomes so strong. Did I become so powerful without knowing it? Li Mu thought with some emotion. It turned out that he had not used all his strength in any of the blows he had just made to repel the pacifists. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he's not very proficient in grasping power yet. But after the first time, he also gained some understanding of power. I saw a smile on the corner of Li Mu's mouth. Pacifist, huh, come on, I'm going to operate on you first today. He thought very confidently. He had previously known the limits of a pacifist. But now he has more judgment about his own strength. Therefore, he concluded that he was definitely capable of facing 5 pacifists. I saw a golden light flashing in Li Mu's eyes. He began to take the initiative. Li Mu stepped hard, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. He used the reaction force of this force to eject directly like a cannonball. The pacifist closest to him also shoots lasers from its mouth. But Li Mu didn't take the laser seriously at all. I saw him clenching his fists and using his armed colors. The fist covered by armament Haki instantly turned black. He swung his fist towards the laser, and the powerful laser was directly blocked. But his offensive goes beyond that. I saw Li Mu burst out with strength again. The fist that had slowed down hit the pacifist directly in the face. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a big hole was immediately smashed into the pacifist's head. The pacifist also fell down because it lost some parts. What? You actually killed this monster with one blow? Sanji opened his mouth and said in disbelief. You must know that the Straw Hat Pirates had spent a lot of effort to deal with the pacifists in front of them. But even so, they still couldn't solve one of them. He can only keep running away and avoiding the attacks of pacifists. And now the guy wearing an ordinary marine uniform actually killed a pacifist with just one blow. At this time Zoro was also in disbelief. He struggled to hold himself up with his sword. He looked at the scene in front of him with dull eyes. That was a monster that even his ghostly 9 sword styles couldn't defeat. That guy was successfully defeated with just one blow. At this time, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were shocked. And Luffy also saw this scene at this time. Is this guy so strong? Luffy said with wide eyes. At this time, Zon Taowen, who had been looking for opportunities to attack Li Mu, could not sit still. This is a pacifist. The defense is copied from Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. How could he be defeated by this guy in front of him with one blow? Zon Taowen's heart was already bleeding. As captain of the Marine Science Corps, he knows the cost of being a pacifist. If just one of them is broken, it will be a loss of hundreds of millions of belly. Li Mu didn't stop just because he defeated a pacifist. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Apparently this was a property dropped by the pacifist that was just destroyed. It can be seen that even if the pacifist uses all his strength, it will be difficult to defeat this guy Li Mu. And this is also the power of armed colors. After picking up Armament Haki's attribute points, Li Mu's Armament Haki level is already quite high. Therefore, he can easily break through even the most hardened pacifist's defenses. After destroying the pacifist, the lasers of the other pacifists also fired again. Li Mu, who was activating his sensing color, easily dodged this laser attack. At the same time, he used his feet again and shot towards the pacifists. With the blessing of armed color, Li Mu's fists are extremely sharp. Every punch is extremely powerful. Bang bang bang. At this time, Li Mu was like a god of war, constantly jumping around surrounded by pacifists. If you get the chance, punch a pacifist. Every time a punch is thrown, a pacifist is bound to be knocked back. At this time only the last 2 pacifists are still active. But even so, his body was scarred. But because of Zon Momomaru's order, the two pacifists still did not stop. Continue to launch an offensive against Li Mu. The laser fired towards Li Mu. But at this time Li Mu had gradually adapted to the power in her body. He no longer cared about these lasers. He could easily avoid it if he wanted to. Even if he can't dodge, he can easily defend against it. Therefore, these two pacifists were no longer a threat to him at this moment. Is this the power I get? Li Mu clenched her fists. He is almost fully accustomed to his own strength. After sighing, he ejected like a cannonball. First, he punched a pacifist, and then used the fallen pacifist to jump again. Came to another pacifist, also solved with one punch, clean and neat. After taking out the last two pacifists in one move, he patted his clothes. Then he stood up straight. Chapter 30 Fighting Momomaru. Kill instantly with one punch. 30-60 thirds. Chapter 30 Fighting Momomaru. Kill instantly with one punch. Previous. Next. Chapter 30 Fighting Momomaru. Kill instantly with one punch. Li Mu was still running away at first. But suddenly, they suddenly broke out and defeated 5 pacifists with just one person. It's simply astounding. At this time, everyone was shocked by the success of Li Mu's operation. Everyone fell into a sluggish state. After all, everyone who has seen this pacifist before knows how strong he is. But Li Mu killed this very powerful pacifist with his bare hands. Luffy wanted to say something but couldn't. Previously, the Straw Hat crew was tortured to death by just one pacifist, and there was no room for fighting back. But when it comes to the disguised Marine in front of him, pacifists are trampled on like ants. This huge gap makes it difficult for everyone in the Straw Hats to accept. Who is this guy? I actually tore apart 5 of these horrible things with my bare hands. Sanji said in shock. After all, he was chased by pacifists before. There is absolutely no chance of winning. How is it possible? Is his fist stronger than my sword? Zoro also looked in disbelief. That scary robot, he actually killed them all with just one punch. What a surprise! Nami shouted in surprise. Oh ho ho, I have never seen such a terrifying young man since I came out for adventure. Brooks said very fearfully. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also looked shocked. The robot that had been chasing them before was actually dispatched so easily. Oh hey, is he a pirate? The strength is actually so strong. Kizaru said slightly surprised. After all, there are not many such young strong men. Although based on his current strength, he is not even in Kizaru's eyes. But this kind of strength is enough to change the situation of this battle. Haha, it looks like I have help here. Rayleigh said with a slight smile. Having Li Mu help him share the pressure is a great thing. At this time, Captain Zon Momomaru of the Marine Science Force was stunned by the scene in front of him. You must know that pacifists are Marine's biggest weapon. It is an artificial humanoid weapon that Vegapunk painstakingly created. Overall, his strength is definitely among the strong. Now Li Mu is demolishing him whenever he wants, which makes Zon Taoan angry and shocked. 5 pacifists were handed over here, and the loss was too great. He didn't even know how to explain to his superiors when he returned. Just like that, Marine's plan was disrupted by an unknown guy. Humiliating him severely made him feel very unhappy. He couldn't swallow this breath. Zon Momomaru picked up the giant axe next to him. His eyes were full of solemnity. He frowned, looked at Li Mu in front of him coldly, and walked towards Li Mu unhurriedly. When it came to more than 10 meters, Li Mu also noticed Zon Taoan. He saw Zon Taomaru leaping high, intending to give Li Mu a powerful blow. Suffer death. He performs full armament Haki in the air. Suddenly black covered his arms and the weapon in his hand. No supernova can resist such an attack. It is also enough to illustrate the strength of Zon Taomaru. But that's just for supernovas. At this time, Li Mu had already been transformed. Just the armament Haki of Sen Momomaru, who has just started, is not enough. After Zon Taomaru came into the air, he turned his body very quickly and mobilized all his strength. He wanted to use all his strength to kill Li Mu with one blow in order to regain the face he had lost. At this time, the giant axe hit Li Mu hard. Li Mu stood there with a fierce look in his eyes. His eyes were cold, and he didn't intend to hold anything back. Lee Mu's right hand gradually turned black. At the same time, a momentum gradually increased. Then when the giant axe was about to hit him, he punched Zon Momomaru with all his strength. The seemingly terrifying giant axe was shattered directly by his fist. Zon Taomaru was shocked, but at this time, he tried to attack but it was too late to retreat. Lee Mu's fist hit him directly on the head. A punch from his chin sent his body flying upwards. Zon Taowen's huge body was directly knocked away by Lee Mu. Everyone on the field was shocked. And Lee Mu has now mastered his own body and increased strength. He gradually adapted to the attributes picked up by the system. Therefore, just Zon Momomaru is not enough. At this time, all his attributes are the existence of Admiral Substitute. Except for Conqueror's Haki, who is still in the introductory stage, the other attributes are already very terrifying. How is this possible? That guy is obviously very strong. Luffy looked surprised. Having fought against Zon Taowen before, he naturally knew the strength of Zon Taowen very well. It's not something that ordinary people can kill instantly. Even he had a hard time fighting Momomaru. Not to mention an instant kill with one move, the situation at this time made Luffy unable to calm down for a long time. To put it bluntly, Luffy couldn't even see the hope that he could defeat the man in front of him. Nami covered her mouth, looking like she didn't want to believe what she was seeing. Robin's face showed a strange color. She had been paying attention to the previous battles. Luffy fought so hard, which showed how strong this man was. But even so, he was killed instantly with one blow. Sanji put out the cigarette he had just lit because the scene in front of him made him unable to calm down. This guy was obviously still avoiding him at first. But suddenly such strength burst out. Not only did he defeat 5 pacifists in a row, now even Zon Momomaru has been defeated by him. Zoro was dragging his injured body, and it was very difficult to stand even simply. But even so, he still used his sword to support his body. He looked at Lee Mu with fear in his eyes. Who is this guy? Is it a marine or a pirate? Such general questions flashed through his mind. Although he still looks very young, his strength is not bad at all. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates were also shocked. They had all seen Zon Momomaru's strength, but now he was actually killed instantly. At this time Kizaru couldn't sit still. His originally cynical expression also changed slightly. I saw his gloomy face. After all, Zon Momomaru is also his eldest nephew no matter what. He was also from Marine's side. How could he, a Marine admiral, just watch Zon Momomaru being beaten like this? After being beaten like this in front of him, no matter what, he had to seek justice. Chapter 31. Do you also want to try my light speed kick? 31/63. Chapter 31. Do you also want to try my light speed kick? Previous. Next. Chapter 31. Do you also want to try my light speed kick? Seeing his eldest nephew being killed so easily in front of his eyes. Naturally, Kizaru would not give up like that. I saw Kizaru putting on a gloomy face and feeling very unhappy. It seems that you also want to try my light speed kick. He said this to Lee Mu. His tone lacked the usual relaxation and playfulness. There was also a hint of murderous intent. He had to make up for Marine's face that Zon Momomaru had lost. Kizaru, there is someone standing in front of you right now. If you want to touch him, you have to get through me first. Rayleigh smiled and said. He wouldn't give Kizaru a chance to take action so easily. Kizaru was also stunned when he heard Rayleigh's words. Then he smiled. Oh, yes, there is a more troublesome guy in front of us. Why am I thinking about other problems? Then let's start with you, he said after changing his expression to a serious one. Pluton Rayleigh, it's time to get serious. I don't have time to waste it with you anymore, Kizaru said very seriously. After hearing Kizaru's words, Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. Didn't this guy keep letting off steam before? Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Rayleigh thought with some confusion. But the other party was Marine Admiral after all, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. If Kizaru wants to be serious, he has to be serious. I saw a flash of light coming from Kizaru's body, as if he was about to attack with all his strength. Rayleigh is also prepared, as the opponent is Marine's Admiral level expert after all. He didn't dare to really go overboard. But just a second later, Rayleigh suddenly noticed something was wrong. Not good. Rayleigh was surprised. It turned out that Kizaru had made a pretense, and at this time he had gone straight to Li Mu. Even with all his abilities, Rayleigh never imagined that Kizaru would do this to him. Kizaru is the owner of the sparkling fruit after all. In terms of speed, it was unparalleled, and there was no way he could catch up with it. "Oh hey, let me try your strength," Kizaru said meaningfully. At this time, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. They never expected that Kizaru, the Marine Admiral, would suddenly turn his gun and attack Li Mu. Rayleigh even exclaimed loudly, "Kizaru, I knew he wasn't that simple. But I really didn't expect him to come here." Rayleigh complained helplessly. Kizaru's change happened so quickly, it really left him speechless. At this time, everyone on the court didn't react quickly, but they understood. Kizaru took action against Li Mu. Marine Admiral takes action. This guy is in danger now. Nami thought anxiously. Although Li Mu shocked them again and again, they knew that this time it was really dangerous. Although Li Mu's position is not very clear, it generally belongs to the pirates' side. If Li Mu is defeated like this, then they will still have to bear the pressure from Marine. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on Kizaru and Li Mu. And Kizaru's speed was so fast that even this sudden change only lasted a few seconds. When Kizaru came to Li Mu was shocked. His speed is so fast that even if Li Mu has observation Haki, it will be difficult for him to react. Kizaru didn't hesitate, he just kicked Li Mu at the speed of light with a supernova kick. His feet are like a flash of light and his speed is ultimate. His moves can no longer be seen clearly with the naked eye. This blow continuously kicked away many supernovas, which proved that it was not simple. It would be difficult for Li Mu to take this kick. Li Mu was a little worried. After all, he was facing Marine Admiral. He didn't dare to overestimate anything and was ready to go all out. But Kizaru's speed is too fast, and even if he is fully prepared, it will be difficult for him to perform it in a short time. Before Kizaru's light speed kick could reach him, he still used armament Haki. Suddenly armament Haki covered Li Mu's arm, and the entire arm turned dark. He also hurriedly blocked the light speed kick with his arm. Boom! When the light speed kick hit Li Mu, a powerful movement broke out. With one blow, the movement was deafening. The ground beneath his feet was torn open, and an impact swept directly towards the surroundings. At this time, the entire Sabayati archipelago heard the noise. This is enough to prove how powerful Kizaru's kick is. The impact that erupted also centered on the two people and impacted around them. The Straw Hat Pirates, who were already injured, were pushed back several meters by the impact. The weaker ones were blown to the ground directly, and those ordinary marine soldiers were blown away. This news directly shocked the entire Sabayati archipelago. At this time, when the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone could clearly see the situation in front of them. Li Mu was knocked back dozens of steps by Kizaru's attack. His face was very ugly, and it was obvious that he was not feeling well. After sliding on the ground for a while, he finally stabilized his figure. At this moment, Li Mu only felt burning pain in her arm. What a strong strength! As expected of Marine Admiral. He sighed, feeling extremely convinced in his heart. It seems that even if he comes to replace Admiral, he will only get beaten. Li Mu felt a little unwilling. It seems that it is impossible for him to defeat Kizaru at this time. Marine Admiral is, after all, the highest combat power of Marine. Even the Admiral substitute is completely different from the Marine Admiral. It is already remarkable that Li Mu can withstand Kizaru's attack. If it had been an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral, he would have been seriously injured and collapsed. Kizaru, who had repelled Li Mu, stood there with his hands in his pockets. It was as if the blow he just took was just a simple blow to him. And the Marine Admiral's cloak he was wearing slowly fluttered in the aftermath of the impact. The only difference was that there was a little shock in his eyes. "Oh, you actually resisted my light speed kick." Although he was very surprised that Li Mu could withstand his light speed kick. But his tone was still very calm. It's obvious that Kizaru still doesn't want to lose his Marine Admiral character. "Not many guys can resist my light speed kick. Your strength is actually higher than this group of supernovas," Kizaru said playfully. There was a hint of joking in his tone. But his heart was already in turmoil. He was very confused as to who the guy in front of him was. It's obviously a guy I've never heard of before, but he actually has such strength. Who is this little-known pirate? When did such a strong man appear in the Sabayati archipelago? Kizaru thought with some confusion. Chapter 32. Kizaru shows murderous intent. Is he serious about it? 3263. Chapter 32. Kizaru shows murderous intent. Is he serious about it? Previous. Next. Chapter 32. Kizaru shows murderous intent. Is he serious about it? A pedestrian street on the Sabayati archipelago. Everyone looked very surprised. There was only the sound of breathing but no sound. At this time, Kizaru looked at Li Mu, who was struggling to catch his light-speed kick, with a very amused expression. That wretched face was full of a disdainful smile. But only he himself knows what is going on in his heart. The previous supernovas were very tyrannical. Before Kizaru came, I was helpless. But his light-speed kick still sent away all these arrogant and domineering supernovas. If the supernovas were kicked, they would probably be crippled even if they didn't die. But the pirate pretending to be Marine in front of him actually got kicked and is still standing here. His strength completely exceeded Kizaru's expectations. After all, Kizaru knew very well that he had no intention of holding back from his previous attack. Lightspeed kick is also a very powerful move. Of course, it goes without saying much about its power. After all, it has the blessing of the speed of light. And the speed was enough that Li Mu had no time to react. But even so, this guy Li Mu still reacted and dodged. At this time, Kizaru could not help but have murderous intentions. After all, although the previous supernovas were powerful, they were far from threatening Marine's status. But the guy in front of him really couldn't see clearly what was going on. Kizaru reasoned that since Li Mu is not Marine, he will definitely become Marine's enemy in the future. A person with such strength at such a young age cannot be ignored. Otherwise, he will definitely become Marine's formidable enemy in the future. Although Akainu is enough for things like killing pirates, Kizaru also has reasons why he has to do it. The main reason was that Zon Taowen was injured, and as an uncle, he still had to give an explanation to his juniors. In this way, the reason why he must obliterate Li Mu, a junior, is very sufficient. Thinking of this, Kizaru was determined not to hold back, so he had to use all his strength to capture Li Mu. His strength began to increase steadily, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Kizaru's strength reached several levels in just a few seconds. It was obvious that he was ready to get serious. Li Mu could only smile bitterly when he saw this. Mater, the dignified Marine Admiral actually got serious with a newcomer like me. He thought with some annoyance. At this moment, he was really suffering and couldn't express his pain. You're a Marine Admiral, you're senior enough to be an uncle. He actually attacked a pirate who had just joined the industry. After all, he had no confidence at all facing the Marine Admiral. Okay, that's how you play, right? You yellow-haired monkey, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will have to kill you. He complained somewhat unwillingly. As Kizaru's momentum and strength increased steadily, he finally moved. He rushed towards Li Mu at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that Kizaru's light speed was about to fall on Li Mu again. At this time, Li Mu was also very worried, although he had successfully blocked Kizaru's light speed kick before. But that doesn't prove he can keep blocking. And looking at Kizaru's momentum, this light speed kick is obviously a bit stronger than the previous one. Kizaru's light speed kick was about to land on Li Mu. At this critical moment, a sharp sword suddenly appeared in front of Li Mu. The visitor was none other than Rayleigh. He was a little careless before, and this guy Kizaru took advantage of him. At this time, he was full of determination and would not let Kizaru take action against these new pirates. It's you again, Rayleigh. After seeing the person clearly, Kizaru said with some resentment. Rayleigh interrupted his movements again and again, which made him very dissatisfied. Fake a shot with me, right? Is this your style? Are you still one of the 3 Marine Admirals? Rayleigh said sarcastically. After all, Kizaru is a real strong guy, and he would actually use this method to fool him. This made Rayleigh feel very uncomfortable. HMPH, does Marine need style to catch pirates? As long as you can catch it, why do you care so much? Kizaru is also a broken person. Anyway, he was going to take Li Mu away today. If such people stay, it will definitely be a big problem for Marine. Don't even think about taking any of them away today. Rayleigh also said very forcefully. These are the pirates' future hopes, and he doesn't want them to be lost in Marine's hands. Their eyes met again, neither one willing to give in. On one side is Pluton Rayleigh, the former second in command on the Pirate King's ship. The superpowers of the old era were famous in this new world. Even though he is old now, his strength is still terrifying. On the other side is one of Marine's highest combat abilities, respected by countless Marines. Marine Admiral Kizaru, whose strength is also bottomless. When these two strong men met again, the scene suddenly became tense again. The two exchanged some words about their positions. On one side is Kizaru, who represents Marine's justice, and on the other side is Rayleigh, who wants to protect the Nova pirates. After that, the two fought together again. The lightsaber shining with golden light kept colliding with the sword in Rayleigh's hand. Both of them were moving very fast, and their afterimages were constantly colliding. The fight between the two was already difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Seeing the two of them fighting again, Li Mu calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Rayleigh has the whole story, otherwise we would be in trouble. He thought somewhat happily, recalling that he came to the world of pirates. The previous scene was definitely the most dangerous one for him. Be it the first time you meet one of the supernovas, Jewelry Bonnie, in the middle of a tavern brawl, or the auction house Celestial Dragons event. He had not sensed a powerful crisis like at this moment. But despite going through so many things. But right now, there is only one thing that matters most to Li Mu. Pick up attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 40,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 35,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of devil fruit ability. A series of system prompts entered Li Mu's mind directly. Just because Kizaru and Rayleigh met again, both of them started to show their strength. The swords and swords danced with no intention of stopping for a moment. I saw the two people constantly colliding back and forth, and the afterimages kept flickering and moving. The offensive is getting faster and faster, and Li Mu is overwhelmed by the drop of attribute points. It's so cool, Li Mu thought very excitedly in her heart. With such attribute points falling, he can even directly feel that his strength is constantly getting stronger. Because his attribute points increased so quickly, he even noticed that his body was changing every moment. Chapter 33 Marine Admiral still puts too much pressure on him. 33/63. Chapter 33 Marine Admiral still puts too much pressure on him. Previous. Next. Chapter 33 Marine Admiral still puts too much pressure on him. The strong will always be the strong. It's still not that simple to decide the winner. Even though the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves, they still didn't seem to decide the winner. As time passed, the speed of the two seemed to slow down a bit. At this time, the collision of swords can also be traced. Wipe away sparks with sword after sword. The two struck their swords together and looked at each other coldly. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 15,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 9,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 6,000 points of swordsmanship attributes. The information coming from the system gradually slowed down. Li Mu found that not only did the information slow down, but it also seemed to be getting less. What's the situation? Why are there so few attributes? He thought with some confusion. Obviously, the dropped attributes were worth tens of thousands to tens of thousands before. Why did it suddenly become so rare? Even if you cultivate your swordsmanship, you won't be able to fight like this. He complained with some annoyance. After all, this was related to his attribute points, and he had to pay attention to it. Every attribute point is the key to making him stronger. But even though he was very unhappy, there was nothing he could do. Kizaru is really too lazy, and the few times he was willing to take action were probably the result of countless decisions he made in his heart. But as the battle went on for a long time without a winner, Kizaru, the fisherman, probably wanted to give up again. At this time, Kizaru and Rayleigh also chose to distance themselves after a brief exchange of glances. The two of them were close in strength and couldn't do anything to each other. Even if you keep fighting, there will be no results. At this time, Kizaru spread out the lightsaber in his hand, feeling a little reluctant to retreat. After all, there is One Piece's deputy Pluton Rayleigh blocking him. Next to him, there was this guy Li Mu who was always watching. He looked like a tiger looking at him with eager eyes. Li Mu actually just keeps picking up attribute points and is reluctant to leave. There was no plan to take action at all, not to mention looking at him with eager eyes. Because for him, as long as he can pick up attribute points, it will be fine. He has no intention of taking action against Marine Admiral. But thinking about this, Kizaru became more and more determined to retreat. Because he didn't know what Li Mu was thinking at all. In addition, he had taken action against Li Mu before, and he thought that Li Mu must have hated him in her heart. At that time, when he and Rayleigh are exhausted, they will be unable to do anything when they are attacked by revolving heaven. In addition, his personality tends to lie flat. He was unwilling to put in more effort. If it weren't for the fact that Li Mu took action against his eldest nephew Zon Momoan, he would probably be in a state of fishing. And he has always had the attitude of doing whatever he wants with the money. Rayleigh's appearance had exceeded his expectations. Now there is another unknown pirate who wants to beat Sen Momomaru. He doesn't intend to continue working hard. Marine gave him a salary to capture the Supernova, but asked him to deal with Rayleigh and the mysterious pirate. If he doesn't do it, it would be a big loss even if he does it. And at this time, the Sabayati archipelago is full of pirates escaping in all directions. The main combat force of Marine has arrived here. This kind of entanglement does Marine no good. After returning, he didn't have much to say about this trip because of Rayleigh and the unknown pirate. Anyway, we have already taken action, and we have an explanation for the celestial dragons. As for Straw Hat Luffy and his gang, the wanted bounty can be increased in the future. Let the world government take action and so on. Anyway, there were two powerful pirates on site today, and he had no helpers on his side. There is nothing wrong with him choosing to retreat like this. Thinking of this, Kizaru did not want to get entangled with Li Mu, Rayleigh and others. Oh hey, nothing will come of it if this continues. It's better to just forget it, he said suddenly. After hearing Kizaru's words, everyone was stunned. Everyone noticed that Kizaru was giving up. At this time, the few Marines were also slightly surprised. Admiral actually chooses to retreat. Although I am very confused, this is also a good thing for these Marines. They were also happy and free. After all, if they continued to be entangled like this, their lives would probably not be protected. Then Kizaru waved his hand, and all the surrounding Marines were gathered by him. The seriously injured Zon Momomaru was also lifted onto a stretcher by the Marine soldiers. Immediately after Kizaru left, the Marines also began to retreat. Seeing that Kizaru chose to retreat, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was released as guilty. It's time to leave. After all, the sense of oppression brought by this guy Kizaru is too strong. The Straw Hat Pirates don't even have the strength to fight against the pacifists, let alone want to fight against Marine Admiral Kizaru. Now that Kizaru is willing to leave on his own, this is the best outcome. Finally gone, Sanji said with some uncertainty. It seems that Kizaru's appearance still makes him feel frightened. It looks like he's gone. Is it finally over? Zoro breathed a sigh of relief. His injuries have been the most serious since the battle. If the battle continued, he was very worried about whether he could hold on. It's okay to go, Luffy said, a little depressed. On a normal day, he would definitely be very eager to fight. But in just one battle, the Straw Hat Pirates were almost destroyed. This also made Luffy understand that his strength was far from enough. At this moment, he also made up his mind to become stronger. At this time, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also had their own ideas. But they all looked like they were breathing a long sigh of relief. The previous pacifists tortured them until they could no longer bear it. If it wasn't for Rayleigh, Kizaru would have wiped them out. At this time, Rayleigh saw that Kizaru was finally willing to leave, and he felt relieved. Marine Admiral still puts too much pressure on him. After all, it is Marine's highest combat power. This is no joke. This guy Kizaru has one of the strongest Logia devil fruits. He is a Marine, and his physical skills and combat experience are extremely powerful. Although he was once the pinnacle of power in this sea, he has long since faded away. He knew that if he and Kizaru continued to fight like this, with his physical strength, defeat would only be a matter of time. Since Kizaru was willing to stop at this time, there was no need for him to stop him. But no one wants to fight and wants to stop. Li Mu was a little unhappy. Leaving now, he thought very unwillingly. After all, this is his attribute point. He also hopes to pick up more attribute points from Kizaru. Chapter 34. Is it finally over? Summit War is coming. 34/63. Chapter 34. Is it finally over? Summit War is coming. Previous. Next. Chapter 34 is finally over. Summit War is coming. Seeing Kizaru finally leaving, although Li Mu was a little reluctant, she had to face it. He knew that the Sabayati archipelago matter was probably over. At this point, he has to wait for the opportunity to obtain attribute points. So he started looking at his dashboard. Character: Lin Yan. God level pickup system. Qi and Blood. LV60, 586W, 600W. Power: LV55, 220 with 550W. Agility: LV50, 335W, 500W. Physical skills: LV65, 459W, 650W. Swordsmanship: LV35, 439W, 350W. Observation Haki: LV50, 265W, 500W. A moment Haki: LV51, 415W, 510W. Conqueror's Haki: LV1, 0/10W. Sparkling Fruit: LV7, 50W, 70W. Comprehensive Evaluation: Marine Substitutes Admiral. From the perspective of the panel, although he is still a substitute for Admiral, he is still making a lot of money in general. Looking at the panel, Li Mu also had mixed feelings. Although Sabayati archipelago has been thrilling along the way, at least the rewards are very substantial. At this moment, he couldn't help but smile. He was also very satisfied with this result. When he first came to this system, he was just an ordinary person. When I saw Jewelry Bonnie, one of the supernovas, I didn't dare to have any quarrel with her. So far, I have gained the strength to replace Admiral, even if it can't be said how powerful it is on this sea. But there is also some strength in protecting oneself. But at this moment a problem also emerged. That is, the current panel is already very powerful. But with the continuous improvement of each attribute point, getting big improvements is no longer as easy as before. He now needs to go into a more chaotic battle with more powerful people. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of the protracted battle that would happen soon. In One Piece, what comes after the events of Celestial Dragons? Of course it's Summit War. The Summit War is the biggest war in the pirate world since the Age of Discovery. Marine used 800 years of knowledge to start a war with the Whitebeard pirates. And Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, has the title of the strongest man in the world. Thinking of this, Li Mu has already begun to look forward to it. You must know that Summit War brings together almost all the powerful people today. All Marines are here, countless vice admirals, countless marine elites. There are also 3 marine admirals sitting in Marineford. The pirate side is the Whitebeard pirates, who also have extremely deep roots in the New World. The Battle of Sabayati Archipelago is still like this. What about Summit War? There are only 2 strong ones in Sabayati Archipelago. Marine Admiral Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh. Although these 2 people are also among the top experts. But definitely not the strongest. Marine 3 Admiral if nothing else, Kizaru is definitely a weaker being. Because his fruit ability is biased towards speed. Aokiji and Akainu are the 2 stronger ones. Although he said this, Li Mu did not pick up the attribute points of the other 2 people. So it's hard for him to make judgments. But Akainu is definitely the stronger side among the 3 Marine Admirals currently. Definitely the benchmark for Whitebeard's existence. Thinking of this, Li Mu also started to make calculations. After all, he still needs a lot of attribute points to help him become stronger. And Summit War has been determined to be his only option. But he also understands that his current ability as a substitute for Admiral is not enough in the Summit War. Now Ace should have just been imprisoned in the underwater prison Impel Down. Then there will still be some time before the Summit War. Li Mu thought silently. He must become stronger during this time. Why is it said that Summit War is his only chance to become stronger? Because the scale of Summit War is incredibly huge, involving all Marines and the Whitebeard pirates. Marine doesn't need much. As the maintainer of order in this sea, Marine has stood on this sea for nearly 800 years. In these 800 years, Marine's status has never been shaken. Even the maritime overlord Rox was sanctioned by Marine. Once the war breaks out, the Marine side will have hundreds of Marine vice admirals. That's the backbone of Marine. Each one can explode with power exceeding that of a supernova. Then hundreds of thousands of elite Marines. Although the number of attribute points that can be exploded is limited, it cannot hold up to the large number. It is also an important source of attribute points. There is no need to say more about the 3 admirals who can destroy heaven and earth. It is estimated that tens of thousands of attribute points will be dropped without taking any action. And Li Mu knows that there is more to Marine than that. Marine hero Garp. This is also a very powerful Marine. His strength is also a mystery. Although he was old at this time, no one dared to challenge his majesty. Marine Marshal Sengoku's strength is also unknown. If these two people also participate in the battle, there will be more attributes that can be picked up in Summit War. Of course, Marine's layout is much more than that. Why 7 warlords of the sea are hated by pirates? It's because they are willing to be Marine's lackeys and work hard for Marine. Although they gained a lot of conveniences by becoming Heffa pirates. But at the same time, they also have to obey Marine's orders. When Summit War starts, 7 warlords of the sea will also appear in the Marine camp. The Whitebeard pirates don't need much. Although the sun is setting, he will probably risk his life to fight for his son. Such 4 emperors are so terrifying. Each of his squad captains are very powerful beings. The strength is in the range above Vice Admiral and below Admiral. But these division captains are not without their strength when facing Admiral. As a result, the battle will become increasingly chaotic. And the Whitebeard pirates are the oldest 4 emperors group. He has countless large ship pirate groups under his command. It will also be an extremely powerful force at that time. And besides these 2 most important forces, Summit War will also be joined by the prisoners of Impel Down prison led by Straw Hat Luffy. The Blackbeard pirates, who were recruited in Impel Down, will also come to cause trouble. There are even Red Hair pirates appearing at the end of the battle. Redhead Shanks, Ben Beckman. These are the real top powerhouses. Li Mu was already a little overwhelmed. Because of the big pirates, the Beast's pirates will always pay attention to this war. If something changes at that time, it is not certain that 4 emperors will end up. The Battle of Sabayati Archipelago is still like this. Summit War was even more unimaginable to him. Once the 2 sides start fighting, Li Mu will have a lot of attribute points popping up even if he does nothing. He might just have to disguise himself as an ordinary marine or pirate and sneak in. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. He looked in high spirits. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would be if he came out of the Summit War. I am looking forward to it even more. Chapter 35. Unwilling to fight Momomaru. 3563. Chapter 35. Unwilling to fight Momomaru. Previous. Next. Chapter 35. Fighting against Momomaru unwillingly. With Kizaru's departure, the Sabayati Island incident also came to an end. Straw Hat Luffy and his gang are also preparing to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape from here quickly. Considering that Sabayati Archipelago is Marine's territory after all, Li Mu doesn't plan to stop here either. After all, he didn't want to cause too much friction with Marine in the future. There was a determined light in his eyes as he looked at the dilapidated scene. Just one Sabayati Archipelago incident made his strength grow from an unknown person to the strength of Marine Admiral. It would be great if he could participate in Summit War. He thought very excitedly that indeed only large-scale battles could help him improve the pickup systems panel. His strength will rise by leaps and bounds. Li Mu looked at the Sabayati archipelago in front of him reluctantly. After all, it was a place that brought him great benefits. There was still a little bit of reluctance in his heart. But he knew he still had to leave. Sabayati archipelago is really a place of right and wrong. After Kizaru began to retreat, Marine's actions were surprisingly consistent. At this time, Marine faded away like a tide, but a sinister look flashed in Zon Momomaru's eyes as he lay on the stretcher. Thinking about everything Li Mu had done, he was unwilling to bear this breath. That's 5 pacifists. If Li Mu hadn't deliberately pretended to be weak, he wouldn't have been careless and easily defeated by Li Mu. Thinking of these, Zon Taowen was even more furious. He moved his body with difficulty and tried to stand up. He then discovered that although he had suffered some injuries, it was only a temporary trauma after all. So a plan against Li Mu was quietly hatched in Zon Taowen's heart. Damn it, you wait for me. How could I really let you go so easily? Zon Taowen thought viciously in his heart. Immediately, Zon Momomaru signaled the marine soldier carrying him to stop quickly. The moment the stretcher stopped, he stood up in a hurry. Uncle Kizaru, you go first. I'm going to retrieve the pacifists from all over the Sabayati archipelago. He made an excuse and talked to Kizaru. Kizaru is a guy who was good at fishing. He didn't bother to think about or care about Zon Momoen. He easily agreed with Zon Momoen's opinion. He didn't want to pay attention to this guy Zon Momomaru. Although Zon Momoen was his eldest nephew, that was just a verbal title. Zon Momomaru was defeated before his eyes. As Marine's admiral, he naturally couldn't sit back and watch. But now you are going to commit suicide, and he doesn't want to pay attention to it. And Kizaru didn't think much about it at all, or he was too lazy to think about it. After Zon Momomaru dismissed Kizaru, he also returned to the previous battlefield with a few marine soldiers. Go find Li Mu's footprints. He still couldn't stand the fact that he lost to Li Mu. No matter what, he would make up for this humiliation. After all, he was appointed captain of the scientific force by Marine because he was strong enough. He didn't want to believe that he had really lost to an unknown pirate. Report. Lord Zon Momomaru, the previous pirate is heading southeast. He wanted to leave the Sabayati archipelago from Island 18. Marine scouts rushed to report. This scout was one of the soldiers Zon Momomaru sent out to scout around the island long before he left. That's why this is the case now. At this time, the scout soldier was panting, and he looked like he was rushing over in a hurry. Since this also shows that Li Mu hasn't gone too far yet. Zon Taowen, who understood, was also ready to rush to where Li Mu was. This time he was ready to make up for the humiliation he had suffered previously. HMPH, you can never leave Sabayati archipelago today. Zon Taowen said very viciously. At this time, he had already been dazzled by hatred in his heart. No matter what, he wanted to find the lost face with Li Mu. After all, he was the captain of the Marine Science Corps, but he was defeated by a pirate. Tell me if he and Momomaru can still hang out in Marine. At this time, the 18th island of Sabayati archipelago. On the periphery of the island is a vast sea. The bay here is one of the places to leave the Sabayati archipelago. Li Mu looked at the sea and planned to leave Sabayati archipelago directly from here. If it were before, he would naturally not have dared to leave alone. Sabayati archipelago is surrounded by some terrifying sea kings. But at this time, he clearly has the ability to replace Admiral. Therefore, for him who has the strength of substitute Admiral, these difficulties are nothing. He has his own plans to leave Sabayati archipelago. The summit war is about to begin, and his Marine Admiral substitute strength alone is not enough. He must find a way to quickly improve his strength during this period of time. At worst, the strength must be upgraded to the level of Marine Admiral. That way he can protect himself in the summit war. At this time, he had already thought of the devastating scene during the summit war. Under the influence of Shock Fruit's ability, the entire Marineford will shake. There are ice cubes formed under the influence of Aokiji's fruit power all over the place. Pieces of magma fall from time to time in the sky. Even the elite Marines and pirates did not know how many casualties they would suffer. This war was really tragic. But tragedy represents opportunity. 4 Emperors Whitebeard and Shanks will almost certainly appear in this battle. Then 7 warlords of the sea will also take action when the time comes. Marine Vice Admiral of hundreds of Marines. The strength of Marine 3 Admiral is comparable to that of 4 Emperors. Marine Hero Garp, Marine Marshal Sengoku. Thinking of these, Li Mu couldn't help but feel melancholy in her heart. Just when he was feeling extremely melancholy, suddenly 2 laser beams shot towards him. A doubt flashed in Li Mu's mind. Didn't Kizaru retreat with Marine? Why are there still pacifist lasers aimed at me? He didn't have time to think too much, and relied on observation Haki's prediction to easily avoid the laser attack. He turned around and looked up to see 3 pacifists in front of him. Didn't Marine retreat? Why are there still pacifists? Li Mu thought in confusion. You should know that the cost of building pacifists is not cheap. Marine probably would not be willing to just abandon these pacifists on the island. There must be something wrong with this. But Li Mu didn't think much about it because he thought of a better doctrine. You must know that although Marine retreated, the attributes dropped by the pacifist are not ordinary. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, preparing to make a big profit. Chapter 36. All pacifists are dispatched. 3663. Chapter 36. All pacifists are dispatched. Previous. Next. Chapter 36. All pacifists are dispatched. When Li saw these 3 pacifists, his first thought was not danger or trouble. It's about how many attribute points these 3 pacifists can provide him. After all, he is still far away from the strength of Marine Admiral at this time. It can be said that it is very lacking in attribute points. The 3 pacifists also gave pillows when they fell asleep. Just in time. In order to gain attributes, Li Mu decided to deal with Duoduo, the pacifist in front of him. Although he was strong enough to kill a pacifist instantly, he did not do so. I saw the laser shooting towards Li Mu. Li Mu jumped up high and hid. Congratulations to host, you picked up 6,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 6,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 6,000 points of armament Haki. The information about picking up attribute points appears in the system again. Li Mu also felt a little bit happy in her heart. After all, no matter how few mosquitoes there are, they are still meat, and these pacifists will probably last a long time. He can still get a lot of attribute points by then. It can be seen that the currently exploded attribute points are only about 6,000. It shows that the pacifists have not yet used all their strength. Li Mu clearly remembers that the pacifist can hit a maximum of 8,000 attribute points. So Li Mu became more relaxed. If you want to eat delicious food, you must have enough patience. But now that he wants more attribute points, he also needs patience. Sure enough, as he continued to deal with the situation on the court began to change. Originally, there were only 2 pacifists besieging him, but then 2 more pacifists suddenly appeared. And the attacks of these pacifists have also changed. It no longer only uses ordinary laser attacks as before. These 5 pacifists began to cooperate. And the laser has been upgraded to a laser. The power is greatly increased, and the most important thing is that the attribute points provided are also greatly increased. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of armament Haki. A series of news came. It's hard for Li Mu to be unhappy. And the pacifist offensive is getting faster and faster. Not just limited to long-range attacks. And the pacifist started to slap him. But it was not difficult for Li Mu to dodge these attacks at this time. Marine's ability as a substitute for Admiral is quite impressive. A mere pacifist, his observation Haki can easily deal with it. Even if there are occasional attacks that cannot be avoided, he can now successfully defend against them. After all, his armament Haki is considered a minor achievement. Compared to Garp, armament Haki is naturally incomparable. But it's more than enough to defend against pacifists. This is a dark corner. A huge man was watching the battle between Li Mu and the pacifists with cold eyes. This man is none other than Zhang Taowen, who has never been very convinced of Li Mu. At this moment, He clenched his fists. He never imagined that pacifists really couldn't do anything to the person in front of him. Even if he controls it personally, there is still not much difference. He originally thought that there was no one to control the pacifist, and his behavior was too dull to bring crisis to Li Mu. But now he somewhat understood that the pirate in front of him did have some strength. Thinking about it, Zon Momomaru has no intention of holding back either. He still has a trump card in his hand. If 5 fights aren't enough, then let's do 10 fights, he said viciously. It turned out that after Zon Taomaru saw the 5 pacifists, he was unable to do anything to Li Mu. With a frown, he brought out the full cross and the flat footer. There's nothing you can do now. Zon Taowen thought a little excitedly. You must know that the pacifist is also the limit of his control. Such a lineup is more than enough to tie Sabayati archipelago. Oh, here again, Li Mu thought with some surprise. He also happens to dislike that the attribute points that 5 pacifists can bring are not enough. Unexpectedly, another cross came. This time 15 pacifists attack together, and the efficiency of picking up attribute points will be much faster. But this was actually what Li Mu had expected. Awakened observation Haki and received many upgrades. At this time, Li Mu's 5 senses are extremely sharp. He had already noticed Zon Momoan secretly, but he was too lazy to see through it. After all, his observation Haki level is not low. I already have the feeling that I can vaguely predict the future. But after all, it was still one step away. If his observation Haki can predict the future in advance, then his strength is probably not far behind Admiral. He thought about it carefully for a moment and realized that Zon Momomaru was probably angry that he was defeated at his hands. Li Mu smiled. Zon Momomaru's behavior seemed extremely childish to him. It's like a child who can't beat others, but wants to hide behind and retaliate. But it just so happened that this could bring him enough attribute points, so he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he just wanted to spend more time with these pacifists. There was no intention to find out Zon Taomaru who was hiding behind. In this encounter with the Sabayati archipelago, the pacifists were almost always under the jurisdiction of Senmomomaru. Since Zon Momoan was so enthusiastic, he might as well spend more time with him. 15 pacifists. At this time, the laser has formed patches of dead areas. And since Li Mu has no intention of dealing with these pacifists, it also makes him very constrained in fighting. But he endured it for the sake of attribute points. When armament Haki reaches ultimate, he is very difficult to be harmed even when bathed in laser light. On the contrary, the attribute points are continuously increasing rapidly. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations host, picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute 1. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of armament Haki. News that attribute points were picked up kept floating through the system. There is a faint tendency to be confused. After all, these are 15 pacifists. This is no joke. Such a configuration is very explosive no matter where it is placed. You must know that it is so difficult for Supernova to defeat a pacifist together. And now Li Mu is facing 15 pacifists. But he was just excited. After all, these are all attribute points. Li Mu was very excited at this moment. Let me see how many pacifists Zon Momomaru can bring out. Li Mu thought excitedly in her heart. Chapter 37. Worthy of the title of human weapon. 37/63. Chapter 37. Worthy of the title of human weapon. Previous. Next. Chapter 37 is worthy of the title of human weapon. At this time, 15 pacifist lasers were flying all over the field. There was no gap left, but Li Mu still managed to survive with the strong defense from armament Haki. Seeing that after dispatching 15 pacifists, Li Mu was still unable to do anything. Zon Taowen was a little angry. Why is this nameless pirate so powerful? Why would he, the captain of the Marine Science Corps, lose to such a guy? The more he thought about it, the greater the resentment in his heart became, causing his anger to continue to increase. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He decided to use all his strength. Although it is said that a full 15 pacifists have been dispatched at this time, this is far from the limit of what he can dispatch. Zon Taomaru suddenly waved his hand, and 20 pacifists came from not far away. Also joined in this battle. But this is already Zon Momoan's entire family fortune. There are only so many pacifists brought out from Marine headquarters so far. In the blink of an eye, there were 35 pacifists on the scene. The pacifist, as the research product of marine scientist Vegapunk, is also very powerful. It's easy to see from previous battles that regular supernovas are no match for the pacifists. Even Straw Hat Luffy would be of no benefit in the hands of a pacifist. The other supernovae require the cooperation of many people to barely deal with them. The performance of such a powerful pacifist in Sabayati Archipelago is also obvious to all. It is completely destructive level of strength. It can be said that the entire Sabayati Archipelago unless Rayleigh takes action. Otherwise these pacifists would have completely wiped out the entire Sabayati Archipelago. And now Zon Taomaru has dispatched such a large number of pacifists. It can be said that even when facing the powerful pirates of the New World, they are still capable of fighting. At this time Li Mu also noticed the pacifists coming from not far away. But he was calm and showed no emotion at all. Zon Taowen still thought in his mind that this guy Li Mu was probably scared out of his mind. After all, these are 35 pacifists. But there was still a trace of nervousness in Zon Taomaru's heart. Because this is the limit of what he can control. And these pacifists are very important to Marine. It also took a lot of manpower and material resources to develop. If it was really all explained here, he would not be able to communicate with Marine. Although Li Mu looked calm, she was already happy inside. So many pacifists can explode a lot of attribute points. And the attacks of pacifists are also very stable. Congratulations to host, you picked up 6,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 7,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 6,000 points of strength attribute. Messages from the system keep coming like raindrops. After all, he is a pacifist with a total of 35 battles, and the attribute points he can provide are also staggering. At this time, the pacifists' lasers continued to converge into a dragnet-like offensive to surround Li Mu. Under such a flawless offensive, Li Mu decisively chose to rely on armament Haki for defense. Congratulations to host, you gained 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you have gained 7,000 points of vitality and blood attributes. Although hit by countless lasers at the same time. But Li Mu was still very happy. The moment the laser hit him, the system also sent a message. At this moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he felt indescribably relieved. In this way, even facing this dragnet-like laser, she treated it like a bath. At this time, Zon Taowen, who was observing secretly, felt unspeakably anxious. What's going on with this guy? The pacifist attacks don't seem to have much effect on him. And he actually had no intention of fighting back. He thought in confusion. The only explanation at this time is that Li Mu humiliated Zon Momoan. When he thought of this, he became even more angry. So he directly issued a death order to these 35 pacifists. Use all your strength until Li Mu is wiped out. But Li Mu, who had been bathing in the laser and constantly picking up attribute points, discovered something had changed. At this time, there was a red light flashing in the pacifist's eyes. He felt vaguely that something was not right. Sure enough, the lasers all turned into red lasers when they were fired for the first time. But when these lasers hit Li Mu's body, he finally felt a sense of pain. But it was just a little feeling, and it still didn't have much effect on his body. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of energy and blood attributes. A series of system messages came. This time they are all maxed out, and none have less than 8,000 attribute points. And the reason is that the pacifists are on overdrive. Under the overload state, every attack is a state of full strength. Although such an attack mode can keep the pacifists in a state of full attack. But the same load is also extremely large. At this time, all the pacifists' laser attacks have been replaced by lasers. The speed also becomes faster. The power is also stronger. But for Li Mu, there was still no threat to him. He picked up attribute points even more unscrupulously. Dismiss the attacks of these pacifists as nothing. The attribute points provided by these pacifists are very stable. The most important thing is that they don't know tiredness at all. After all, robots are robots, and they only know how to attack desperately according to orders. Li Mu feels that the attributes obtained in this way are more comfortable than the previous battle between Rayleigh and Kizaru. At this time, he only felt that his strength was rising slowly. Not to mention how comfortable it is. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Li Mu was like a swimming dragon surrounded by 35 pacifists. Constantly shuttle between them, picking up attribute points. However, the pacifist in the overloaded state still cannot pose a threat to Li Mu. But this powerful force acted on the land of Sabayati archipelago. At this time, these 35 pacifists were bombing Li Mu indiscriminately. The entire island number 18 started to boil. At this time, there was only scorched earth and devastation everywhere. Many houses and buildings were bombed and collapsed. Later, there were many giant trees in the sky, which were blown down by the laser. The scene at this time was very unbearable, but Li Mu was still alive and well. Pacifists are indeed worthy of the title of weapons of the world. Chapter 38 The pacifist is scrapped and Zon Taomaru is heartbroken. 3863. Chapter 38 The pacifist is scrapped and Zon Taomaru is heartbroken. Previous. Next. Chapter 38 The pacifist is scrapped and Zon Momomaru is heartbroken. The pacifists were tirelessly attacking Li Mu. But after all, he still relies on some source of power to act. He couldn't attack tirelessly forever. After all, his energy is limited. But Li Mu never fought back and just kept dragging him away. No matter how strong the pacifists become, they will inevitably face the dilemma of being squeezed dry. At this time, the pacifists were harvested like leeks by Li Mu. Eventually, the pacifists began to weaken under Li Mu's squeeze. Congratulations host, you picked up 3,000 attribute points. Congratulations host, you picked up 2,000 attribute points. Congratulations host, you picked up 1,000 attribute points. Congratulations host, you picked up 500 attribute points. The drop of attribute points has also been reduced visibly. This made Li Mu very angry. Is it done? He thought with some dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, the more attribute points, the better. At this time, he still felt a little unwilling in his heart. He opened the system viewing panel. Strength evaluation. Marine Admiral substitute. Alas, Marine Admiral is still as strong as a substitute. It seems that it will take some time before we can reach the strength of Marine Admiral. He thought with some disappointment in his heart. After all, he has only one goal at this time, and that is to have the strength of Marine Admiral to participate in the Summit War. Summit War is the best time for him to become a strong player. At this time, almost all of his plans are to serve the next Summit War. Yeah, it's just a mecha after all. There will always be a time when the energy runs out. He thought with some reluctance. But there is nothing we can do about it. After realizing that the mechas in front of me had all run out of energy. He no longer expects what value these mechas can provide him. It seems that the energy in the body is exhausted. He said a little disappointed. After all, Vegapunk, which has been able to develop such a monster for many years, is amazing. These pacifists don't know how much power it takes every time they fire a laser. And he, who had been delaying the battle to pick up attribute points, knew very well how many times these pacifists fired lasers. Those powers are actually gathered in such an artificial human body. In other words, the energy in the pacifist's body is completely enough to consume the physical strength of a supernova. But Li Mu Wuluan's physical strength are impeccable. So even many pacifists can do nothing against him. Since there is no use value anymore, he naturally no longer intends to continue playing with these mechas. After all, these attribute points are now as few as those dropped by ordinary pirates. Such attribute points are far from satisfying Li Mu. Oh, is this finally the case? Li Mu sighed in his heart. He decided to find some way to obtain attribute points elsewhere. Since it has no use value, Li Mu no longer wants to keep it. He saw armament Haki covering his body in an instant. At this time, he was constantly shuttling among the pacifists like a god of war. His fist easily broke through the pacifist's mecha shell. He punched the pacifist directly in the chest. The fist passed through the chest, and countless lines were immediately exposed. The pacifists also fell to the ground. Li Mu had no intention of stopping after destroying a pacifist. You had a great time playing before, right? Now that you can't provide attribute points, it's time for me to take action. He knew the value of a pacifist to Marine. Each pacifist is worth hundreds of millions. If he destroyed all these pacifists here, I believe Marine's heart will bleed when the time comes. Thinking about these, Li Mu felt even more excited. The speed of his punches was also a little faster. Li Mu suddenly moved among the 35 pacifists. Suddenly, the pacifists fell down. The scene looks very spectacular. At this time, only the scrapped parts of the pacifists were seen on the ground. Some pacifists even had their heads blown off. The 35 pacifists all lay down collectively. And the pacifist's body was very huge, which made the scene look even more shocking. What? My pacifist? Zhang Taowen said in disbelief. Watching the arrival of the pacifists, his heart was bleeding. At this time, Marine behind Zan Momomaru was already dumbfounded. They also have some understanding of the strength of pacifists. They really couldn't imagine that they would be so vulnerable. FK, one punch at a time. What's going on? Wasn't there a back and forth fight just now? What's the situation? Aren't they evenly matched? The Marines said in confusion. In their opinion, Li Mu and the pacifists were evenly matched in previous encounters. But now it seems that it is a complete instant kill. And they were killed together with 35 pacifists in one instant. Marine had different thoughts in his mind, but he was all wondering why this guy was so aggressive. Why is this guy so aggressive all of a sudden? This is the first time I've seen someone tearing apart a pacifist book. This is too scary. The Marines were already extremely shocked. It's over. I can't deal with the people above now. Zhang Taowen was shocked. The price to build a pacifist is a sky-high price of hundreds of millions. Losing one hurts like hell. Now, a total of 35 aircraft have been directly lost. Zhang Taomaru really regretted it. He regretted very much that he came out to trouble Li Mu. At this time, he recalled the mysterious pirate in front of him. Although he is so powerful, he disguises himself as an ordinary Marine and hides among the Marines. This led to his carelessness and the loss of 5 pacifists, and he was seriously injured. At this time, he had lost 40 pacifists. It is estimated that Marine will not be able to produce so many pacifists in 1 year of development. Now, he was completely defeated in one fell swoop. If this matter reached the ears of the higher-ups, he couldn't imagine how the higher-ups would treat him. Although he is the captain of the scientific force, this is just an ordinary position. On top of him there's Vegapunk, there's 5 elders. They also have the power to control pacifists. At this time, nearly 40 pacifists were damaged, and Vegapunk must have noticed it. Thinking about this, Zan Momoen felt a little scared. He didn't know how to face Marine's senior management. There was only endless regret left in his heart. Chapter 39 The next target, the Machine Island. 3963. Chapter 39 The next target, the Machine Island. Previous. Next. Chapter 39. The next target is the Machine Island. Sabayati Archipelago. Island 18 is littered with machine parts. The ground is full of pacifists who can't afford it. And a young man stood in the middle of these robots. It's obvious that the masterpiece before you is the work of this young man. Suddenly he flashed past. This young man was none other than Li Mu, who defeated 35 pacifists. I saw him teleporting directly behind Zan Taomaru. Zan Taowen originally thought that Li Mu didn't know what he had been watching from behind. When he discovered that Li Mu suddenly disappeared in a flash, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. But suddenly, a momentum appeared behind him that frightened him so much that he sat down on the ground. This was the first time he felt that he was so close to death. He even directly felt the threat of death. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and it made him breathless. Although he did not turn back, he also guessed who the person behind him would be. It must be Li Mu, who suddenly disappeared earlier. At this time, the Marines behind Zan Momomaru were so frightened that they could not speak. They all opened their eyes wide and stared blankly at Li Mu, who suddenly appeared. Such sudden plot made it impossible for them to recover for a long time. These Marines were already scared out of their wits. But in fact, only Li Mu knew that he had no intention of doing anything to Zon Taowen. After all, it was because of Zon Momomaru that he gained so many attribute points. Is it too late for him to thank Zon Taowen? How about fighting Momomaru? And the gift Zon Taowen gave Li Mu was really too big. First, 5 pacifists were sent over. Later, Haruko himself even came off the field to contribute attribute points. The reason why Kizaru took action against Li Mu was partly due to Zon Momomaru. Now they are bringing a total of 35 pacifists to attack Li Mu. It would not be an exaggeration to say that among his current abilities as a Marine Admiral substitute, he has enough average attribute points related to Zon Momomaru. It was also because of Zon Taowen that Li Mu had a very bold plan in mind at this time. Since pacifists will only attack tirelessly, so if he finds Marines' headquarters hiding pacifists, Li Mu became a little excited thinking of this. Do you want to live? Li Mu said lightly. The voice didn't sound like there was any emotion in it. But to Zon Taomaru, it sounded like a scythe that seduces the soul. Previously, he thought Li Mu was just a slightly stronger pirate. At most, it's at the same level as a supernova. But as the pacifists continued to lose ground, he knew his judgment was terribly wrong. And Li Mu's method of destroying 35 pacifists moved him even more. At this time, Zon Taomaru also realized that there was a huge difference in strength between him and Li Mu. He was very afraid of this guy who tore apart 35 pacifists with his bare hands. Not daring to contradict at all. At this time, Zon Taomaru looked trembling, not daring to take any action. Tell me where the pacifist was built, Li Mu asked. At this moment, Zon Momomaru could always feel that his life was threatened. I saw Kaido with a bit of a stutter. What do you want to do? After all, Zon Momomaru is the captain of Marine's science unit. The loss of 40 pacifists was a huge mistake. If this news were revealed, he believed that he would definitely become Marine's biggest sinner. At this moment, he was a little reluctant to tell Li Mu the news. So he asked directly. Li Mu didn't intend to hurt his life, but if he didn't cooperate, Li Mu could only use extraordinary means. Li Mu grabbed Zon Taowen's neck and lifted him up. You don't need to know that much, just tell me if you don't want to die. He said with murderous intent. Zon Momoan is not stupid, he knows that life is the most important thing. I had no choice but to tell Li Mu. He kept gesturing with his hands to Li Mu to put him down. Zon Taomaru's body is very huge. But fortunately, Li Mu's strength is very strong, coupled with his height of nearly 2 meters. It is not difficult to lift Zon Taomaru. Seeing Zon Taowen being lifted up like a chicken, Marine, who had been fighting behind Momomaru, was even more frightened. They looked at Li Mu blankly, not daring to make any sound. Li Mu finally let Zon Taowen go after seeing that he was willing to tell the whereabouts of the pacifists. At this time, Zon Taomaru had no choice but to tell Li Mu where the pacifists were. On the Machine Island. Zon Taowen still told Li Mu the news with a guilty conscience. After Li Mu learned the coordinates from Zon Taowen, he didn't hesitate. Ignoring Zon Momomaru and others, they left Sabayati Archipelago directly. Guan Island is a mysterious island, located in a certain sea area in the New World of the Grand Line. The island Frankie landed on after being shot away by a bear is the Machine Island. Guan Island is covered with ice and snow all year round. Vegapunk's Research Institute is also located on this mysterious island, with Li Mu also completely leaving Sabayati Archipelago. The Celestial Dragons event that heralds the Sabayati Archipelago is also completely over. But it ended with Marine failing to destroy the supernova. Such an ending is absolutely unacceptable to Marine. Marshal Marineford's room at the moment. Boom. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table. The matter of Sabayati Archipelago has already reached Sengoku's ears. Not long ago he was reprimanded by the world government. Regarding the Celestial Dragons, the failure of this mission made the world government extremely angry. At this point, Sengoku had no choice but to increase the bounty on the Supernova gang. But there's more to Sengoku's anger than that. Although Kizaru failed in his mission, it was ultimately because he met Rayleigh. And Kizaru didn't catch the Straw Hat crew though. However, many pirates were also captured, and at least he completed his mission to the world government. But Zon Momoan's matter was eventually revealed. After all, 40 pacifists were destroyed, which was no small matter. This is a huge loss for Marine. You must know that the cost of each pacifist is very high. The loss of these pacifists is absolutely unacceptable to Marine. And Sengoku has been working on something very important recently. At this important juncture, he didn't want any surprises to occur. But the accident still happened. At this moment, he only hoped that the loss of 40 pacifists would not affect an important subsequent war. A mysterious pirate, unknown, but very powerful. A flash of worry flashed in Sengoku's heart. The summit war was about to start, and at this important moment, he didn't want to make any mistakes. Chapter 40 Shock Around the World. 4063rds. Chapter 40 Shock Around the World. Previous. Next. Chapter 40 Shock Around the World. Time quickly came to the next day. In just one day, the incident of Sabayati Archipelago spread all over the world with lightning speed. Did you hear that? The Marine Admiral couldn't even take down the guy who attacked the Celestial Dragons. Really, it's really interesting in these extremely evil times. Even the Admiral couldn't take them down. No, not even Admiral. Is Supernova too strong or Admiral too weak? Are you kidding? Do you know who is trying to protect the Supernova this time? Pluton Rayleigh, who is the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Didn't he go into hiding? He would actually offend Marine for these supernovas. There was a lot of discussion all over the world. It's about the Celestial Dragons after all, and people around the world are paying attention. This is the only time in recent years that Celestial Dragons has been beaten. And Marine's action actually failed. It's no wonder why everyone is so concerned. East Blue. In a tavern, a very pretty-looking tavern proprietress was wiping the table. Hey, did you hear that? Supernova took action against the Celestial Dragons. What? Dare to take action against Celestial Dragons? Do you want to die? Everyone in the tavern is having a heated discussion about the Sabayati Archipelago. At this time, Makino, the landlady, was only focusing on her work and didn't pay attention to the comments of everyone in the pub. And the pirates who attacked the Celestial Dragons were from East Blue, our windmill village. You're not talking about Straw Hat Luffy. Is it really him? His courage is too great. You even dare to beat up Celestial Dragons. After hearing everyone's discussion, Makino stopped wiping. Luffy, she thought a little worriedly. Immediately, Makino stepped forward and grabbed the newspapers from several people's hands and started reading. The boss lady usually seems like you don't care much about these things. Why are you so concerned today? The guests asked with some confusion. But Makino didn't care at all and just looked at himself. It wasn't until she saw Luffy and his gang leaving Sabayati Archipelago safely that she felt relieved. Seeing that even the landlady was paying such attention, everyone began to discuss it unscrupulously. I heard that the reason why these pirates are safe is because of the appearance of Pluton Rayleigh. Why did I hear that a mysterious pirate appeared? The Sabayati Archipelago incident has been widely discussed around the world. All I can say is that Celestial Dragons is worthy of being Celestial Dragons. As world nobles, they are given absolute rights. But it was also because of this absolute right that they began to act recklessly. People throughout the pirate world are discussing Celestial Dragons. In this incident regarding the Celestial Dragons, the public surprisingly felt that the pirates had done a good job. In a tavern in Sabayati Archipelago, the indigenous people here also began to discuss the incident. Everyone was shocked by Marine Admiral's failure. After all, the opponent is just a supernova. But as the discussion progressed, after learning about Pluton Rayleigh's action and the mysterious pirate, everyone's questions were answered. In New World, the matter of Sabayati Archipelago was also reported. For these guys from New World, Marine Admiral is not untouchable. Even the pirates of the New World often have conflicts with Marine Admiral's level. Because this is the territory of the Four Emperors. But everyone was more shocked that Celestial Dragons was beaten. After all, I haven't heard such news for a long time. But things of this level are not enough to catch the eyes of Four Emperors. Marine Admiral versus Pluton Rayleigh. I have to say that in New World, battles of this level happen every day. But it still happens occasionally. Except for that guy Shanks. Ha ha ha, This guy Luffy. As expected of the guy with my red hair. Shanks said, laughing while holding the newspaper. It seemed that Luffy's behavior made him very happy. At this time Marineford, it has been a day since the incident unfolded. Sengoku also came out of his extremely angry mood. The punishment and criticism from the world government have all been handed down. In the marshal's room, several senior marine officials were drinking tea. Although it is said that things have passed like this. But Sengoku was still very puzzled. Kizaru, what do you mean? How do you deal with a group of supernovas like this? Sengoku said, very puzzled. He still knows Kizaru's strength very well. It's only logical that a group of supernovae could take them all down in a few breaths. So it's not surprising that Sengoku is a little annoyed. Oh, isn't it because Rayleigh has been blocking me? Kizaru also came up with his explanation. Sengoku lost his temper after hearing this. He knew Rayleigh's strength. Even if the sun sets, Kizaru cannot defeat him. It's really good that Kizaru can tie with Rayleigh. The only thing Sengoku couldn't figure out was that Rayleigh had already retired. Marine would actually go to any lengths for a few supernovas. At this time, Garp sat aside and drank tea quietly. His eyes glanced towards Sengoku from time to time. The situation at this time is best for Garp. His grandson Luffy escaped Marine's capture. He also beat up the nasty celestial dragons. Thinking of this, Garp couldn't help but want to thank Rayleigh. Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. There are more important things coming next. Crane Vice Admiral suddenly spoke and interrupted everyone's conversation. Everyone also knew what Crane Vice Admiral was going to say. At this point Garp couldn't help but sigh. Why are all the people related to him causing trouble for him? As soon as Luffy's side calmed down, it was Ace's turn. It turns out that Ace has been imprisoned in Impel Down. And Sengoku wants to use this opportunity to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. That's why Marine's senior executives were summoned here to discuss. And at this time, the other two admirals were also summoned back by Sengoku. The screen turned to the Machine Island. 3 days have passed since the Tsubayati Archipelago incident. At this time, a small boat docked on the shore. A handsome-looking man got off the boat. It was obvious that he came here alone. This person is none other than Lee Mew, who is coming to find the pacifist. His purpose in coming to Guan Island was simple. Just use the weapons chosen here to pick up attributes and then improve your own strength. He also has to prepare for the Summit War in the near future. There was a smile on his face at this time. Only he knew that Tal was extremely grateful to Zon Momomaru. If it weren't for Zon Momomaru, he really wouldn't have known that the pacifist's wool could be harvested like this. Chapter 41 Who dared to break into the Organ City? 4163. Chapter 41 Who dared to break into the Organ City? Previous. Next. Chapter 41 Who dared to break into the Organ City? Arriving at Guan Island, Lee Mew couldn't help but exclaimed. This city gave him a completely different feeling from other cities. When you enter the island, you can see the towering mechanical buildings. When Lee Mew arrived at the city gate, he was even more amazed at how there could be such a technologically advanced island. This is exactly what cyberpunk feels like. The entire island looks very different from other islands in the pirate world. It's like a high-tech city. Who is it? How dare you break into the Machine City? Seeing Lee Mew, the uninvited guest, the guard at the door hurriedly scolded him. The government city is somewhat special, so outsiders are not usually welcome. But at this time, Lee Mew already had the ability of Marine to replace Admiral, and the guards were not able to keep him. The corners of his mouth lifted up into a smile. Hey, if you don't stop, don't blame us for being rude. The guards threatened with cold eyes. But Lee Mew still walked inside as if he hadn't heard anything. This completely angered these guards. The guards quickly drew out their weapons and attacked Lee Mew. Don't blame us if you don't listen to the advice. Upon seeing this, Lee Mew did not rush to counterattack, but allowed the guards' attack to fall on him easily. Congratulations to host, you picked up 80 strength attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 70 strength attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 80 health attributes. A message comes out from the system. Lee Mew frowned immediately. There were too few attribute points to satisfy his appetite. He didn't waste any time, and easily dispatched these guards with just one punch and one kick. Who is this guy? He's so strong. the guards said in surprise. At this time, Li Mu had already reached the gate of the machine island. Close the door and don't let this guy in. Hurry up, someone is forcing their way into the island, the guards said anxiously. At this time, they were already very busy. But Li Mu looked at the heavy city gate in front of him and just smiled. Now he has the ability to serve as a substitute for Marine Admiral. This kind of strength is much stronger than most Vice Admirals. I saw the black armed color instantly covering Li Mu's fist. He punched hard, and the thick city gate was immediately broken open by him. The guards around him were all shocked when they saw this. They couldn't believe that the person in front of them actually opened the city gate with just a pair of fists. Although they were very scared, these guards knew that they had to stop the guy in front of them. So the guards rushed forward one after another and launched an offensive towards Li Mu. But the strength of the Harmony Guard is not even comparable to some powerful pirates. Li Mu took care of them all in just a few breaths. At this time, the movement at the city gate quickly attracted the garrison forces in the city. The self-defense system of the island was activated, and sirens suddenly sounded. Li Mu frowned. He didn't like hearing such an alarm sound. But soon his frown relaxed. It turned out that because of the activation of the self-defense system, the pacifists were preparing to start cleaning up Li Mu. A rack of pacifists appeared in Li Mu's field of vision. Some came by flying, and some came slowly from the ground. Fully 50 pacifists. This posture is very powerful. Even pirates at the level of 4 emperors can drink a pot of it when they come to Daki. 50. It's indeed a machine island. Li Mu grinned, feeling indescribably happy. Then he rushed towards the pacifist. These are all attribute points, so of course it's best to start as early as possible. As he entered the battlefield, lasers suddenly shot towards him. 50 pacifists were using lasers at the same time. The streaks of yellow light were like a dragnet that tightly controlled Li Mu. But Li Mu is not afraid of this laser at all. As long as armament Haki is turned on, he can even swim in the laser. Sure enough, news came from the system soon. Light Host, pick up 6,000 strength attribute points. Congratulations to Host, you picked up 7,000 energy and blood attribute points. Congratulations to Host, you picked up 8,000 agility attribute points. Li Mu felt happy. The attribute points that could be obtained by 50 attacks at the same time greatly exceeded his expectation. After the pacifist shooting was completed, they still detected that Li Mu was still running around. Even the humanoid weapon remained silent for a moment in confusion. After a while, he chose to attack Li Mu again. It seems that the pacifists will not choose to stop until Li Mu is completely wiped out today. And Li Mu also wants to be like a pacifist. Suddenly lasers and bullets attacked Li Mu crazily. And he was constantly moving through the hail of bullets. He was reluctant to fight back at all, even if it was the attribute points that a pacifist could provide, he didn't want to let it go. The pacifists would not be swayed just because Li Mu had been on the run, and they continued to attack Nero relentlessly. Some used lasers to continuously scan Li Mu. Some of them teleported directly to Li Mu and planned to slap him away. But these attacks are not a threat at all to Li Mu. At this time, his use of observation Haki can be said to be very skilled. Coupled with his super high agility, he can completely avoid the pursuit of the pacifists by relying on speed. And with his super strong armament Haki, he can easily defend against attacks that he can't dodge. Suddenly, 3 pacifists appeared in front of Li Mu. The 3 pacifists slapped Li Mu in unison. Boom! Li Mu was afraid that the attacks of these 3 pacifists would hurt each other, so he directly took them down. Huge force slapped on Li Mu's steel-like body. It has no effect at all. Congratulations to Host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to Host, you picked up 8,000 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations to Host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Another burst of attribute point harvesting. Li Mu remained calm, her eyes as calm as water. He kept moving among the 50 pacifists. A large number of attribute points also came to the door. This is just the beginning. Looking at the many pacifists in front of him, Li Mu's eyes showed expectation. Just let him see it. This group of leaks, how far can you harvest them?